In Cihang City, July was unbearably stifling. The air clung to the skin like glue, pressing down until one could scarcely breathe. From the leaden sky came muffled rolls of thunder. Anyone could see that a heavy downpour was about to descend. In front of Xingfu Internet Cafe, an utterly ordinary-looking black-haired man stared blankly and murmured, "What's going on? Did I die again?" This was Chun Feng, 26 years old, a game live streamer. By sheer dumb luck, he had been flung into another world. Fortunately, the language and writing of this world seemed no different from those of Earth, and besides the clothes on his back, Chun Feng had brought along a system. In Chun Feng's eyes there hovered a transparent light screen with a distinctly technological feel invisible to others. LY03CE Savient Load System. As the name implied, it did exactly that. This system allowed Chun Feng to set a save point as if he were playing a game. When he died, time in the world would rewind, letting him load the save and start over. In total, Chun Feng could load his save 9 times, yet now the display showed remaining loads 8. "I've lost a life." He carefully combed through the memories of his previous run, but simply could not recall who had killed him. Huge raindrops suddenly began to pound down from the sky. Chun Feng looked toward Xingfu Internet Cafe across from him. If he remembered correctly, a young married woman was about to step out from there. With a sharp click, the glass door swung open. A mature beauty stepped out wearing a deep neck, lace-trimmed short blouse on top and a tight pencil skirt below. She was strikingly tall. Despite Chun Feng's height of 1.80 m, he had to look up at her. Conservatively, she had to be close to 2 meters. Her name was He Ting, the widowed proprietress of Xingfu Internet Cafe. People said 18-year-old girls were in full bloom, yet at 36, she was doubly radiant. Every subtle expression tugged at the heartstrings like discovering an oil field in the back garden. Beauty striking home with overwhelming force. He Ting said, "Handsome, you don't look so well. You'd better find somewhere to take shelter before the rain gets worse." When she heard that Chun Feng had nowhere to go, He Ting added, "Then why don't you come inside my place and wait out the rain?" Chun Feng nodded. The last time it had been just like this that he accepted her invitation and entered the internet cafe. As the door swung open, the clacking of keyboards and mice washed over him. The air conditioning inside was not set too low. Rather than chilly, the temperature was simply pleasantly comfortable. Chun Feng saw a male and a female police officer getting ready to leave. The man looked to be in his 40s, a seasoned uncle type, a cigarette in his left hand and a lighter in his right. The woman was very young, as if she had only just joined the force, yet her gaze was resolute, like a steel-strong rose in bloom. "Master, how many times have I told you? Use my title while on duty." A classic pairing of veteran mentor and rookie. After the officers left, He Ting began introducing the staff of the internet cafe to Chun Feng. There were 2 female cashiers, one frosty, one warm, both stunningly beautiful, and 4 male network attendants, taciturn and at least human-looking enough. "This is Shi Qingqing." He Ting pointed to a girl wearing a black lace cutout eye mask. "Qingqing just had eye surgery, so she's a little sensitive to light." "He Jie, you've brought a stray in again." Shi Qingqing's chest was generous, but her heart was anything but. Previously, when Chun Feng had tried to come in and rest for a while, she had driven him off. Now seeing Chun Feng again, she said coldly, "I just mopped the floor, and this guy's already tracked dirt all over it. It's pouring outside, you can't just leave him out there to get soaked." Speaking up on Chun Feng's behalf was a long-legged beauty named Zhu Qianqian, wearing a white silk camisole and a sunny smile. She asked with concern, "You must be hungry, right? How about I make you some instant noodles?" Chun Feng waved his hand. "No need." Perhaps sensing his embarrassment, Zhu Qianqian blinked and said, "It's fine, I'll treat you." Kindness for no reason often hides ill intent. Chun Feng sneered inwardly. In his last life, he had been deeply moved by Zhu Qianqian's meticulous care and had fallen head over heels for her. But now reborn Chun Feng had no interest in any damn love story. "Then let me help out a bit in return." Beside the internet cafe's cashier counter was a small bar where drinks were prepared for customers. At the moment, there were many coffee orders, and the 2 receptionists could hardly keep up. Coffee, powder, water, stirring ice. Chun Feng swiftly finished the task, then asked Qianqian, "Shall I make a cup of coffee for you too?" Zhu Qianqian declined with a smile. "I don't like coffee, you drink it yourself." Seeing that his hands were fairly quick, the proprietress He Ting pointed at a recruitment notice on the cafe wall that read long-term hiring of network attendants, no long-term attendants, and asked if Chun Feng would like to work there. Base salary 3,200, room and board included, 200 full attendance bonus 4 days off a month, and a fixed free internet quota each month. Any questions? So it had come. After realizing he had already died once, Chun Feng's first thought had been to stay far away from this damned internet cafe. But thinking it through, with torrential rain pouring outside, and him being a dimension-traveling non-citizen with no identity, he truly had nowhere else to go. If something could happen even in a crowded internet cafe, then lingering outside alone in the storm would be even more dangerous. So just as before, after careful consideration, Chun Feng still chose to stay. At that moment, He Ting laid out 3 rules of the internet cafe for him. First, you are not allowed to go up to the third floor. Our internet cafe has 3 floors in total. The first floor is the regular internet area. The second floor has team gaming rooms and the staff dorms. The third floor is to be converted into a billiards hall, but work hasn't started yet. It's full of bare concrete and building materials, so don't go up and accidentally damage anything. Second, don't set the air conditioning too low. Ching has caught a cold recently and can't stand cold air. Third, be careful of people in white coats. Those people in white coats are lunatics who ran away from the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Center of the 4th Hospital. If you don't want trouble, stay far away from them. These baffling rules had left Chen Feng in his previous life quite perplexed, but given that she was willing to hire someone like him without an ID card, he really had no grounds for complaint. A network attendant's job was essentially that of a cafe server. Simple work restocking snacks like beetle nuts and instant noodles on the shelves, delivering drinks to customers who ordered them, wiping mice and keyboards, sweeping the floor, and cleaning up. As for technical work like computer repair, that was not part of their duties. Attendant: my computer's lagging. Restart it. Attendant: my machine's broken. Restart it. Whenever someone asked that sort of question, the male attendants all answered the same way. Several hours passed, and the rain outside showed no sign of letting up. The proprietress, He Ting, handed Chen Feng a key. Follow the second-floor corridor to the end. The room on the right is yours. If you're tired, you can turn in early. Also, I live right across from you. If anything comes up, you can find me anytime. With that, the proprietress tossed him a flirty glance and swayed away toward her room. Is she hinting at something? Watching the graceful sway of the proprietress's retreating figure, Chen Feng almost felt like giving up on trying so hard. But for the sake of staying alive, he would have to keep striving. The attendants worked in 2 shifts, 9 in the morning to 9 at night, then 9 at night to 9 in the morning. Because Chen Feng had just started, strictly speaking, he did not have to be on duty that day. But last time he had followed the proprietress's advice, gone back to sleep, had a pleasant dream, and woke up at the reset point. He must not sleep. Sleep meant death. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the entrance. This time he was determined to see with his own eyes what exactly had happened. As the night deepened, Chen Feng's heart grew ever more tense. Suddenly, a flash of white light streaked past the window, and a deafening peal of thunder exploded right after. Crack! Chen Feng jolted violently, and when he looked up, the fluorescent tube above flickered a few times before going completely dark. The power had gone out. Most likely the heavy rain had damaged a power line somewhere. In the darkened internet cafe, a roar of complaints erupted at once. Shouts filled the air as the sudden blackout threw the place into chaos. Faced with the customers' anger, the staff's helpless response was simply, "We'll just reboot." As if a reboot could fix this. Chen Feng almost burst out laughing, thinking to himself that his co-worker was unexpectedly humorous. Amid the chaos, a sudden resounding bang burst from the direction of the cafe's entrance, followed by the sharp crash of shattering glass. What the hell was that noise? Customers hurriedly turned on their phone flashlights and shone them toward the source of the sound. All they saw was a floor littered with glass shards, rainwater slowly seeping in, and a gust of cold wind flooding through the broken doorway. Nothing else. Chen Feng felt slightly relieved. He had thought there would be some dramatic twist, but it seemed to be just the wind. At that moment, however, the burly man with tattooed arms sitting near the door suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening. "What's wrong?" people around him asked. The tattooed man's face flushed red. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. Then a chilling crack sounded. Under the harsh beams of the phone lights, Chen Feng saw it. And so did everyone else. The tattooed man's head suddenly twisted a full 180 degrees, his neck wrenched around by some invisible force. Now the twist had come. Only it was his neck that twisted. Chen Feng's mind detonated with a roar. At first he had thought he had transmigrated into some urban romance world. After all, he had started out as an internet cafe attendant with 3 beautiful female co-workers at his side. Wasn't that exactly the setup of a cheesy, "oh no, I'm surrounded by cute girls" story? But now, faced with this grotesque scene, Chen Feng finally realized something was terribly wrong. This was clearly a world of ghostly horror tales. He was doomed. He was surrounded by monsters. There's been a murder. A ghost. With a piercing scream, the entire cafe erupted. Shoving, pounding footsteps and the crash of toppled gaming chairs blended into utter pandemonium. The world of Jianghu was treacherous. When things went bad, you ran. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng pounded up the stairs, thudding step after step toward the upper floor. He reached the second floor. Hearing the commotion below, the customers in the team gaming rooms on the second floor clustered toward the corridor. What happened? What's going on? Something's gone wrong downstairs. Chen Feng quickly explained what had happened on the first floor and urged them to call the police. No signal. What's wrong with this useless phone? So typical. Whenever disaster struck, a phone might as well be a brick. Chen Feng sighed. At that moment, the sounds from downstairs, fighting, screaming, and agonized wails, suddenly grew much fainter. After a while, everything fell into silence. Was it over? But if it was, why was no one coming up? Had everyone down there died? Too many questions tangled in everyone's mind. Does anyone dare go down and take a look? Easy for you to say. Why don't you go down yourself? Voices flew back and forth, yet no one dared to move. Chun Feng swept his gaze around. He saw neither the two reception girls nor the lady boss. His heart sank. Had they already been killed? It now seemed that in his previous life he had most likely died at the hands of this monster. A creature that could turn invisible and possessed the strength to twist a person's neck a full 180 degrees. Dying to such a foe, Chun Feng had no grounds to complain. What truly unsettled him was that he had no memory whatsoever of this monster. Could I have been strangled to death in my sleep? But with screams that loud, even a pig would have woken up. And I'd locked my door before going to bed. Just as Chun Feng was puzzling over it, the sound of rushing water suddenly came from the direction of the restroom. What's that sound? Bold as a newborn calf, unafraid of tigers, a young man in plastic slippers pushed the restroom door open. He found the faucet gushing full force, water spilling over the basin and soaking the floor and carpet. It looked as though someone had gone to the restroom and forgotten to turn off the tap. What kind of person does that? Pinching his nose, the young man stepped forward, about to twist the tap shut, when he suddenly felt a cold draft brush across his neck. He frowned inwardly. Since when was the air conditioning set that low? But halfway through the thought, he almost laughed at himself. The power was out. Where would the cold air be coming from? Wait, if there was no air conditioning, why was it so cold? He stepped up to the sink. The overflowing water washed over his slippers and touched his feet. The chill stabbed straight into his bones. It was far too abnormal. Rain or not, the pipes had been baking all day in the heat. How could the water be this icy cold? Before he could make sense of it, a pair of icy, slick hands clamped around his throat. Another sickening crack echoed in the cramped space. The young man would never again get his head around anything. Run! It's coming up! Someone shouted. With that cry, everyone once again bolted in a blind panic. Although the lady boss had warned them not to go to the third floor with death at his heels, Chun Feng had no time to care. He grabbed the railing and raced upward. But as he ran, Chun Feng suddenly realized how eerily quiet it had become around him. Something felt wrong. He lifted his head. No one was in front of him. He turned around. No one behind him either. What was going on? Where had everyone gone? Chun Feng could not make sense of it, but with the monster lurking below, he dared not go back to look for them. He could only grit his teeth and press on. Just as the lady boss had said, the third floor was indeed unfinished, a single undivided hall. The air was thick with the dust of cement and an indescribable fishy stench that turned the stomach. It smelled as if some septic tank had exploded. Covering his nose, Chun Feng looked up and saw countless thick hemp ropes hanging from the ceiling, densely packed. At their ends dangled what looked like quilts. Why were there so many quilts hanging here? When Chun Feng drew closer and saw clearly, he sucked in a sharp breath. Their surfaces were shriveled and withered, faint facial features still distinguishable, with limp limbs hanging at the sides. These things were no bedding at all, but human skins flayed and hung up one by one. Oh! The hellish spectacle before him forced Chun Feng to stagger back a few steps. His shoes clicked twice against the floorboards. Then, though not a breath of wind stirred, every single human skin began to flutter. They slowly turned all at once, and their hollow eye sockets fixed on where Chun Feng stood. What was this? Chun Feng felt his scalp crawl. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. A mechanical voice layered with endless echoes rang beside his ears. Detection complete. Original host deceased. Scanning new host information. Binding in progress. Immediately after came a barrage of notification chimes like an avalanche of text messages. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the DS-01ZBDL pretentious face-slapping system. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the XH-02 SLJD deep blue point allocation system. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the DS-03 SHFX tycoon cashback system. It was impossible to put the sensation into words, like hundreds or even thousands of people adding his contact all at once. Mechanical chimes kept ringing incessantly in Chun Feng's ears. After a long moment, the chaos in his mind gradually subsided. Chun Feng shook his head and finally managed to calm down, trying to make sense of what had happened. These human skins had all once been transmigrators like him, each carrying a system. They had been killed, and their systems had been left behind in this place. Now Chun Feng had become the new master of those systems. He had inherited the legacies of his predecessors' systems. Yet there was not a trace of joy on his face, only profound terror. What kind of hellish place was this that it could wipe out so many veteran transmigrators? Didn't I tell you not to come upstairs? A sultry, slightly languid voice sounded from ahead. That voice. Chun Feng's eyes widened as he saw the lady boss, He-Ting, sashaying out from the forest of human skins. Even a fool would realize now that the lady boss could not be innocent in the deaths of those predecessors. Stay away from me. Survival came first. As long as the green hills remained, there would always be firewood to burn. He spun around to run, but instead crashed to the floor. Puzzled, he lowered his head to look at his legs, thinking something had tripped him, only to find that at some unknown point his legs had become shriveled and dry skin wrinkled like that of an 80-year-old man at death's door. What was happening to him? It felt as though his entire body had been hollowed out, his vitality draining away in a frenzy followed by a tide of irresistible drowsiness flooding his mind. He was so sleepy. So very, very sleepy. So sleepy. Chen Feng closed his eyes. At last he understood how his first self had died. And when he opened them again, humid heat, the lazy drone of cicadas. A beautiful, mature woman stepped out of the internet cafe and slowly approached Chen Feng, who was standing there in a daze. Handsome, you don't look so well. You'd better find a place to take shelter before it starts raining. Don't come over. Please don't come closer. Chen Feng instinctively took 2 steps back, like a frightened little bird. The boss lady blinked in confusion, as she was extremely confident in her beautiful appearance. Whenever she stepped out, those men who saw her would be so captivated that they couldn't move. However, this man before her was actively avoiding her, which was truly abnormal. So the boss lady narrowed her beautiful eyes and asked, "Handsome guy, what are you afraid of?" "Afraid? Am I?" Facing the female demon who had killed hundreds and turned their skins into human leather, Chen Feng forced himself to appear calm, while internally screaming, "Oh no, please don't kill me, I really don't want to end up hanging on a string." The boss lady invited, "Then would you like to come here to escape the rain?" "No." Chen Feng decisively refused. He didn't want to give up on life, just didn't want to put in any more effort. What a strange fellow. The boss lady seemed displeased with Chen Feng's lack of charm and swayed away. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. As he touched his pants, he realized he felt a bit wet. Is it sweat? Chen Feng looked down at his crotch. Oh, it's urine. I thought this kind of thing couldn't make me sweat. This place is too terrifying. No wonder so many predecessors have fallen here. Right, predecessors? Chen Feng suddenly remembered that during his last reincarnation, he seemed to have inherited the predecessor's system. This wouldn't have reset because of the save, would it? System activate. Chen Feng hurriedly called upon the system, and 3 numbered boxes appeared before him. What are these? Chen Feng reached out, and just as his hand was about to touch one of the boxes, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. The number on the first box was DS01DSR, and it said, "At the beginning, man is inherently good." The number on the second box was DS01DR, and it said, "Man's nature is evil, the good among them is false." The number on the third box was LS02SHG, and it said, "It is said that the great trends of the world after a long division must unite, after a long union must separate." Thinking of the strange series of numbers before his save load system, Chen Feng suddenly understood that each box probably represented a system. Let's open one and take a look. Chen Feng grabbed the first box, and at that moment the other 2 boxes gradually faded and disappeared. It seems like I can only choose one. A system notification sound rang in Chen Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the Great Benefactor System. This system will help you earn a large number of system points, grow rapidly, and complete tasks to save the world. System points. Chen Feng inquired and learned that system points were the universal currency of the system, which could be used to enhance certain functions of the system. For example, in the save load system, 1 point could replenish the number of load attempts equivalent to an extra life. Moreover, the Great Benefactor System could issue charitable tasks that rewarded system points based on the user's experiences. If the 2 combine, won't I be immortal? Chen Feng excitedly looked at the task list. The boss lady of Happiness Internet Cafe, He Ting, is a female demon who specializes in luring souls. She has been using the guise of recruiting internet administrators to abduct and kill male vagrants, turning them into human leather. Task objective: destroy the influence of Happiness Internet Cafe. Task reward: depending on completion, reward 19 system points. Chen Feng glanced at it. Investigating and collecting evidence of the internet cafe's harm to report and shut it down would only yield the lowest level reward. Directly storming into Happiness Internet Cafe and driving away the female demon, He Ting, could yield a mid-level reward. As for the highest level reward, looking at the words, eliminate the female demon, in the task objective, Chen Feng pointed at himself. Am I really going to fight a female demon? What difference does it make? Reporting it would just be a formality. Just as Chen Feng had this thought, he saw an old and a young police officer coming out of the internet cafe. "Master, how many times have I told you use your title when working? Captain, didn't you say you were quitting smoking?" "Sigh, this is the last one." Just in time. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He was worried about where to go. Finding a bridge or something to escape the rain wasn't impossible, but he remembered there was a hidden monster outside, one that could snap a person's neck with its bare hands. He needed to find a safe place to spend the night. Chen Feng waved his hand to stop the 2. "Hello, officer." "Hello, comrade, is there something wrong?" "My name is Chen Feng, and I'm from out of town." Chen Feng temporarily fabricated a lie saying he had lost his wallet and phone, was alone, and was now extremely hungry. Could you spare me some food? A beggar. The female officer Zhang Ruobing scanned Chen Feng without courtesy. Isn't there a construction site next door? You could earn at least 100 or 2 by working for a day. You're a grown man with arms and legs. How could you end up with no money for food? So this person was either a drifter or a lazy bum, or perhaps both. Zhang Ruobing hated those who gained without working, so she said, Master, let's not pay attention to him. Let's go. Wait. As soon as the apprentice spoke, Officer Lao Li's mind suddenly flashed with tomorrow's headline. The security personnel of Cihang City neglect the suffering of the public and allow citizens to starve to death on the streets. Without exaggeration, just that headline could take down a leader with every stroke. So Old Li immediately grabbed Chen Feng's hand, afraid the other would starve to death in front of him. My surname is Li. Oh, just call me Old Li. I know a good beef noodle shop. Let's fill our stomachs first, then he'll take you to the relief station to rest, alright? Okay, that sounds good. Thus, under Zhang Ruobing's disdainful gaze, Chen Feng sat in a police car for the first time in his life. Once inside, Chen Feng felt a wave of heat hit him. On such a hot day, there's no way they wouldn't have the air conditioning on, so this car must have been parked here for a while. Chen Feng looked at the two in the front seats, pondering, since they had been in Happiness Internet Cafe for so long, were they investigating the Boss Lattice affairs? As Chen Feng thought, after fastening their seatbelts, Zhang Ruobing began to complain. Master, we've been busy all day, and it seems like it's been for nothing. Look at you, you're in such a hurry. Old Li chuckled, holding the steering wheel. I'm not in a hurry. It's just that after searching all afternoon, we haven't found a single clue. In my opinion, this missing vagrant case has nothing to do with Happiness Internet Cafe. Not necessarily. Old Li urged his apprentice not to jump to conclusions too early. Zhang Ruobing retorted, not necessarily. Based on our investigation, that boss lady hardly ever goes out. Even if she is the murderer, where are the victims? Most of them are hanging upstairs. There's one right here in the car. While Chen Feng was rolling his eyes internally, he felt puzzled. Those who frequently commit murder know that killing is easy, but disposing of the body is difficult. The third floor was clearly filled with human skin corpses. Searching for an entire afternoon, even if it were 2 pigs, should have yielded something. How could there be not a single clue? Recalling the strange events of many people going upstairs, but he alone reaching the 3rd floor, Chen Feng felt things were not so simple. Just then the intercom in the car suddenly rang. This is 823,235. Received. Understood. Old Li put down the intercom and turned around seriously. Sorry, mister. Chen, are you very hungry now? I'm fine. Chen Feng waved his hand indicating he was okay. What's up? Old Li explained, someone reported that someone is attempting suicide again on Cihang Bridge. We need to go take a look. Why do you say again? Is that bridge prone to incidents? Chen Feng asked in confusion. Old Li nodded. You're from out of town, so you wouldn't know. Since Cihang Bridge was built, there have been constant incidents of suicide. Later, the government installed some signs on the bridge to change this situation. Signs? Chen Feng was taken aback. Whenever someone walks over the life bridge, the lights in the railing light up and greeting messages appear, like feeling tired. How have you been lately? Does the person you like you back? And so on. Does that work? Chen Feng asked. Old Li replied, yes, after a year the number of people committing suicide on the bridge increased 6-fold. Oh, that's quite effective. Chen Feng asked, how could there be so many suicides? Is the pressure on the residents of Cihang City that great? Old Li informed Chen Feng. Actually, suicide has nothing to do with slogans or pressure. The reason so many people die on that bridge is because. After a pause, Old Li said, darkly, water ghosts. The rain outside grew heavier, the sound reminiscent of meat sizzling on a grill. Old Li pressed the horn and suddenly said mysteriously, Mr. Chen, would you like to hear a story? Here we go again. Zhang Ruobing rolled her eyes and covered her ears. I want listen, it's just nonsense. Old Li's voice suddenly lowered. Years ago, there was a wealthy boss who married a stunningly beautiful woman, like a figure stepped out of a painting. Not long after enjoying the good life, strange things began to happen. The boss' health deteriorated day by day, and neighbors said his wife was a harbinger of misfortune. But the boss was blinded by love and refused to believe it. Until one day, Old Li's voice rose sharply. The boss returned home early, and guess what happened? He caught his enchanting wife in the act of infidelity. Chen Feng's heart sank, realizing this was a modern retelling of the tale of Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian. Old Li seemed to read Chen Feng's thoughts and laughed. Are you thinking that the boss' declining health was due to his ruthless wife poisoning him, and after the truth was revealed, she and her lover killed him? Chen Feng nodded instinctively. Old Li said no. Chen Feng was taken aback. Did the boss in a fit of rage take revenge on his wife and her lover? Old Li revealed a smile that showed his yellowed teeth from smoking. That's not it either. Could there be a third possibility? Chen Feng was confused. Could it be that the boss, caught up in the excitement, joined them? Old Li revealed the truth. The boss opened the door expecting to see 2 lovers, but instead found his delicate wife holding a corpse drained of all blood, nothing but skin and bones. Chen Feng gasped in shock. Seeing his reaction, Old Li chuckled. Have you ever seen a human skin? Not only had he seen it, but he had also worn it. Chen Feng hurriedly asked what happened next. Then the boss was so horrified by the hellish sight that he died on the spot, losing consciousness. Old Li pointed ahead, saying, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself thrown off the Cihang bridge by his wife. The icy water filled his mouth and nose, and he drowned. With the boss' death, things turned dire. Old Li explained, the spirits of those who died unjustly, those who committed suicide, filled the water with their resentment. Unable to ascend to heaven or find peace, they could only wander at the bottom of the cold water for eternity. Moreover, the boss died such a tragic death, his resentment trapped in his chest, unable to be swallowed, thus transforming into a vengeful ghost. It is said that those who pass by the bridge at night can hear the water ghost proclaiming that one day he will rise from the riverbed to seek revenge on his wicked wife. So under the bridge lies a water ghost. Chen Feng understood. Old Li nodded affirmatively. Exactly. If it weren't for the water ghost, there wouldn't be so many suicides and accidents at the bridge in recent years. This is clearly the ghost looking for a substitute to free itself and seek revenge on that woman. Just as Old Li finished speaking, a mechanical voice sounded in Chen Feng's ear. It was the great benefactor system issuing a new task under the Cihang Bridge. A water ghost is causing trouble. This demon is transparent and hard to discern. Whenever it encounters a drowning person, it uses its cold, sinister energy to drag them into the depths. Objective: eliminate the water ghost. Reward 13 system points based on completion. Tall woman, human skin, lover, water ghost, husband. With this string of clues, Chen Feng seemed to understand what the ghostly entity that had entered the internet cafe and could turn invisible was. Seeing Chen Feng lost in thought, Old Li comforted him. Don't be afraid. No matter how fierce the water ghost is, it ultimately cannot leave the water. As long as you don't act foolishly like swimming in the river or fishing by the riverbank, you will be fine. But that was a huge problem. Chen Feng stammered, Uncle, did you know that water ghosts can come ashore? Old Li replied, oh, there are indeed tales of this. It's said that during heavy rain or floods, water ghosts can come ashore. Mr. Chen, I didn't expect you to know so much. How could I not know? I have seen it with my own eyes. Chen Feng just wanted to get out of the car and run away. Uncle Li, I suddenly don't feel hungry. Can you let me out? Don't rush, we're almost there. Old Li lightly pressed the brake, slowing the car down. At that moment, the rain was pouring down, and as the wipers brushed across the window for a brief moment, Chen Feng vaguely saw a blurred silhouette sitting on the slippery railing with legs dangling. That's him. Stay in the car. The car door opened, and 2 police officers rushed out into the torrential rain. Old Li shouted, don't act rashly. If there's a problem, talk it out. But as soon as he said this, the person jumped into the water. Zhang Ruobing screamed, no, don't jump. Save him. There was no time to hesitate. Old Li immediately took off his gear and shoes, preparing to leap over the railing. Zhang Ruobing's face turned pale. Master, I can swim too, we'll go. No way. Old Li knew well that being able to swim did not mean one could save someone. After all, a drowning person would grasp at anything desperately, and if the rescuer lacked experience, no matter how good a swimmer they were, it would be useless. So he shouted, go get the life rope from the trunk quickly. With that, Old Li leaped into the river. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had stealthily made his way to the driver's seat, ready to make a run for it. Seeing Zhang Ruobing return with red eyes, he hurriedly asked, what happened? Where's your master? Zhang Ruobing struggled to maintain her composure, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. My master jumped in to save him. What? Chen Feng's heart jolted. He jumped in. Didn't he know there was a water ghost below? Was he reckless? Zhang Ruobing opened the trunk and took out the life rope. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Wait, it'll help too. Zhang Ruobing glanced at Chen Feng. Thank you. As soon as he stepped outside, Chen Feng felt how heavy the rain was. Without wiping his face, he could hardly see the road ahead. The 2 arrived at the bridgehead. Chen Feng looked down for a long time before spotting the 2 people in the water. Old Li was desperately thrashing his arms, pulling a girl towards the shore, but she was struggling violently, even pushing Old Li's head underwater at one point. This was bad. The rain was too heavy, the water too swift, and now they had to save someone. Chen Feng's heart sank. He could see that under these adverse conditions, Old Li's movements had become awkward, and if this continued, he would soon run out of strength, and it would be over. On the other side, Zhang Ruobing quickly tied one end of the life rope to the rebar of the bridge, pier securing the anchor point. Throw it. She aimed and tossed the life rope down. Seeing the thrown rope, a spark of hope ignited in Old Li's heart, and he swam toward the rope with all his strength. Meanwhile, a cry for help came from beside him. The girl looked distressed and suddenly started to struggle wildly, as if she had swallowed water. Hurry, hurry. Old Li no longer conserved his strength, expertly hugging the life rope to his chest before reaching out to pull the girl. Chun Feng wiped the rain from his face, ready to guide both of them to the shore with the life rope. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The girl suddenly reached out, snatched the life rope, and pushed Old Lee hard in the chest with her other hand. That push was deadly. Old Lee was caught off guard and inhaled water into his lungs, but even so, he still managed to push the girl toward the shore. He pushed her towards life, yet she pushed him towards death. Watching Old Lee disappear from view, unable to swim back up, Zhang Rubing's brain went blank, completely breaking down. No. Master. Beast. Chun Feng immediately recognized the problem. From the very beginning, that girl had been thrashing about, exhausting Old Lee's strength, posing as a helpless swimmer. But once Old Lee was swept away, she immediately calmed down, conserving her energy, floating on the surface. Without a doubt, this bitch could swim. Watching the girl in the water, clinging tightly to the life rope, Chun Feng became increasingly furious, rushing to the railing, prepared to cut the rope and let that beast perish. At that moment, however, Zhang Ruobing stopped Chun Feng. I know you're angry, and I'm angry too, but saving lives is our duty. What you're doing is wrong. Chun Feng chuckled. That is she even human? Just as the two were debating, the girl below suddenly let out a distorted, deformed scream. What is that? Something in the water is grabbing my foot, pulling me, pull me up quickly. Was she acting again? Chun Feng shouted down, stop fooling around. But the girl not only didn't stop screaming, but struggled even more violently, splashing huge amounts of water. I'm not lying. There really is something down there, help. I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. Pull me up, please. The girl's pleas for help were abruptly cut off. Something had pulled her into the water. Zhang Ruobing felt the force on the rope become exceedingly strange. This was no ordinary girl's weight. Chun Feng wiped his face and looked down along the taut life rope, only to see the end of the rope empty, yet the whole rope was jerkily bouncing rhythmically. Something ghostly was climbing up the life rope. The rope appeared empty, yet it felt unbearably heavy. Faced with this strange phenomenon, Zhang Ruobing was momentarily stunned. What is this? A chill ran directly up Chun Feng's spine. He knew all too well what that was. It was the invisible water ghost that had killed everyone in the internet cafe. Chun Feng turned to Zhang Ruobing and shouted, quick, shoot at the rope, don't let it come up, hurry. Zhang Ruobing was confused. What? Chun Feng was frantic. There's no time to explain. The water ghost is coming up, can't you understand? Zhang Ruobing urged him to calm down. Take it easy, speak slowly. Speak slowly. No time for that. It was hard to reason with a stubborn ghost. Seeing the other party oblivious, Chun Feng chose to run. He didn't want to accompany this fool to his death. Just as Chun Feng left, Zhang Ruobing felt the rope lighten in his hand, and an icy, bone-chilling dread surged up. Was it the rain soaking his clothes that caused his body to lose warmth? Before Zhang Ruobing could contemplate the situation, a completely soaked, extraordinarily slippery, and immensely strong invisible hand seized his neck. Could this be the water ghost that Master spoke of? Before he could even scream, a tremendous force crushed his throat, leaving him powerless and falling to the ground. At that moment, a police car suddenly roared onto the scene. It turned out that after leaving, Chun Feng did not choose to flee in his car, but rather turned back, aiming at Zhang Ruobing. The most terrifying aspect of the water ghost was its invisibility. You could never know where its attack would come from, making it impossible to defend. But now there was only one person outside, and Chun Feng was convinced that the monster would definitely go after Zhang Ruobing. The moment it harmed someone was also the moment it revealed its location. Destroying the water ghost could earn 3 points, which rounds up to 3 lives. As the engine roared, Chun Feng slammed the accelerator, crashing into the area, radiating coldness. With a loud crash, blood splattered across the window, and the hood of the car caved in significantly. Chun Feng was jolted forward, his head spinning from the impact of the airbag. Damn, I forgot to fasten my seatbelt. Truly, there are countless paths on the road, but safety is the first rule. Driving recklessly leads to tears for loved ones. After a while, Chun Feng finally calmed down. Am I dead? He summoned the system, and upon opening his eyes, he saw that the task of eliminating the water ghost was still in an unfinished gray state, causing his heart to sink. I didn't die from that. Then what am I still doing alive? Chun Feng shivered. It was certainly not due to the air conditioning being too strong. That thing had entered. As soon as Chun Feng heard the sound of the car window shattering, a pair of large hands seized his neck. The hand was so slippery, was it covered in oil? It was said that water ghosts could float on the water. It turned out they swam like ducks gliding through the oil. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Chun Feng lost consciousness. Back in front of the same internet cafe with the same proprietress, Ting bent down and said, "Handsome, you don't look well. You'd better find a place to take shelter from the rain before it pours." Chun Feng opened his eyes and shook his neck. Compared to the water ghost's ability to turn its head 360 degrees, the proprietress' killing method felt less painful. No need, I just enjoy a bit of rain. Chun Feng waved goodbye to Ting and began to call out to his system. Just as he imagined. The number of saves is now down to 6. Dying 3 times on the first day this alternate world is indeed a bit sinister. No wonder so many predecessors have fallen. The Good Samaritan system was gone. But the good news was that the tasks of the Good Samaritan system had been retained. Task 1: destroy the Happy Internet Cafe. Task 2: eliminate the water ghost. Then came the box selection phase. In addition to the DS01DR and LS02 SHSG that he did not choose last time, the box at position 1 this time was numbered TY03SLD, which said, without taking small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without accumulating small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. At this point, Chen Feng had roughly figured it out. Now, with each readjustment and rebirth, he could choose a new system, and the things left behind by the previous system would also be retained. As for which box to choose, Chen Feng inquired about the meaning of those numbers from the system. The result was that the first abbreviation represented the origin of the system. For example, DS stands for urban system, LS represents historical system, and TY stands for sports system. Urban, historical, and sports. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain. It feels like these three are all trash. If only there were XH fantasy or XX fairy tales, even something like supernatural LY would suffice. As for the second number, it represents the type of system. 01 is a pure task system, specifically assigning tasks to users to earn system points, much like the Good Samaritan system. 02 is a pure exchange system, providing a system mall for users to exchange points for items similar to common apocalypse resource exchange systems. 03 is a hybrid system, signifying special functions that do not belong to 01 or 02, such as the save and load system that Chen Feng possesses. The last number is the abbreviation of the system's name. I currently have no points, so the box numbered LS02 SHSG is definitely excluded. Should I take a gamble and open box number 03? Forget it, that box is from sports. What if it turns out to be a system that only enhances basketball and soccer skills? What a waste that would be. I think I'll stick to the task system for now and accumulate some points. After careful consideration, Chen Feng ultimately chose DS01DR. Ding! Congratulations on successfully activating the Great Villain system. This system will help you earn a large amount of system points, quickly grow, and fulfill the grand dream of conquering the world. Task discovered. A girl named Zhong Jillian doesn't want to go to school. To scare her parents, she stands on Cihang Bridge and pretends to jump into the river to commit suicide. Task objective: since she seeks death, let her go die. Task reward: 1 system point. Zhong Jillian. Isn't she the girl who jumped off that bridge? Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He liked this task. The reward was a bit low, but honestly speaking, after witnessing that girl's heinous act of causing Old Li's death, even if it were free, Chen Feng would still want to eliminate her. Officer M from out of town. Just looking for a meal. Using the same excuse, Chen Feng got into Old Li's car. Next, the walkie-talkie should ring. Chen Feng contemplated whether to smash the walkie-talkie beforehand. As long as they didn't receive the task, they wouldn't have to save the suicidal girl and face that terrifying water ghost. But after thinking it through, it still wasn't safe enough. If the walkie-talkie broke, others could still use their mobile phones. Moreover, just like a smart child wouldn't cry without their parents around. From the task hint, the girl named Zhong stood on the bridge because she didn't want to go to school, not because she genuinely wanted to die. Therefore, if no one went to save her, she wouldn't jump into the river, and Chen Feng's task would inevitably fail. Thus, this trip was unavoidable. Just as Old Li hung up the walkie-talkie, he heard Chen Feng say, "I'm not hungry. Officer Li, you can go about your business." Off. Old Li was stunned. He hadn't even said anything yet the other party had already learned to respond first. Zhang Ruobing asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Old Li said someone is committing suicide again on Cihang Bridge. Chen Feng pretended to be surprised. Cihang Bridge. There are water ghosts down there. How does he know there's a water ghost? Old Li looked astonished. Wasn't this kid claiming to be from out of town? How did he know so much about the supernatural tales of Cihang City? Moreover, a young man like you actually believes in ghosts. Have you ever seen a ghost? Just thinking so naively. I not only saw one, but I was also killed by one. Chen Feng recited, As for ghosts and deities, it's better to believe in their existence than to disbelieve. Let me tell you a story about a water ghost. Old Li began to doubt his life. What he's saying are all my words. Therefore, the frequent suicide incidents at Cihang Bridge are related to the water ghost, which not only can become invisible, but can even come ashore on rainy days. As Chen Feng finished the story, he felt the vehicle slow down. We've arrived. Old Li lightly stepped on the brake. Looking at the figure sitting on the bridge railing, he turned his head and said, "Mister, Chen, wait for us in the car. We will be back soon." Chen Feng nodded. Based on his previous experience, he only needed to wait in the car for the water ghost to appear, kill 3 people, and then drive away to easily complete the task. But why did he feel so uneasy? Old Li was a good person. To save others, he would jump into the rushing river without hesitation, even pushing a girl towards the shore after she had taken his life-saving rope. Such a good person should not die here. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suddenly changed his mind. Wait a minute. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the two, he pointed out, are you going to save someone empty-handed? All right. Prompted by Chen Feng, Old Li suddenly remembered that there was a life rope in the trunk. After retrieving the life rope, Chen Feng voluntarily said, I'll go too. Just like the previous scenario. After confirming that someone was there to witness the suicide performance, the girl with the surname Zhong jumped off the bridge without hesitation. Ruobing, help me check the position of the drowning person. I'll go save her. Seeing Old Li about to take off his clothes and repeat the same mistake, Chen Feng quickly advised, Uncle Li, don't jump. We only have one life rope. If you jump down too, not only will we be unable to save her, but you might also endanger yourself. If it was just a reminder about the dangers of rescuing someone, Old Li would never give up. But hearing that his jumping would instead put 2 lives at risk, Old Li hesitated. But can we really save someone with just the life rope? Old Li's worry was not unfounded. A life rope is not the same as a life jacket. If the girl didn't know how to use it, she wouldn't be saved. Chen Feng wiped his eyes and pointed down, saying, Uncle Li, look at the water below. The current is so strong. She is neither flailing nor panicking, and she is very stable on the water surface. This is not something someone who can only tread water could do. It's true. Those involved might be confused, but the onlookers could see clearly, and under Chen Feng's reminder, Old Li understood. Throw it. With a command, Zhang Ruobing threw the life rope in front of the girl. Seeing the rope that could be reached with just a little effort, the girl remained unmoved, not moving at all. Zhang Ruobing anxiously said, she must be running out of strength. No, that's not right. Old Li corrected, someone who can't swim will desperately grab anything that can float. The fact that she isn't grabbing it means she's still fine. An old hand is indeed an old hand. Chen Feng was truly afraid that Old Li would be deceived by the girl's performance and jump into the river, ruining everything. Since Old Li was not fooled, he only needed to wait for the water ghost to appear to successfully complete the task. It's about time. As Chen Feng's words fell, the girl who had been floating on the water suddenly sank to the bottom. Help! Bloop, bloop, bloop. Noticing something was wrong, Old Li immediately threw out the rope, but the river's surface was turbulent and there was nothing to be seen. Where was the girl? Chen Feng heard the system's prompt in his ear ding. Mission completed. Congratulations, player has gained 1 system point. 1 point can be exchanged for 1 save point. This life was not in vain. Chen Feng looked at the life rope, and just like last time, the end of the rope had nothing, yet it was taut and moving in jerks. Zhang Ruobing was stunned. What is this? Chen Feng shouted to Old Li. Uncle Li, quickly cut the rope. The water ghost is coming up. Water ghost. Looking at the strange scene before him, Old Li suddenly recalled what Chen Feng had said earlier about the water ghost coming ashore and being able to become invisible, and immediately drew his gun. Zhang Ruobing asked in confusion, Master, what are you doing? Although it was invisible to the naked eye, if the water ghost wanted to come up along the rope, it could only move in a straight line. Old Li aimed down and fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. With the crisp sound of gunshots as the bullets were fired, some blood suddenly splattered from the air. Zhang Ruobing cried out, hardly believing her eyes. How could there be blood in the air when there was clearly nothing? Chen Feng reminded, it's useless to shoot at it, shoot the rope. Right. Old Li aimed at the rope, and with a bang the rope snapped, and the severed end dropped to the water's surface, immediately causing an unusual and massive splash. Zhang Ruobing's voice trembled, Master, that can't be. Old Li's face became grave. The water ghost. The scene fell into an eerie silence, only the sound of the wind and rain howled around them. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, what are we standing here for? Zhang Ruobing explained, according to protocol, we should secure the scene, confirm the position of the drowning person, and notify the fire department to retrieve the body. As she spoke, Zhang Ruobing took out her phone only to find there was no signal at all. Chen Feng urged, forget about the body. If we don't run, we will become the bodies. Old Li was taken aback. Run. That thing isn't dead yet. It definitely isn't dead. Chen Feng said decisively. Last time he drove to crash into that monster, and still couldn't kill it. A few bullets were useless. The three hurried back to the car, started the engine, and began to flee. Old Li stepped on the gas, still feeling grateful. Brother Chen, thanks to you this time. If it weren't for this young man reminding me to take the life rope and advising me not to jump, I might have already fallen victim to the water ghost. Chen Feng waved his hand. It's nothing. Where are we heading now? Old Li turned the steering wheel. First we'll return to the bureau to change into dry clothes then. As he was saying this, Old Li saw Zhang Ruobing pick up the walkie-talkie, trying to report the situation, and hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute. Zhang Ruobing asked in confusion, what's wrong, Master? How do you plan to explain to the higher-ups? I'll tell the truth. The truth. The water ghost killed the drowning person and then came up to chase us. Old Li shook his head. Do you think they will believe that? I don't want to send you to the 4th mental hospital. Well, Zhang Ruobing hesitated. In fact, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it herself. By the way, we have the body camera. Strange, why is the body camera broken? A phone with no signal, a broken body camera. Remembering the power outage experience at the Happy Internet Cafe, Chen Feng speculated that every time they encountered something evil, the electrical devices would malfunction. But Zhang Ruobing still didn't want to give up. No matter what, we cannot let that water ghost continue to harm people. Old Li remained silent for a long time before making a decision. This matter will be handled by the master. You should go back and get some sleep and forget about what happened today. But enough. Old Li slammed on the brakes, pointing at Zhang Ruobing's nose and sternly reprimanding. This is not something you can manage. What if you encounter danger? How can I explain it to your deceased father? Zhang Ruobing also refused to back down. Master, what if something happens to you? What will happen to the mistress? Chen Feng was puzzled. Old Li was so old, yet he didn't have any children. At this moment, the three of them in the car were still unaware. Shortly after their vehicle departed, a series of sunken footprints suddenly appeared on the flooded road, washed by the heavy rain. But strangely, there was not a single person in sight above the footprints. A sharp click echoed. Lao Li flipped open the lid of his windproof lighter, reaching for a cigarette, only to fumble through an empty pack. The more agitated one feels, the stronger the urge to smoke. Spotting a small convenience store ahead, Lao Li gently pressed the brake and pulled over. He muttered half apologetically, I'll just run in and grab a pack. Normally Zhang Ruobing would have objected, but her mind was utterly scrambled, leaving her no choice but to let him slip away unchallenged. Waiting inside the car, Chen Feng sat on pins and needles, every nerve screaming with discomfort. When he'd first climbed in, his soaked clothes clung tightly to his skin, sending chills across his body. But after minutes trapped in the sealed, humid cabin, his skin grew clammy, then itched unbearably. He needed to dry his clothes and take a hot shower before tomorrow's fever became inevitable. Chen Feng called out to Zhang Ruobing, who stood dazed. Hey, you turn on the air conditioning. Zhang Ruobing responded like a sleepwalker. Okay. A gust of cold air rushed in, and Chen Feng instinctively shuddered. Why did you set it to cold? Ah, sorry. She snapped back to awareness and adjusted the controls. Strange, I did set it to heat. Then where was this chill coming from? If not the AC. Chen Feng's face paled. He flung open the door and looked behind. The rain-lashed pavement revealed a manhole cover hurled skyward, and before it a trail of deep advancing footprints closing in fast. We're doomed. His voice cracked with terror. Uncle Li, get in. The water ghost is right behind us. What? Lao Li followed Chen Feng's pointing finger and froze. The footprints were already less than 10 meters away. Such relentless vengeance, to hunt us down here. Lao Li drew his service pistol and fired into the empty ground ahead of the prince. He could flee, but his wife waited at home. He would never leave this thing to her doorstep. Bang, bang. Blood spattered from midair as bullets struck their unseen target, and the footprints in the puddle began to stagger and blur. Relief flashed across Lao Li's face. It's working. Zhang Ruobing leapt from the passenger seat. Master, I'll help. Side by side, master and apprentice unleashed a furious crossfire, emptying 2 spare magazines in seconds. The standard issue Type 92 police pistol held 15 rounds, dual-column feed, compact and lethal. Watching the footprints advance despite their barrage, Zhang Ruobing felt reality itself unravel. We've fired at least 50 shots. 50 shots, and it still moves? Is this even a carbon-based life form? Out of ammo, Lao Li yanked out his baton and shouted, Run, I'll hold it off. Zhang Ruobing shook her head. No, I won't leave. Then, a roar of engine revving. Chen Feng, gripping the wheel like a seasoned driver, slammed the accelerator and charged straight toward the footprints. A heavy thud. The airbag slammed Chen Feng sideways, dizzy, disoriented. But this time the seatbelt kept him anchored, sparing him worse injury. An invisible entity was hurled backward, landing hard in the floodwater, leaving a perfect human-shaped impression. Is it dead? Lao Li lunged forward, baton raised, and brought it down again and again. Yet each strike slid harmlessly off the creature's slick surface like striking wet soap. What law of physics allowed this? Before Lao Li could grasp it, the water ghost rose, and with a single motion flung both man and baton aside. Master! Zhang Ruobing collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. Bullets. Blunt force. Every tactic had failed, leaving her hollow with despair. Was the water ghost truly unkillable? No. Chen Feng stepped out of the car and remembered the strange resistance he'd felt during his last death. Suddenly it clicked. Oil. The creature was coated in oil. That's why the baton slipped. Wait, oil. A daring idea sparked. Chen Feng shouted, Uncle Li, where's your windproof lighter? Lao Li lay sprawled on the ground, baffled. What on earth was this young man planning? A final smoke before death. Still, the kid knew his gear, recognized the premium windproof model at a glance. Here. Leave it to me. A crisp click. With his right hand, Chen Feng flipped open the metal lid engraved with the words for father With his left he shielded the flame as he strode swiftly toward the footprints. Scritch, scritch. Icy air bit at his skin. He scraped the flint wheel again and again, his thumb blackened raw and stinging, until finally a tiny flame flickered to life. Thank heavens for this elite wind and drain-resistant marvel. Chen Feng thrust the flame onto the water ghost. Logic dictated water extinguished fire, but tonight he would defy logic itself, fire conquering water. Whoosh! The creature erupted into blinding, all-consuming flame. Blinding light. Scorching heat. Lao Li and Zhang Ruobing stared speechless, unable to process what unfolded before them. Water and fire locked in eerie harmony as a blazing, writhing human torch twisted violently beneath the downpour. And with the creature's contortions came a shriek, inhuman, primal, bestial. Chen Feng stepped back twice and smiled faintly. I can't understand that. Do you speak human? The storm raged on, but could not quench the inferno, until at last the flames consumed the water ghost entirely, leaving only a charred, crumbling husk. Mission complete. Water ghost eliminated. Evaluation perfect. Reward 3 system points. In that instant, confirmation of its death, exhaustion, cold, and gnawing hunger crashed over Chen Feng like a tidal wave. He collapsed utterly spent. It had been grueling, but it was over. Everything fell perfectly into place. The suicidal girl who'd killed Lao Li in his previous loop had finally met her retribution. Good deeds bore fruit, though Lao Li had broken several bones and would need hospital care for days he lived. The water ghost, responsible for countless deaths, was gone. And so tonight no one at Xingfu Internet Cafe would meet their end. Chen Feng had completed 2 missions, earned 4 system points, and survived the monstrous cafe owner Ms. Yiting. Lying flat across the rear seat, Chen Feng felt a radiant future beckoning, warm, golden, within reach. But once tension dissolved, fatigue flooded in, deep, irresistible, amplified by the gentle warmth of the car's heater. Just a quick nap first. His eyelids grew leaden. He closed them and slipped into a dream, vivid, intoxicating, deliciously illicit. In it, Ms. Yiting lounged lazily on a bed, crooking a finger. Come play handsome. Strange, why dream her? Was it repression? He glanced around, and something stirred in his subconscious. This scene, it felt hauntingly familiar. It was his first crossing, the moment he'd been taken in by Ms. Yiting and hired as manager of Xingfu Internet Cafe. Back then he'd fallen asleep early and dreamed exactly this, lush, euphoric, unrestrained. Then he died in ecstasy. So now as then, past and present converged. Reality intruded. Hey, wake up. Master's treating you to dinner. Huh? What, eh? Staring at Chen Feng slumped in the back seat, lifeless skin stretched taut over bone, Lao Li and Zhang Ruobing gaped in frozen horror. The humid and hot air once again hit Chen Feng's face, and he knew that a new cycle had begun. Handsome, you don't look well. You better find a place to take shelter before it rains. You've been chasing me to kill me. How could I be well? Despite a belly full of anger, Chen Feng forced a smile and waved, saying, next time, definitely next time. After sending the boss lady away, Chen Feng began to calm down and reflect on the events of the previous cycles. I've died again. If it weren't for the save system ID, 3 lives by now. No wonder so many predecessors have fallen to this place. Indeed, has its peculiarities. From my first and fourth experiences, no matter where I am, whether in the happy internet cafe or on a car several kilometers away, as long as I fall asleep, I will be dragged into a dream by the boss lady, only to be sucked dry and perish. So if I want to see tomorrow's sun, I must take the initiative and eliminate the boss lady before sleeping. With his goal determined, Chen Feng began to call upon the system. User Chen Feng save attempts 5 system points. 4 task, eliminate the happy internet cafe. Incomplete task, eliminate the water ghost. Completed. Completed tasks cannot be repeated, so it seems my plan to farm points with the suicidal girl and the water ghost has fallen through. Chen Feng looked at the 4 system points he had earned last time and did not rush to exchange them for save attempts. After all, he needed to choose a new system soon, and it would be awkward if he encountered a good exchange system but had no points to trade. It was still the same box to choose from. This time the new box replacing the evil deed system was numbered LY03ZQZG, and it stated the goal is to become a master of ghosts. This is. Seeing the number representing the system's origins as paranormal, LY Chen Feng was overjoyed, with countless classic paranormal figures swirling in his mind. The Maoshan Taoist mastering the 5 thunder rites, the exorcist wielding a silver crossbow, the Onmyoji controlling Shikigami, and the medium communicating with gods and ghosts. Finally, I've drawn a treasure. Without a trace of hesitation, Chen Feng grasped the paranormal box and instantly refined it. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the strongest ghost catching system. A piece of text appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. 1. Defeat ghosts through combat. 2. Fulfill the ghost's obsessions and wishes. When the user fulfills both conditions, they can capture the ghosts and make them subordinates. Not only must I win, but I also need to fulfill their wishes. These conditions are truly harsh. Although the conditions were strict, Chen Feng had a good option in front of him, the water ghost. Firstly, Chen Feng knew the water ghost's weakness of being afraid of fire, and he had successfully slain the water ghost last time, so fulfilling the first condition should not be a problem. Secondly, during the second cycle, Chen Feng had witnessed the water ghost entering the happy internet cafe, and in the third cycle, he had heard Old Li recount the story behind the water ghost, so Chen Feng was certain that the water ghost's wish was to take revenge on the boss lady. After confirming his target, Chen Feng still blocked Old Li and another person coming out of the internet cafe, with the central idea being 6 words, "Officer, hungry food." Then he headed to the Cihang Bridge. During the journey, Old Li recounted the story again. The reason so many people died at Cihang Bridge is because of the water ghost. Chen Feng, oh. Old Li was surprised. Aren't you shocked? That's a water ghost. Chen Feng coldly replied, say something that everyone doesn't know. Feudal superstition is not even worth listening to the news. Zhang Ruobing turned on the radio, and after a soothing background music segment, a male announcer's standard voice rang out. The annual Youth Mental Health Work Special Report Conference will be held at 9 a.m. at the City Administrative Center Conference Hall at the end of this month. The conference has invited renowned professors in the field of mental health in the city, aiming to guide minors to embrace the online world with a green, healthy, and civilized attitude. Accompanied by the boring news, the car arrived at Cihang Bridge. Then it was the same old story. A girl jumped into the river, the water ghost appeared, and began to climb the rope. However, this time Chen Feng did not let Old Li and the others cut the rope, but borrowed a lighter. Uncle Li, can I borrow your lighter? Sure, but I don't have any cigarettes. What's the point of lighting a cigarette? Watch me light a water ghost, this is more exciting. Saying this, Chen Feng lay in wait and ignited the water ghost, climbing up the rescue rope. The flames spread at a frenzied speed. Last time the water ghost was hit by a car and shot over 50 times before being consumed by flames, so this time the ignited water ghost did not completely die, but collapsed on the ground, temporarily losing its combat ability. Watching the charred human figure writhing on the ground, Chen Feng stopped Old Li and the other person who wanted to shoot and walked forward alone, saying, I know your story, and I know you were harmed and killed by a vile woman wanting revenge on her. And I have also been targeted by that wench. If I can't kill her, I won't survive tonight. So I think the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about we join forces? After a round of words, Chen Feng heard the system prompt in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have temporarily subdued the water ghost. Water ghost temporarily subdued. Resentment level 3 stars. Traits, likes water. The water ghost is immensely powerful in water and can teleport short distances through water bodies. Traits, likes rain. During rain, the water ghost can leave the shore and its form becomes blurry and hard to identify. Weakness, afraid of fire. Although born of water, the water ghost's entire body is covered in corpse oil, igniting upon contact with fire. Chen Feng's mind filled with detailed information about the water ghost. So the water ghost can temporarily teleport through water bodies. No wonder during the second cycle, the water ghost, which was clearly on the first floor of the internet cafe, suddenly appeared in the bathroom on the second floor, and during the fourth cycle, even though we had driven so far, it still caught up with us. As for the resentment level, that is the system's standard for measuring the combat power of ghosts. The more harm they cause, the heavier the resentment, and the higher the star rating, the stronger the power. After resolving the water ghost's matter, Chen Feng told the startled Old Li and the other person, the water ghost under Cihang Bridge has been subdued by me. It will no longer harm anyone. Old Li couldn't help but ask, thank you for saving me, but who exactly are you? Chen Feng replied, who I am is not important. What matters is that I am here specifically for the case of the missing homeless people. Old Li's eyes flashed with surprise. You also know about the missing homeless case? Chen Feng replied with a sound of affirmation. He did not want to arouse suspicion, but any person with normal intelligence would know which was more formidable, the boss lady with a bounty of 9 points and the water ghost with a bounty of 3 points. Thus, to deal with the boss lady, Chen Feng needed more combat power, so he had to persuade Old Li to help. Both officers, what I am about to say, please do not be afraid. In fact, the case of the missing homeless is not done by one person. Zhang Ruobing asked, how many people are there? Chen Feng clarified the misunderstanding. No, it's not a gang. What I mean is it's not done by humans at all. If it were usual, Zhang Ruobing would have definitely clicked her tongue, thinking this person was crazy. But after witnessing the incident with the water ghost, she was a little shaken. Are you saying that the case of the missing homeless is also related to supernatural forces? Exactly. Chen Feng laid out how the seductive boss lady lured the homeless to become internet cafe managers one by one, causing their deaths, turning them into human skins hung in the attic. That's unreasonable. Although Old Li had received quite a few tips and had long suspected the happy internet cafe, After today's investigation, we went to the third floor. Apart from some wood and sand, there was nothing unusual there. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking that sand absorbs water and wood is flammable. Oh, it seemed the boss lady had long known that the water ghost would come after her. As for not finding any human skin, could it have been collected by the boss lady? Oldly suggested, why don't we investigate again together? No, no, no. Chen Feng shook his head repeatedly. That boss lady had killed nearly 100 system-equipped transmigrators. Just the three of us going would be like sending ourselves to death. Uncle Lee, you need to call as many people as possible for help. Old Lee was quite troubled. To call people, we need evidence. Chen Feng urged, Uncle Lee, if we don't seal the Happy Internet Cafe tonight, there may not be another chance. We don't know how many people will be harmed by then. Upon hearing this, Old Lee's eyes gradually became resolute. All right, I trust you. Zhang Ruobing suddenly looked at her master. Master, what if it's fake? Old Lee told his apprentice not to say more. Even if it's fake, we must go. That is the meaning of being a police officer. Thus, an hour later, 3 police cars parked at the entrance of the Happy Internet Cafe, and amidst the blaring sirens and the sound of rain, 8 officers armed with heavy batons and stun guns got out of the cars, rushing into the Internet Cafe shouting, "Don't move, squat down with your hands on your head. We have important evidence and suspect that your Internet Cafe is related to the recent missing cases. Please cooperate with the investigation. Unrelated personnel, please leave the scene immediately." Chen Feng mixed in with the officers, feeling great. Boss lady, I'm coming. The captain said, "We caught a few minors." The response was, "Just give them a warning and let them go." After evacuating all the customers from the Happy Internet Cafe, Old Lee asked the 2 front desk cashiers squatting on the ground, "Where is your boss?" Zhu Xianxian raised her head and slowly replied, "The boss went out for errands and hasn't returned yet." What nonsense. Chen Feng clearly remembered that whether during the first or second reincarnation, the boss lady had always stayed in the Internet Cafe and never stepped out. Zhu Xianxian seemed like such a good girl, he never expected her to lie. Could she be in cahoots with the boss lady? Chen Feng opened the front desk computer. The first and second floors were business areas, so there were surveillance cameras. Through the footage, he quickly discovered that the boss lady had disappeared from the second floor stairs half an hour ago. Uncle Lee, look, she must have gone to the third floor. Sure enough, she has something to hide. Old Lee instructed his deputy Old Yang, "Cuff these 2 front desk clerks." Just after giving the order, Old Lee, still uneasy, added, "Don't use zip ties, go get handcuffs from the car." Handcuffs? Deputy Yang was quite surprised. Zip ties referred to disposable nylon ties favored by law enforcement due to their compact size and ease of carrying. However, they posed a risk of being broken free from by more powerful restraints. These 2 delicate girls didn't seem to have much strength. Was it really necessary to use handcuffs? Although he felt it was a bit of an overreaction out of trust for his partner, Old Yang agreed. All right. Now let's split into 3 teams. You 2 stay with Old Yang on the first floor, you 3 go to the second floor, and Ruobing Mr. Chen will go to the third floor together. After finishing, Old Lee was about to set off when he noticed Chen Feng standing still, so he asked, "Mr. Chen, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" "Of course not," Chen Feng replied sarcastically. "I think splitting up like characters in a horror movie and then getting picked off one by ghosts is quite reasonable." Zhang Ruobing became unhappy. "Can you speak properly?" However, upon further thought, Old Lee realized it was indeed a valid point. Then, aside from Old Yang watching the front desk, everyone else come together. A group of people hurried upstairs. The horrific scene they had anticipated did not appear. Instead, there were only wood, sand, and an entirely unrenovated empty hall, exactly as Old Lee had described. Chen Feng was puzzled. Where is the boss lady? Old Lee felt a jolt of fear in his heart. Although they hadn't found any human skin, a living person had gone up to the third floor and disappeared. Was there anything more bizarre than this? Someone walked towards the window. Did she jump out the window to escape? No, there's dust up here. There are no signs it was opened. Others speculated a secret room. A hidden chamber. Chen Feng felt something was off. I've been to the third floor before and saw plenty of human skin. Even if there is a secret room or hidden chamber, she wouldn't have time to move things quickly. Old Lee said we were here in the afternoon, and it looked exactly the same as what we see now. Your third floor and my third floor seem different. Zhang Ruobing helplessly said, there can't be 2 third floors, right? Don't say that, don't say that. An inadvertent remark from Zhang Ruobing instead sparked a realization in Chen Feng. They say cunning rabbits have 3 burrows. As the lair of a female demon, there might indeed be 2 third floors here. But what would be the condition to access the real third floor? Chen Feng recalled his second reincarnation. At that time, everyone had run to the third floor to escape the water ghost, but he was the only one who reached the third floor. In hindsight, that group of people might have ended up here. And what was the reason I could access the real third floor? Was I a traveler and therefore special? Chen Feng quickly dismissed this thought. If he was special and could access the third floor, there was no reason he couldn't do so now. What difference was there between his current self and the second reincarnation? Suddenly Chen Feng had a flash of insight and discovered the blind spot. I know. It's the key. Nearby Old Li was taken aback. Key. During his second reincarnation, Chen Feng had obtained a key here. At that time, the boss lady specifically warned him about 3 rules, one of which was to not go to the 3rd floor. Logically, she shouldn't have needed to remind him about that, as the false 3rd floor served as a cover. Even if someone went up, nothing would be discovered, but the boss lady specifically warned him, which meant that at that time Chen Feng had the qualification to enter the real 3rd floor. The key is the hidden door to the 3rd floor. Understanding this, Chen Feng immediately led everyone downstairs and caught a staff member on the 2nd floor who was leaning against the wall asking, "Where's your employee key?" The staff member mechanically replied, "Restart." "Damn it, idiot." Chen Feng directly went to search the person's pocket and quickly found a metal key identical to the one in his memory. Got it. Chen Feng had not yet had time to rejoice. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The staff member who had only been able to repeat restart suddenly made an inhuman clattering sound from his throat. Then with a snap, he broke free from the handcuffs, turned sharply, and reached for Chen Feng's neck with both hands. However, having experienced life and death several times, Chen Feng was no longer that inexperienced rookie. As soon as the other party made an unusual sound, he had already quickly retreated. At the same time, the responding officers raised their yellow tasers and prepared to fire. The crackling sound of electric shocks rang out, yet the staff member's figure showed no signs of halting. Except for Old Li and Zhang Ruobing, who had seen the water ghost, the remaining 3 officers gasped, "Is this still human?" Go! The electric shock was ineffective, and the 5 of them could only pounce on him, trying to subdue him. As police officers, their physical strength was far superior to that of ordinary people, but against the staff member, they were nearly unable to suppress him. What great strength! Old Li thought that Chen Feng was truly prescient. If it had just been the 3 of them, they might have really flipped the situation. At that moment, an officer grabbed the staff member's arm, trying to pin him down. However, with a forceful tug, the staff member's skin peeled off, like damp wallpaper. The officer was startled, and with that pull, a chain reaction occurred. The staff member's skin began to crack and peel at a visible rate, revealing the raw, bloody flesh underneath. Monster! Monster! Its skin has split open. Even the well-experienced officers had their voices change at this moment. After all the skin fell to the ground, the pile of rotten flesh lost its vitality and died completely. Chen Feng immediately heard the ghost-catching system prompt by his ear. False human resentment level false human. This internet cafe is indeed filled with monsters. Chen Feng quickly reminded. Hurry the walkie-talkie, let the people on the 1st floor be careful. Just then, with a snap, all the lights in the internet cafe suddenly went out. At that moment on the 1st floor, why did the power suddenly go out? It should be because of the rain. The visibility plunged into darkness, causing panic among the officers on the 1st floor. They reached out, preparing to turn on their shoulder lights. At that moment, a faint, dense rustling sound reached their ears. Bugs. The sound of clicking. Old Yang felt something small and hard yet soft beneath his feet. He thought it's summer now. Cockroaches, centipedes, spiders, cicadas, any kind of bug could be present, which isn't surprising, but what was surprising was the quantity. There were countless small moving things crawling up their pant legs. What is this? Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. In the midst of their panic, the shoulder lights finally turned on. 3 pale beams of light swept around, and they saw spiders. Many spiders, countless spiders. The 3 were covered in spiders, and the ground was swarming with even more writhing like a black carpet. Now they understood why this internet cafe was so clean. Not a single fly was present. How can there be so many spiders? Old Yang wanted to flee, but found his body unable to move. It was the silk the threads spun by the spiders tightly bound them in place. Don't leave, please. A seductive female voice echoed, and the 3 turned to see the most terrifying sight of their lives, almost beyond words. A swarm of spiders draped in pieces of skin the size of fingernails connected the skin fragments together, forming the figure of Zhu Xianxian. The sound of rustling filled the air as the wave of spiders engulfed the 3. Pain. So much pain. The sensation of being gnawed all over was enough to make one faint from agony. Old Li. Danger. Old Yang knew he wouldn't survive, so he reached for the walkie-talkie to warn his companions. But just as he opened his mouth, spiders crawled into his throat, causing him to cough violently. On the 1st floor, total annihilation. On the 2nd floor of the happy internet cafe. Hello? Can you hear me? The static crackling from the intercom filled the air as Zhang Ruobing shook her head at her master. Master, we can't get in touch with Team Yang. What if something happened to Old Yang? A sense of foreboding welled up in Old Li's heart when suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed, rapid and distinct. The experienced Old Li immediately drew his gun. There's someone here. A shadow emerged from the corridor. Who are you? Shooting without saying a word. Seeing the other party silent, Old Lee did not hesitate, raising his hand to fire quickly, bringing the figure down. Several shoulder lights illuminated the scene, revealing another fake person, a network manager. The stench of blood filled the air. Looking at the shredded flesh that had lost its human layer, the officers were horrified. Captain Lee, what the hell is this? Old Lee himself had no answer, responding only, why ask so much? Just get your guns out and shoot if you see anything. Chen Feng seemed to grasp a hint of the truth. Although this fake person was terrifyingly strong, it had a fatal weakness. If the human skin on its body was injured, it would immediately fall off and die. Hurry, downstairs. Thinking that his old partner Team Yang might still be unaware that the network manager was disguised as a monster, Old Lee was anxious and hurried the group to rush down. Hello, is anyone there? Old Yang. As they descended the stairs, no matter how Old Lee called out his colleague's name, there was no response. His mood plummeted. Undoubtedly those three had encountered trouble. A loud burp echoed. Accompanied by a rustling sound, Zhu Qianqian's figure gradually appeared from the darkness. Old Lee raised his gun and asked, where are your handcuffs? Where did my colleagues go? Them. Zhu Qianqian pursed her lips and patted her slightly bulging abdomen. They're in my belly. Before she could finish speaking, gunshots rang out as Old Lee opened fire. He truly acted decisively as the captain. After being hit multiple times, the others like Old Yang saw Zhu Qianqian's true form. Then they went mad. Oh. The officers frantically pulled the triggers, not realizing they had expended all their bullets. Even after being shot numerous times, Zhu Qianqian showed no signs of injury. With a stomp on the ground, countless spiders erupted forth, charging at the group at the staircase. Run! Upstairs! In an instant, the officer at the front was engulfed by the army of spiders. Damn it! Old Lee cursed loudly, pulling out a tear gas grenade from his waist, pulling the pin and throwing it directly into the spider swarm. A loud bang echoed. Countless white pungent smoke billowed out, instantly killing many of the small spiders. Amidst Zhu Qianqian's shrieks, a few managed to escape back to the second floor. But as they ran, the two in front suddenly froze. What are you standing there for? The spiders are catching up. Chen Feng patted the two, but realized something was off. He didn't feel like he was touching humans, but rather stone. What's wrong? A bad premonition rose in Old Lee's heart. Cautiously approaching, the three discovered that the two officers who had run ahead had actually turned into lifelike, gray-white statues. This is impossible. Old Lee felt a jolt in his heart, unable to believe his eyes. Just as their attention was drawn to the statues, a hissing sound like a snake echoed above, and a thick, powerful snake tail struck down with lightning speed, wrapping around Zhang Rubing's waist and lifting her off the ground. Master, save me. Before she could finish the word me, Zhang Ruobing was torn in half by the tail, warm blood pouring down like a rainstorm, splattering on Chen Feng and Old Lee. Ruobing. Old Lee wiped his face and looked up, only to see a long creature that was half human, half snake swiftly moving along the ceiling. In a fit of rage, he raised his gun and fired. Close your eyes. Don't look. The snake petrified. Chen Feng realized the danger the instant he saw the statue, almost instinctively closing his eyes and desperately warning Old Lee. Unfortunately, it was too late. I can't move. Old Lee's voice turned stiff as his body quickly became covered in a layer of gray-white stone, soon transforming into a cold statue. You are the vagrant I saw loitering at the entrance during the day. I told you to leave, but you didn't listen. Now do you regret it? A voice drifted down from the ceiling. Indeed, it was Shi Qingqing. Upon seeing the petrified figures, Chen Feng immediately thought of the blindfolded girl. Shi Qingqing praised, however, you actually found a way not to look into my eyes. That's quite clever. It has nothing to do with being clever at all. Chen Feng lowered his head, feeling ashamed. Because of Shi Qingqing's ample bosom, when he looked up, his first glance was directly at her chest, which allowed him to narrowly escape disaster. Seeing Chen Feng silent, Shi Qingqing slowly approached, coldly stating, I don't want to kill, but if you come to my door, don't blame me. Keeping his eyes closed was certainly not a match for this snake demon. Lowering his head, Chen Feng opened his eyes and, based on memory, ran toward a certain room on the second floor. Running won't help, let me give you a quick end. Shi Qingqing followed behind, not moving particularly fast. This was not because she wanted to spare Chen Feng, but because Old Lee had just shot her. Old Lee, your efforts will not be in vain. With a sudden burst of speed, Chen Feng slammed the bathroom door open. The water ghost could briefly teleport through water, and it had used this method to get to the second floor during the second cycle. So Chen Feng lunged toward the sink, quickly turning on the faucet, letting the water gush out, soaking his front. Water ghost, come to me. As the system called out, the water's surface in the sink suddenly began to churn violently. At that moment, Chen Feng also heard the sound of a snake, tail moving, scales scraping the ground. Shi Qingqing burst into the bathroom, softly saying, Give up the resistance, you just look into my eyes, it'll be over in an instant, it won't hurt. You've never died, how do you know it won't hurt? Chun Feng closed his eyes and scoffed. Have you ever died? Suddenly, Shi Qingqing noticed something was off. Cold. So cold. Snakes are cold-blooded animals and are extremely sensitive to temperature changes, so Shi Qingqing immediately noticed the drop in temperature as the water ghost descended. Without hesitation, she charged at Chun Feng. Feeling the wind rush towards him, Chun Feng shouted, "Water Dad, save me." With a loud crash and splashes of water, a blurry, distorted, transparent figure emerged from the sink. What? Before Shi Qingqing could react, an immense, overwhelming force slammed into her, sending her flying against the corridor wall with a thud. That impact was quite severe. Before Shi Qingqing could recover, she felt a pair of slippery, cold hands gripping her neck. Water ghost. Realizing the identity of her attacker, Shi Qingqing's eyes widened as she looked at it, intending to petrify it. But the water ghost, undeterred, forcefully twisted Shi Qingqing's beautiful head off. Shiji. Level of resentment. From the moment Chun Feng received Shi Qingqing's profile from the system, he knew the danger had passed. Yet even so, he dared not open his eyes. Instead, he groped blindly through the darkness, stumbling forward by memory alone until he staggered out of the restroom. In myth, the hero Perseus slew the sea monster Cetus using Medusa's severed head, so even a dead serpent demon demanded utmost caution. The consequence? Chun Feng tripped over Shi Qingqing's body and crashed face first onto the floor. Ouch! Wincing and grimacing, he had barely emerged from the restroom when a soft skittering sound, like countless insects in motion, reached his ears. He lifted his head to see Zhu Qianqian's silhouette appear at the stairwell. They stared at each other and simultaneously asked, "You're still alive?" Huh. Zhu Qianqian paused, then laughed. You actually thought that single tear gas grenade could take me down? Chun Feng sensed she was bluffing. Though tear gas was no explosive, hand grenade detonating it at close range could still induce severe physiological reactions, even death. And for tiny arachnid creatures like spiders, it would be catastrophic. That one grenade had surely obliterated at least half of Zhu Qianqian's body. So he retorted, "You couldn't possibly be unscathed." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As if hearing a jest, Zhu Qianqian lifted the human skin covering her abdomen, revealing a dense cluster of spider eggs pulsing within each, cracking open to birth swarms of newborn arachnids. Chun Feng recoiled in shock. What a... Zhu Qianqian pointed to fragments of a police uniform embedded in her flesh and smiled. As long as there's living tissue, my children multiply endlessly. But tell me, did that serpent girl fail, eh? And somehow let you survive? Before Chun Feng could reply, she murmured to herself, so cold. Ah, the water ghost has arrived. That explains it. Ah, the water ghost has arrived. That explains it. Countless tiny spiders surged forward, coalescing instantly into a humanoid shape ahead. The invisible water ghost had attempted to approach Zhu Qianqian stealthily, but her swarm detected him at once. Now exposed, the water ghost abandoned hesitation and lunged straight at Zhu Qianqian. Too slow. Did you get petrified by that serpent girl? At the very instant the water ghost reached out to seize her, Zhu Qianqian's form dissolved, shattering into a cloud of spiders, and unleashed silken threads that ensnared him. Those threads could bind an adult man immovably in place, but against the water ghost they proved barely sufficient. With a single surge of strength, the water ghost tore through the web, but by then Zhu Qianqian had already scattered across his body as thousands of minuscule spiders. No matter how immense his power, he could do nothing. Chun Feng watched, growing increasingly desperate. Though formidable, the water ghost lacks area effect attacks. Kill as many spiders as you like. New ones hatch ceaselessly. This stalemate guarantees defeat. If the water ghost falls, I'll perish too. I must act now. In that frantic instant, a thought struck him like lightning. A pesticide would help. Or fire. Smoke would suffice. Wait, smoke. Yes. Tear gas. Chun Feng whirled and sprinted toward the stone statue. Though petrification had only affected flesh, not clothing or gear, he searched frantically and found only a single tear gas grenade. Not enough. Chun Feng panicked. One grenade might break the water ghost free from the swarm, but defeating Zhu Qianqian, hopelessly inadequate. Meanwhile, the water ghost staggered backward repeatedly, on the verge of collapse. Zhu Qianqian's voice echoed, disembodied, already faltering. So the serpent girl's petrification does have some effect after all. Petrification. Chun Feng suddenly recalled Shi Qingqing still lay motionless in the restroom. No choice but to gamble. Gritting his teeth, Chun Feng dashed back toward the restroom, keeping his gaze fixed on the ceiling the entire way. Once inside, he dropped low and began searching blindly on the floor. His fingers brushed something cold and scaly, a long serpentine form. Tracing upward, he encountered two soft, rounded masses. Sorry. After apologizing, he felt silky tresses and a smooth, round head beneath his palms. Guiding it upright by touch, he burst out of the restroom. just in time to see the water ghost pinned helplessly beneath the writhing spider swarm. Devouring you will make me stronger. As Zhu Qianqian exulted triumphantly, Chen Feng's shouted voice ringing out, all eyes on me, now. All eyes on me, now. Look at me. Look at me. His sudden jarring cry seized the spider's attention. One flaw of arachnids, their 8 eyes, meant they instantly registered the object clutched in Chen Feng's hand. Then came the shriek, "No!" and the swarm began turning white, swiftly, irrevocably. In entomological pest control, red imported fire ants are eradicated by pouring molten aluminum, over 1,000 degrees Celsius, into their nests. Once cooled and excavated, high-pressure water jets reveal a gleaming silver-white cast of the colony's architecture. Now the spider swarm resembled precisely such a cast, except carved not in metal but in stone. Chen Feng received Zhu Qianqian's profile from the system. Ren Pai Zhu human skin spider. Level of resentment. After dispatching the 2 receptionists, Chen Feng and the water ghost paused briefly to catch their breath. The situation had deteriorated with dizzying speed. Chen Feng's composure fractured. Moments earlier he'd marched forward with a full contingent, confident, resolute, certain he could overthrow the hostess in one decisive strike. Yet in the blink of an eye he stood utterly alone, no allies, no backup. Only himself and a grievously wounded water ghost. Through the system, Chen Feng monitored the water ghost's real-time status. Poisoned, burnt, petrified. So those spiders carry venom too. When did the water ghost get burned? Oh right, my fault. Sorry. Muttering, Chen Feng retrieved another key from the fallen network administrator and handed it to the water ghost, then ascended step by step toward the 3rd floor. Ascending the stairs, a familiar stench, rotting, putrid, suffocating, washed over him. That smell, exactly as he remembered. Where an empty, unfinished shell once stood, a grotesque forest of flayed human skin now pulsed with eerie familiarity. Chen Feng knew his suspicion was confirmed. This key was the true gateway to the authentic 3rd floor. Darling husband, you've come home. A voice honeyed and seductive drifted down. Chen Feng scoffed, step out and see clearly. Who exactly is your husband? Who are you? Her voice sounded faintly familiar. She stepped forward and locked eyes with Shen Qingqing's gaze. Chen Feng held no interest in conversation with such a vile woman. So as he climbed, he cradled Shen Qingqing's severed head in his hands, intending from the first glance to ambush the hostess with its petrifying power. Ah, she'd been struck. Hearing her shriek, Chen Feng dropped the head instantly, only to discover that though her face was encased in stone, her body remained supple, unpetrified. Like the water ghost, she possessed resistance to petrification. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Chen Feng roared, now attack. A pair of hands closed around her throat, belonging to the water ghost who had ascended silently beside him, cloaked in invisibility. Handsome, if you plan to ambush someone, don't shout at first. Though alerted by his shout, her petrified limbs moved stiffly, too slowly to evade. With a sickening crack, her head snapped clean off and rolled away, thudding hollowly onto the floor. Is it over? Chen Feng frowned deeply. Instinct warned him this was far from finished. At that very moment, the severed head, still in the water ghost's grip, suddenly opened its eyes. A haunting, beguiling smile curled its lips as it whispered, darling, don't rush so. Can one still speak after losing one's head? Chen Feng's heart lurched in terror. He truly had no idea how to kill a creature that remained alive, headless. If it defied understanding, he would not dwell on it. The water ghost lunged toward the severed head on the floor, intent on crushing it. When suddenly, splash, a sudden metamorphosis erupted. At the innkeeper's mental command, the flayed human skin suspended in the 3rd floor hall instantly stirred to life, coordinated, sentient, and surged toward the water ghost. As the old saying goes, a single chopstick snaps easily, but 10 bound tightly together cannot be broken. Individually, a single flayed skin would tear apart under the water ghost's grip, but hundreds converging at once pinned him flat to the ground, immobilizing him completely. Ruined, holding his own severed head, Chen Feng could only watch helplessly from the side. Though he knew the serpent demon's gaze could petrify living beings, it required eyes. Yet this foe had none. Rise. Do you no longer seek vengeance? At Chen Feng's cry, the water ghost let out a guttural roar and strained to stand, only to collapse again and again beneath the relentless press of flayed skins. Perhaps victory would have been possible in full strength. Chen Feng set down his head, drew the heavy-duty telescopic baton he'd taken from Lao Li, and resolved to act himself. Strike the leader first. The innkeeper's skull shattered, and the flayed skins would surely cease their assault. With that thought, Chen Feng brought the baton down in a fierce overhead strike. A deafening clang. Half her face exploded in gore. Did it work? Chen Feng stared at the mangled flesh. Then darkness flooded his vision. A wave of profound weakness crashed over him. He twisted his head and saw to his horror that one flayed skin had silently coiled itself around his back. Damn you, die. He wrenched the skin free with violent force. Yet as he did, crimson motes, like fireflies, began drifting from its surface, swirling toward the innkeeper. The moment those scarlet sparks fused with her shattered skull, thick, pulsing tendrils of raw crimson flesh erupted, reknitting bone and tissue at inhuman speed. The ashen stony crust across her face cracked and sloughed away, revealing supple blood-tinged skin beneath. Were these motes healing her? Chen Feng grasped it instantly. If the innkeeper were a mosquito, the flayed skins were her proboscis. Each sip of stolen vitality accelerated her regeneration. In moments she reassembled her skull perfectly and smiled. Handsome, we've met only once. Yet you know me so well. You even brought my late husband upstairs with you. Chen Feng gave a bitter laugh, his limbs trembling, nearly buckling from drained stamina. Is this all you're capable of? Underhanded tricks? Fight me fairly. His voice rang with righteous indignation. Yet the moment the innkeeper relaxed her guard, he hurled a concealed projectile straight at her. Oh, you're wicked handsome. I like that. She caught it effortlessly, only to find it was a live tear gas grenade pin pulled. A sharp detonation. The innkeeper crumpled unconscious, her controls severed, and the flayed skins froze mid-motion inert. Seizing the opening, the water ghost broke free and lunged. This was his final chance. Just as his fingers closed in, her form blurred and reappeared several meters away. Teleportation. Chen Feng sucked in a cold breath. She could command flayed skins to siphon vitality for rapid healing, invade dreams across vast distances, to slay targets, and now evade attacks through instantaneous relocation. An opponent so monstrously versatile inspired sheer despair. One strike missed. She commanded the skins anew, pressing him down, draining him relentlessly, until within moments the water ghost dissolved into a greasy puddle of corpse soil. Water ghost temporarily subjugated, dissolved. Wish quest failed. It's your turn now. She advanced step by measured step, the crisp click-clack of her stiletto heels echoing across the floor. Chen Feng held her gaze, unblinking, unflinching. Come on. Kill me. So it was just my life she wanted. Take it. She tilted her head, faintly surprised. You do possess remarkable grit. Chen Feng snorted coldly. A life traded for intelligence was a bargain well struck. Next time grant me a cultivation system, and I'll cleave this abomination in two with a single celestial sword strike. As she drew nearer, Chen Feng's eyelids grew leaden. His body slumped, skin desiccating, graying, crumbling inward, until only an empty, hollow human skin remained, just as before. Save reload, count 4. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. Innkeeper He Ting said softly, handsome, you look unwell. You'd best find shelter before the rain begins. Chen Feng nodded vigorously. Yes. And would you like to take refuge here? Yes, absolutely. He seized her delicate hand. I'm a vagrant. I haven't eaten in days. Could you possibly hire me as a network administrator? Another prey ensnared. A flicker of delight lit her inner thoughts, yet her voice feigned hesitation. You wish to join us? Please, grant me the honor of joining your team. Chen Feng clasped her hand with earnest sincerity. As they entered the shop, he happened upon Lao Li and Zhang Ruobing stepping out, and suddenly recalled something. Officer, he called out, there's something urgent I need to tell you. Lao Li asked, what is it? Chen Feng spoke gravely, do not enter the water today. Your life depends on it. Lao Li chuckled, why on earth would I go into the water without reason? A soft, derisive TSK echoed in the air. Zhang Ruobing rolled her eyes. Madman. Let's go, master. Everything necessary had been done. After the last battle, Chen Feng had realized such creatures fought on a plane beyond mortal aid. Worse, during the climactic confrontation with the innkeeper, more allies meant more targets for the flayed skins to drain, making her exponentially harder to defeat. This time he and the water ghost alone would suffice. Chen Feng checked his system. Water ghost temporarily subjugated. Status healthy. Good. Once again restored, and this time at peak strength. Now he needed only wait for the rain, then summon the water ghost ashore. Once preparations were complete, he turned his attention to the newly arrived crate. Designation XX01 DKQD, the path to heaven. Song and step. With one flick of the fingers the heavens are veiled. XX Xinxia. It had truly arrived. Chen Feng's elation soared, until his eyes fell upon the 01 suffix, dousing his excitement like icy water. Damn it. It was a quest system, akin to the benevolent and malevolent systems, issuing tasks to earn points. But Chen Feng faced a death struggle with the innkeeper, not some abstract point grind. What he needed was immediate combat enhancement, not points he couldn't spend. Moreover, Xiangxia World quests sounded perilous by nature. What if it assigned him something impossible? Eradicate the primordial demon sect or prevent the abyssal chaos? As a mere mortal, how could he possibly accomplish such feats? After careful deliberation, Chen Feng chose LS02 SHSG, the historical sanguis system which had accompanied him for some time, but remained unused due to his prior lack of points. Now he opened it to see what lay inside. As the crate split open, the system's chime rang true. Ding. Congratulations. User has successfully activated the mythical Three Kingdoms system. Mythology. The Three Kingdoms. Chen Feng suddenly realized he might have gravely underestimated this system. System No. 02 was astonishingly straightforward. It exchanged points for abilities. After careful study, Chen Feng quickly grasped that the Mythology Three Kingdoms system allowed him to spend system points to summon the heroic spirits of Three Kingdoms-era warriors, bestowing divine protection upon a target and granting them extraordinary enhancements. Opening the shop, 25 protective blessings were currently available. Categorized by faction, they included Shu's Guanyu Zhang Fei Zhao Yun Ma Chao Lu Bei Zhuge Liang and Huang Yueying. Wei's Chao Chao Xiaoho Dun Zhang Liao Su Chu Sima Igua and Jinji. Wu Sun Quan Lu Mengga Ning Huang Gai Zhouyu Lu Sun De Qiao and Sun Shangxiang. And the independent warlords Lu Bu Hua Tuo and Diao Chan. Each invocation of a warrior's blessing cost 1 point, 1 life. How exorbitant! Yet it is reasonable. Such transcendent power cannot be wielded freely without consequence. Had this system borne no price, its previous bearer would never have met such a grim end here. Chen Feng observed that these blessings fell into distinct categories. Some delivered raw brute force combat enhancement, like Lu Bu's blessing of invincibility, which doubled the protected target's fighting prowess. Others offered functional utility, such as Zhuge Liang's blessing of celestial observation, enabling divination of fortune and peril within 5 days. Even lifestyle-oriented blessings existed, like Zhou Yu's blessing of graceful bearing, which rendered the host strikingly handsome. These blessing names feel eerily familiar, as if plucked from a card game. Drawing on intelligence gathered from prior skirmishes, Chen Feng narrowed his selection to 3 blessings particularly effective against the proprietress. Ma Chao's blessing of iron cavalry guaranteed accuracy in all attacks. Lu Sun's blessing of humility rendered the protected immune to all abnormal status effects. Jiao Chan's blessing of discord compelled all male beings present to engage in immediate involuntary duels. With these 3, the proprietress will pose no further threat. As Chen Feng pondered this, a system alert chimed. The drowned spirit, having traversed great distance, now waited outside the door. It was time to advance the next move. To confront the proprietress, he must first sever her wings. The 4 pseudo-human net managers were negligible, but the 2 demonic receptionists were pivotal. Watching Shi Qingqing busily serve at the beverage bar, Chen Feng curled his lips into a sly, enigmatic smile, his strategy already crystallized in mind. As Chen Feng studied her, Shi Qingqing veiled behind black gauze studied him in turn. Some walk among the living, yet are already dead. Shi Qingqing mused inwardly. Ever since this man had ignored her warning and wandered recklessly nearby, only to fall under the proprietress's curse, his life had slipped irrevocably into countdown. Death was no longer a question of if, but when. She wondered only whether Zhu Xianxian would devour him first, or whether the proprietress would drain him utterly, leaving nothing but desiccated husk. Either way, I have done my duty. Shi Qingqing, the anomaly among demons. Born deep within ancient forests, she had spent her entire existence cultivating in seclusion, never once harming a soul. This very restraint had stunted her cultivation. After all, humanity, the spiritual apex of creation, radiated potent yang essence and refined vitality, the most coveted elixirs for demonic ascension. Consider the proprietress transformed into a demon for mere years, yet having feasted repeatedly on human essences, she now surpassed Shi Qingqing, who had cultivated for over 3 centuries. Then there was Zhu Xianxian. Since pledging allegiance to the proprietress, she had thrived, consuming 6 lives in just 1 month. By contrast, Shi Qingqing had yet to select a single suitable target. In her ideal vision, her first kill would be a monster, a villain beyond redemption. Shi Qingqing, do you even realize you're a demon? For this very conviction, Zhu Xianxian mocked her relentlessly. Sigh, perhaps I should just pick a vagrant at random. Lost in thought, Shi Qingqing drifted absent-mindedly, until a new order appeared at the beverage bar: lemon black tea. Lemon black tea was the cafe's most popular drink. Yet as Shi Qingqing stirred the tea powder and added ice, she discovered the lemon slices had vanished. Strange. How could they be gone so soon? With no alternative, she canceled the order. Moments later, a tattooed thug strode to the counter and demanded, "Why was my lemon black tea canceled?" "We've run out of lemons," she explained. The thug jabbed a finger toward the counter. "Are you blind?" "There they are." Shi Qingqing turned, and indeed whole lemon slices sat untouched in a corner of the counter. How peculiar. They hadn't been there moments before. Had her veil simply been too thick, obscuring her sight? She apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry. I'll make it for you immediately." But the thug pressed on, unrelenting. "Don't play games. I'll beat you senseless." "Then what would you have me do?" Leering, the thug drawled, "Unless you let me touch you." How utterly unreasonable. Shi Qingqing trembled with fury, her chest heaving, desperate to tear off her veil and petrify this wretch on the spot. Just then Chen Feng stepped forward, voice ringing with righteous indignation. "Brother, harassing a woman like this goes too far." The tattooed thug cackled. "And who the hell are you?" Chen Feng watched him closely and shook his head inwardly. Who actually laughs kikik? This fellow's acting was abysmal. Indeed, the thug was an actor Chen Feng himself had recruited minutes earlier. He'd approached him saying, "Hey, I'm a network admin here. Listen, I'm trying to court our receptionist, the one wearing the eye veil. Could you help stage a hero saves damsel moment? I'll treat you to unlimited internet time afterward." "Hell yes. If we're brothers, no need for formalities." The thug, ever impulsive, had instantly agreed, eager to aid romance and earn free bandwidth. "Brilliant. I love your spirit." Having finalized their plan, Chen Feng quietly removed all lemons from the counter while Shi Qingqing wasn't looking, then, after the order cancellation, slipped them back unseen. Thus the thug acquired perfect pretext to stir trouble. Chen Feng's true aim: to win Shi Qingqing's trust, lure her outside, then let the drowned spirit strike, snapping her neck as before. Her severed head would then petrify Zhu Xianxian in one lethal stroke. Yet the thug's performance was comically overwrought. Fearing exposure, Chen Feng hastily interjected, "Fine, your lemon black tea is on the house plus 4 hours of complimentary internet." "Agreed. All right, you've got guts." The thug winked exaggeratedly, biting down hard on the word guts, as if broadcasting their collusion to the entire room. "Ugh, please stop improvising." Chen Feng couldn't bear to watch. "If this charade fools anyone, I'll eat my own shoes." Yet as the thug swaggered away, Shi Qingqing murmured softly, "Thank you. Why did you help me?" "Huh, maybe there's hope after all." Chen Feng replied swiftly, "The moment I saw you, I felt an uncanny kinship, as if we'd met in a past life." That statement held truth. Her voice grew fainter. "What are you even saying?" He answered earnestly, "It's true. I see you and I long to cradle you in my palms." That too was truthful. Don't ask what he meant to cradle. Just ask whether he would. This. Watching Shi Qingqing writhe like a startled serpent, Chen Feng judged the plan half successful, just as he prepared to fabricate an excuse to lure her outside. Shi Qingqing suddenly turned grave. "You must leave, now." "Huh. This place is a den of demons. You've been marked. Your death draws near." "Huh. You don't believe me, do you?" She spoke rapidly. "You're under a curse. It kills you the instant you sleep. I know where to break it. Come with me immediately. There's still time." "Huh." Chen Feng's mouth fell agape. He had always thought that under the curse there was only one path to confront the proprietress Hedon. He never expected there would be a second way to clear the challenge. Looking back now, Shi Qingqing truly is a good person. No one should say a good snake. When Chen Feng first crossed over, Shi Qingqing had already urged him to leave. At that time he thought she was driving away a vagrant, but in hindsight she was advising Chen Feng to leave this den of danger, though he could not grasp the deeper meaning behind her words. "There's no time. Follow me." A pair of fair, delicate hands grabbed Chen Feng, the coolness of her skin sending a shiver through him. Thus Chen Feng was pulled out of the internet cafe. Leaving like this doesn't seem too bad. However, I can't bear to part with these 9 points. If it were the first reincarnation, Chen Feng would have decisively fled. But he had already spent points to purchase a one-time protection from generals and still needed to complete the water ghost task. If he did not confront the proprietress, the water ghost would leave immediately due to task failure, making the protection a wasted investment, not to mention the points awarded for eliminating the happy internet cafe itself. All things considered, he would suffer a great loss. Chen Feng hesitated for a long moment and said, "I'm sorry, I can't leave." As soon as the words left his mouth, a pair of cold, greasy, and clammy hands suddenly tightened around Shi Qingqing's neck. Chen Feng said, "Make your move." He added, "Just knock her out, don't kill her." After a while, Zhu Qianqian, noticing Shi Qingqing's prolonged absence, asked impatiently, "Where did she go?" "Maybe she went to the restroom." Chen Feng replied dismissively. Zhu Qianqian was quite displeased. Although Chen Feng was not counted among the 6 employees in the cafe, the 4 pseudo-managers were utterly useless, only capable of saying restart, so the workload at the front desk still fell heavily on her shoulders. Now, with one person missing, all the burdens rested solely on her. Taking advantage of Zhu Qianqian's busy state, Chen Feng opened the cash register and borrowed 500 yuan. "I'm stepping out for a bit, I'll be right back." After saying goodbye, Chen Feng casually picked up an umbrella at the door and found a nearby supermarket. The shop owner was sitting on a chair playing with his phone. Chen Feng approached and asked, "Hey, do you have any insecticide?" The owner looked up and replied, "Yes, all the way at the back on the shelves." "How effective is it?" Chen Feng asked. "I run a shop, would I sell you fake insecticide?" The owner assured him. "Don't worry, it's very safe. Even when used indoors, it has minimal irritation to humans." "Then I don't want it." Chen Feng turned to leave. "Are you looking for trouble on purpose?" The owner paused for a moment. "You don't want the safe stuff, do you want something more harmful?" Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I prefer the stronger stuff. All right. The owner went into the back storage, rummaged for a while, and produced an unmarked white sealed plastic bucket. Here you go, I guarantee it's potent. What if this stuff doesn't kill the bugs? Chen Feng confirmed. If it doesn't kill, you can bring it back. I'll drink it myself, okay? The owner scoffed. This is an organophosphate pesticide. Have you heard of methimidophosph? It's so toxic that it has to be diluted with water. Spray it in the fields, and not just bugs, fish, shrimp, and frogs will all turn belly up. Due to its high toxicity, it has long been banned. I got this secretly. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied, very satisfied. Chen Feng tossed the money. Let me have 2 kilograms to test the flavor. After returning from the supermarket, Chen Feng began to execute the next part of his plan. Qianqian, do you want to drink some juice? Zhu Qianqian asked. I don't drink coffee. Of course, Chen Feng knew Zhu Qianqian didn't drink coffee. Biologically speaking, caffeine is almost lethal to invertebrates like spiders. So Chen Feng said it's juice. Zhu Qianqian happened to be a bit thirsty, so she nodded. Then I'll have a cup. All right. While saying this, Chen Feng poured the coffee powder vigorously into the juice. Here's a cappuccino for you. He shook it all together. Chen Feng placed the mixed juice in front of Zhu Qianqian. Next, it was time to disperse the audience. Chen Feng snapped his fingers, instructing the water ghost to cut the power to the entire internet cafe. My 5 kills. So boring, I'm leaving. After all the customers had departed, Zhu Qianqian's complexion gradually turned red after drinking the juice, and she became increasingly excited. It's so hot. What did you just give me? Coffee, I added coffee. While saying this, Chen Feng picked up the plastic bucket filled with pesticide. Next, according to the plan, he would twist off the lid of the plastic bucket and splash the undiluted 100 concentrated pesticide directly onto Zhu Qianqian, then leave in style. But an unexpected event occurred. Chen Feng could not open the bucket lid. It was sealed tighter than a sealed fruit can. The situation became quite embarrassing. Zhu Qianqian's expression darkened as she questioned, why did you deliberately add coffee to mine? I thought you looked like you were up all night. Your eyes were too red, so I made you some coffee to perk you up. Do you believe it? While Chen Feng was saying this, he began to back away towards the internet cafe's entrance. With a snap accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, a cold wind and rain poured in through the entrance. Zhu Qianqian sensed something was off. Water ghost. Just as a fierce battle was about to break out, Chen Feng handed the plastic bucket over, saying, Here, help me open the lid. The water ghost. Zhu Qianqian. With a snap, the bucket lid fell to the ground, and Chen Feng splashed the pesticide onto Zhu Qianqian. The pungent smell of pesticide instantly spread throughout the internet cafe. After a brief silence, Zhu Qianqian let out a sound resembling an insect's wail, and then her entire body suddenly split apart, scattering into countless small spiders. You dare? Ah! Zhu Qianqian trembled all over, trying to reassemble into her human form, but under the erosion of the pesticide, those small spiders, clothed in fragments of human skin, scattered and fled, completely disregarding her commands. On the other side, the 4 pseudo-managers had already had their necks twisted by the water ghost, losing their lives. Watching Zhu Qianqian collapse to the ground, convulsing into a pile of bug corpses. Chen Feng thought to himself, although she is a monster, just like the water ghost, as long as one understands her weakness, she is not that formidable. Just then, an invisible fine thread suddenly attacked Chen Feng. Chen Feng was unprepared, but the water ghost was not. Quick as lightning, it caught the fine thread and pulled out an individual that was noticeably larger than the others from the pile of bug corpses, crushing it underfoot. This was Zhu Qianqian's true form. Chen Feng felt a sting on his face. When he touched it, he found it was blood. A wave of fear washed over him. That fine thread had lightly grazed his cheek, drawing blood. If the water ghost had not intercepted it, he might have been decapitated and sent back to the save point. Having dealt with Zhu Qianqian, Chen Feng retrieved the key and headed once more to the 3rd floor. The final confrontation awaited. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, the innkeeper, He-Ting, strolled leisurely through the human skin forest, then suddenly closed her eyes, a chilling smile curling upon her lips. Another vagrant had fallen into her dream. She moistened her lips, sensing her own power swell once more. Her confidence in confronting her drowned husband grew markedly. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Someone was ascending. The air temperature plummeted. Her drowned husband had arrived. He-Ting's brows furrowed. Qianqian and Qingqing, useless fools. I stationed them here on the 3rd floor, armed with sand and timber to suppress water spirits. Yet they still failed to halt him. Then I shall have to act myself. She turned toward the stairwell, only to find not her drowned husband, but the newly hired network administrator. What? Him. I explicitly forbade anyone from ascending to the 3rd floor. Does he truly seek death so urgently? Lurking in the shadows, He-Ting anticipated the man's panic-stricken face upon beholding the human skin forest. Yet Chen Feng stood utterly composed, unflinching. How strange, he shows no fear. She distinctly recalled how her drowned husband had vomited violently and fainted at the mere sight of a single human skin. Yet this man gazing upon dozens of flayed skins remained perfectly calm. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward. "Did I not say you were forbidden to come upstairs?" My apologies, wrong floor. Won't disturb you further. I'll just be off now." Though his words were light and casual, his mind via the system issued a silent command to strike. "This time I won't cry out." "What a—" Mid-sentence her throat seized. Her pale neck snapped instantly by the submerged water spirit who had lain invisible beside her. "An ambush," she sneered. Had Ching fallen to such a trick, she might well have perished. But He Ting was a female Yao. As long as her demonic energy endured, she could regenerate endlessly. A trivial mortal wound meant nothing. "Human skins, attack." At her mental command, the suspended skins on the ceiling stirred to life, rushing downward like blood-hungry sharks, engulfing both the water spirit and Chen Feng. It seemed the water spirit would suffer the same fate as before, overwhelmed and smothered beneath the cascading skins. Suddenly Chen Feng activated his blessing, graceful deception, mutual wounding. "You have activated Diaochan's blessing. Sowing discord, all male beings present are compelled to engage in combat against one another." Though this effect applied solely to males, Chen Feng recalled old Li's explicit statement their investigation centered on the disappearances of male vagrants. And from his own experience, He Ting's vitality-draining ability likewise affected only men. Thus, every one of these skins belonged to a man. Sowing discord activated. A luminous white specter shimmered behind Chen Feng. A maiden of 16 summers, her delicate brow furrowed, tears glistening, as she pointed at the swirling skins and cried in a voice dripping with sorrowful allure, "My lord, avenge me." At those words, the airborne skins froze mid-flight, then losing all cohesion, turned upon each other in frenzied, violent disarray. In an instant, the third-floor hall erupted in ghostly chaos, skins entwining, tearing, shredding, utterly forgetting their intended prey. Impossible. For the first time in her existence, He Ting's expression twisted in genuine shock. No matter how fiercely she summoned them, control over the skins was irrevocably lost. That human was the source of it all. Eliminate him. That alone would suffice. With that thought, she secretly unleashed her power, attempting to siphon Chen Feng's vital essence, reducing him to a desiccated husk. Yet this time, that intoxicating surge of life force failed to flow into her. What is happening? Her severed head lying upon the floor widened its eyes, shock striking her for the second time. Her ultimate technique had failed. Behind Chen Feng now appeared a jade-green spectral figure, sword in hand, his blessing activated before ascending the stairs. The gentleman, refined, serene, and warm as polished jade. "You have activated Lu Sun's blessing. Humility. The blessed is immune to all spells, magic, demonic arts, and abnormal status effects." No. The human skin formation shattered. Without replenishment of life force, He Ting sensed her strength waning rapidly. She must flee, now, via instantaneous teleportation. Hide, and she could summon endless skins anew. Yes, as long as enough victims fell, she could rise again. The moment the thought crystallized, she prepared to vanish. Just as the water spirit lunged toward her headless torso, fingers aimed straight for her heart. Too late. In a flash, He Ting teleported away. Attempting escape, Chen Feng invoked the Three Kingdoms mythic system, activating his third blessing. Full court assault. "You have activated Ma Chao's blessing. Iron Cavalry. The blessed's next attack cannot be evaded. It strikes with absolute certainty." A crimson specter materialized, this time a dashing warrior astride a steed, gripping a spear, his countenance noble as carved jade, his eyes blazing like falling stars, appearing directly behind the water spirit. "This blow you shall not evade." Outside the internet cafe, He Ting, clutching her head, already believing herself safely escaped via teleportation, suddenly felt a searing agony pierce her chest. What a— Clutching her skull, she twisted her gaze downward, and in the torrential rain beheld a gaping void where her heart should have been. Meanwhile, the water spirit's black tiger lunge struck empty air, yet still tore forth a pulsing living heart. Snap! It crumbled under his grip. No! Horror and despair flooded He Ting's eyes. Then her body locked rigid, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, the skins, still locked in mutual carnage, dropped like puppets with severed strings, their vitality extinguished. Ding! Mission destroy Xingfu Internet Cafe completed. Mission evaluation perfect. And no police intervention employed. Evil Yao entities, the human skin spider and the female Yao, fully eradicated. Not a single civilian injured or killed. In reward, 9 system points. In water spirit's wish fulfilled. Null conditions for ghostly subjugation met. Water spirit temporarily subjugated has been permanently bound. It was over. Finally over. Chen Feng stood amid the ruins, exhaling deeply. The female Yao was dead, the curse lifted. At last he could sleep soundly, without dread of being drained dry. He glanced at his system interface. His save count remained fixed at 4, but his system points had surged to a staggering 10,19. Fortune made. Amid his elation, he remembered to save here. Those general blessings were one-time use only. Without them, he held no confidence in defeating the female Yao a second time. Save successful. Now what next? Chun Feng surveyed his surroundings momentarily adrift, until he recalled Shi Qingqing, knocked unconscious by the water spirit, still lay outside. He hurried downstairs to retrieve her, but upon stepping outside the cafe, Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. Had she already left? As he pondered, returning, a swarm of white-clad figures charged toward him. White coats. A memory flashed. Xingfu Internet Cafe's third rule: beware those clad in white coats. Danger, grave danger. Chun Feng had not yet opened his eyes when a fetid stench like rotting excrement assaulted his nostrils. The unyielding hardness of the surface left his body aching. He forced himself up and realized he was lying in a small pitch-dark room of roughly 10 square meters, the floor composed of filthy marble slabs. It was stifling and foul. In the corner, a chamber pot emitted the reek while the windows were nailed shut, and a heavy iron door sealed the room. What kind of hellish place was this? Chun Feng remembered leaving the internet cafe when a group in white coats rushed him. Before he could summon a shui gui, he was struck unconscious. When he woke, he found himself here. Thud, thud, thud. With footsteps like an earthquake, the door opened, and sunlight stabbed into the cell like a beam from a flashlight. Sunlight. Was it daytime? Chun Feng shielded his eyes before he could savor the relief of surviving another day. 5 people entered the room. 4 were lean youths dressed in camouflage, and the 5th wore a blood-stained white leather apron, a monstrous figure several times the size of a sumo wrestler with a distended belly. The seismic steps had come from him. As his vision adjusted, Chun Feng made out their faces 4 expressionless young men and a huge fat man wearing a pig mask. The pig-headed man bellowed in a coarse voice, "Awake! What is this place? Who are you?" Chun Feng barely had time to ask before the pig-headed man snapped clothes off. Still disoriented, Chun Feng asked, "What did you say?" The pig-headed man thundered, "Your clothes. Take them off now." The roar nearly burst his eardrums. Something about the pig-masked fellow felt wrong. Chun Feng sensed a dangerous aura and immediately tried to summon a shui gui. "Shui gui, come to me." But the system's reply chilled him, unable to summon a shui gui on shore during non-rain weather. Damn it. No true man should accept defeat without a fight. Chun Feng glared at them and reluctantly tore off his shirt, but the pig-headed man's humiliation was not over. Everything off. He stared in disbelief. Surrounded by those hulking men, Chun Feng had a sudden horrible sense that he was about to be violated. He could not win in a fight. 2 fists could not prevail against 4 hands, let alone 10. If he spent some system points to invoke Diao Chan's protection and let them fight one another, he might create a chance to escape. Chun Feng weighed the options. A few points at the save load system could buy an extra life and a new system blind box. Shakespeare once asked, to be or not to be. Likewise, innocence or survival. This too was a question. He gave up agonizing when the impatient pig-headed man chose for him. "You help him now." At the command, the 4 in camouflage surged forward. Despite Chun Feng's desperate resistance, it was useless. "Let go of me." "What are you doing?" Chun Feng clutched his groin. The naked scrutiny was unbearable. Confinement, 7 days. After speaking, they snatched up his clothes and left. The moment the iron door closed, the little room returned to darkness. Damn it, what is happening? Chun Feng rose and pounded on the door, but no one answered. He felt like a living man nailed into a coffin and forgotten by the world. With the windows and doors sealed, the air turned stagnant and suffocating. Coupled with Cihang City's hellish heat, it felt like an enormous steam chamber or sauna. Chun Feng sat heavily on the floor, his expression somber. He had discovered another piece of bad news. The system announced that due to a redacted error, save slot 02 was corrupted, and a new save 03 had been automatically created after his awakening. In short, the save he made on the 3rd floor of the Xingfu Internet Cafe after defeating the boss madam was lost. The new save was fixed at the moment Chun Feng woke in the black room. In other words, even if he died now, he would return to this place, stripping and humiliation awaiting him again. A strange force in this world could even affect the system. Chun Feng finally understood why so many predecessors who transmigrated had fallen here. Then the door opened a crack and a bowl was slid in. Chun Feng rushed forward. Only at the instant the food came could he steal that rare breath of sunlight and fresh air. The food was a sore-smelling, mushy rice porridge. The scent alone made Chun Feng want to vomit. Is this edible? I'd rather starve than eat this. The days trapped in the black room were excruciating. Chun Feng paced, and from the square patterns on the walls judged that the little black room was part of an old brick house. He had once watched a palace drama in which consorts in cold prisons counted bricks to pass the time. So Chun Feng began to count as well, 1, 2, 3. As the interior temperature fell and evening came, new roommates arrived in the room. Cockroaches, centipedes, and spiders. Watching those creatures crawl across the marble made Chun Feng nauseous. Honestly, if any of them scurried onto him, he would break into a frantic dance. So he stood and forced his mind to work, trying to expel the fear. Think, what kind of other world was this? At first, Chun Feng assumed this was an ordinary city. The outward normalcy of Cihang City was misleading. No wonder he lost his first life so quickly. Who would have expected so many demons and ghosts hidden here? Now it seemed more like a paranormal city, yet that did not explain everything. Why would transmigrators wielding Xinxia systems appear in a place like this? And with so many systems, was there not a single predecessor who could escape the Xingfu internet cafe? Serious thinking did at least begin to dispel his fear. Though he shivered from the cold, Chun Feng felt somewhat steadier. By the cracked state of his lips and the raw pangs of hunger, Chun Feng felt as if ages had passed. When the door opened again and an iron bowl of sour rice was pushed in, he realized in despair that it was only the second day. Let me out, damn you. Chun Feng forced the door slit and tried to resist, only to be met with another savage beating. When I get out, I'll kill you all, he spat. As he cursed, he began to cry until no tears remained. So tired, so thirsty, so famished. Chun Feng looked at the bowl of sour rice on the floor. He had lost track of how many days had passed. By now he was a full size thinner than when he had entered. How many meals had they delivered? Was it day or night? He knew nothing. Prolonged isolation had blurred his mind and erased his sense of time. Then the door opened. Chun Feng moved toward it like an automaton, but the iron bowl did not appear. The pig-headed man entered, saw Chun Feng collapsed in the corner, clapped his hands, handed him a set of camouflage clothes, and had two camouflaged youths carry him out. Outside, a weed-choked path led to a vast training ground where more than 100 young people in camouflage practiced military calisthenics. Behind the training ground stood a 3-story building. The pig-headed man pointed to a plaque that read, Internet Addiction Rehabilitation School, and said to Chun Feng, "Welcome to the 4th Psychiatric Hospital." Horse stance, punch, oomph, throat strike, snap kick. Huh. Under the pig-headed instructor's commands, the young man in camouflage fatigues executed each movement with disciplined precision. Military calisthenics formation drills, running and standing at attention. So this is just ordinary military training. Too weak to participate, Chun Feng was granted special permission to observe from the sidelines. These and those are all living people. Chun Feng noticed most of the camouflage trainees wore blank, expressionless faces, uttering only monosyllabic grunts like humph or ha, obeying the pig-headed instructor without question. Having frequented Happy Internet Cafe, he instantly recognized them as simulacra. In contrast, those whispering among themselves or performing drills imperfectly, those singled out by the pig-headed instructor for punishment, were genuine humans. Half of the 100 camouflage trainees were simulacra. A wave of despair washed over Chun Feng, facing so many monsters. Even rain-soaked water spirits might not prevail, let alone the pig-headed instructor himself. He had to find a way to escape. As dusk approached, the pig-headed instructor barked, "Dismissed." At that moment, a bespectacled girl about 15 years old approached him and asked, "Hey newbie, you want to run away?" "Of course I do. But miss, have you lost your mind? Would you really ask something like that in broad daylight?" Chun Feng glanced warily toward the pig-headed instructor nearby. He'd only just been released and had no intention of being thrown back in. "Run away? Don't be absurd. What are you two plotting?" A buzzcut youth suddenly interjected, glaring at the bespectacled girl. "Say one more word about escaping, and I'll report you on the spot." "Report." Her face paled instantly. She fled without another word. The buzzcut youth turned to Chun Feng and nodded approvingly. "So, you're the one who was locked up for 7 days. Sharp thinking, you didn't take the bait." Chun Feng furrowed his brows. "The bait, eh? If you'd agreed to her escape plan just now, she'd have marched straight to Pig Instructor and reported you." Chun Feng frowned. Why would she do that? What's in it for her? Reporting others here earns fruit and candy. That's all. Exactly. Come on, I'll take you to shower. The buzzcut youth led Chun Feng to the public bathhouse on the first floor of the building and handed him essentials, a toothbrush, towel, and more. "I'm Li Guolong. And you?" "Chun Feng. Tell me, what is this place? Didn't you see the sign upstairs? It's the Net Addiction Rehabilitation Academy. We're all net addicted youths dragged here from internet cafes." "Youths, eh?" Chun Feng paused, confused. At 26, he hardly qualified as a youth. So in Cihang City, anyone caught browsing online gets snatched here. Not quite. You're only taken if you're both inside an internet cafe and lack valid identification. Ah, I see. Now Chun Feng understood why he'd been captured, an undocumented immigrant from another world. Then when they grab people off the street, don't the police intervene? "Shoo, keep your voice down." Li Guolong pressed a finger to his lips, scanning the room. "They can't. Everyone brought here vanishes. Not just from society, but from existence itself. Do you mean, like in novels such as Dragon Raja or Zero to Start, where captured individuals fade from everyone's memory, their very traces overwritten by others? I haven't read those books, but yes, that's essentially it. Take me for example, after my capture, my parents will no longer recall giving birth to me, photographs of me will vanish, even if I once ranked first in school, that honor will be reassigned to someone else. Existence erasure, so that was it. Chen Feng asked, then how do we leave? Li Guolong gave a wry smile. Leave? No one ever leaves the academy. What about escaping? Li Guolong blinked, surprised that someone imprisoned for 7 days still dared resist. After a long hesitation, he joked, what? Craving candy too. Chen Feng sensed Li Guolong was withholding something, but having just met, pressing him to risk solitary confinement over escape plans felt reckless indeed. After showering, Li Guolong escorted Chen Feng to the dormitory. It was little more than a prefabricated metal shed. At a glance, Chen Feng saw 4 double-decker iron bunk beds, a crudely welded table, and several battered plastic chairs. Overhead hung a single bare, incandescent bulb, the sole source of light. An 8-person dorm. No fan, not even a single one. Chen Feng inwardly scoffed. Call it minimalist design if you must, but a prisonerifor camp would feel luxurious by comparison. 10 academy regulations were posted on the wall. I. Staying up late makes you a bad child. 2. Fighting makes you a bad child. 3. Picky eating makes you a bad child. 4. Lying makes you a bad child. V. Laziness makes you a bad child. 6. Romance makes you a bad child. 7. Going online makes you a bad child. 8. Disobedience makes you a bad child. 9. Escaping makes you a bad child. X. You make you a bad child. Li Guolong explained. Violators face escalating penalties, physical discipline, electric shock, solitary confinement, and finally reconditioning. Reconditioning. See them? Li Guolong pointed to the simulacra sharing the dorm. They're model students, former trainees reshaped through reconditioning. Chen Feng drew a sharp breath. The monstrous simulacra had once been human. Brotherly, got a new roommate. Just then a youth with dyed yellow hair and a portly boy entered the room. The yellow-haired youth clapped Chen Feng on the shoulder and grinned. Brother, you're fearless. Standing up to the instructor. Respect. The portly boy shook his head. Good grief, 7 days in lockup isn't impressive. If I were you, I'd have surrendered on day 1. Li Guolong introduced them. This is Fat Boy and Yellow Hair, our fellow humans. So non-resistance during the undressing ritual spared one from solitary confinement. Chen Feng had planned to reset his mental checkpoint, but after hearing Fat Boy's remark, he reconsidered. No rush. Once his bunk was made, dinner time arrived. Dinner was marginally better than sour gruel, but only marginally. The 2 dishes were tomato and egg stir-fry, sans eggs, and green chili stir-fried with red chili. Chen Feng did a double take. Only chilies. Where's the meat? Did it get stir-fried into oblivion? And the soup? A thin broth of seaweed and scrambled eggs speckled with fragments of eggshell. After collecting his meal, Chen Feng realized Li Guolong and Fat Boy had vanished. He turned to Yellow Hair. Where'd they go? Yellow Hair lowered his voice mysteriously, off on a side quest. Side quest? Do you think this is a video game? Chen Feng sized him up. This one truly was a hardcore gamer. You love gaming that much? Absolutely. Yellow Hair lit up. Once I break free, I'll go pro and make my name legendary. Break free. So they did have an escape plan. Chen Feng seized the opening and probed further. Wish you luck, but tell me, how will you defeat Pig Boss? Pig Instructor isn't the boss, Yellow Hair scoffed. He's barely an elite mob. Chen Feng arched a brow. Oh, then who is the boss? Yellow Hair raised 3 fingers. This 4th psychiatric hospital has 2 bosses. Every morning at 6 we recite texts under the supervision of little boss Professor Yang, whose head resembles a goat's and who commands lightning. Whoa, never imagined another world had its own thunder god. Yellow Hair blinked. What did you say? Nothing, carry on. Behind our net addiction academy lies a sanatorium. Its director is Grand Boss Nurse 2, whose abilities remain unknown. Yet every model student who's undergone reconditioning emerged from there. If both nurse and professor are bosses, then what about the hospital director? Surely he's no ordinary human. No idea. He might be a hidden boss, unlockable only in the DLC. Chen Feng's pulse quickened. He hadn't realized the psychiatric hospital harbored so many monsters. Thankfully, he'd held back earlier. Otherwise, even expending precious cultivation points to slay Pig Boss wouldn't have secured his freedom. That would have been losing both battle and war. Dinner ended. As night deepened, Li Guolong and Fat Boy finally returned to the dorm and pulled Yellow Hair aside for hushed conversation. Chen Feng, sensing he wasn't invited, wisely stayed silent. After their private talk, Li Guolong approached Chen Feng and whispered, Brother, tomorrow's morning recitation, sit in the last row by the window. All right, but why? Li Guolong offered no explanation. Instead, he called to his friends, "Come on, let's all hit the restroom." Yellow Hair shot Chen Feng a glance. Hesitant, almost apologetic. Fat Boy grumbled while pulling on his clothes seriously. A grown man afraid of the dark and needing company to pee. Embarrassing. Terrible acting. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. He'd already guessed their true purpose. Sure enough, an hour later the trio still hadn't returned. Discounting the infinitesimal chance they'd collectively fallen into a septic tank, they'd almost certainly escaped. I wasn't summoned. Using Yellow Hair's favorite gaming term, my affinity level isn't high enough yet. As for the seed assignment, that must be Li Guolong's way of signaling a secret he intends to share. Tomorrow morning, I'll find out what's really going on. Chen Feng lay down on his bunk, and just as he closed his eyes, the overhead incandescent bulb flickered and died. The power went out. The following morning at dawn, Chen Feng followed his dormitory mates, pseudo-human students, to the classroom on the second floor. Pushing the door open, he found no trace of the goat-head instructor the blonde boy had mentioned. Were they eliminated by those three? Chen Feng wondered silently as he approached the desk tucked into the corner near the wall. Upon it rested a book, a notebook, and a black gel ink pen. Chen Feng opened the book, its pages filled with classical Chinese prose and poetry. As for the notebook, upon opening it, he discovered a slip of paper tucked inside. Indeed, a secret lay hidden. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a detailed map of the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation School. First was the rehabilitation tower where Chen Feng was confined. The third floor housed Professor Yang's office and the electroshock chamber. The second, the cafeteria and classrooms. The first, dormitories and showers. Behind the rehabilitation tower stood the solitary confinement unit, the very dark cell where Chen Feng had earlier been locked away. Beyond it loomed the psychiatric sanatorium marked with a skull emblem and the chilling note, "In emergencies, feigning madness grants entry, but no one who has entered has ever returned." In the blonde boy's gaming-inspired hierarchy, Nurse Bunny was labeled the final boss, and indeed she appeared far more perilous than the school itself. Before the rehabilitation tower stretched the schoolyard, an unassuming yet treacherous expanse explicitly labeled Ghost Maze at Night, impassable without the key from Professor Yang's office. Chen Feng instantly recognized its parallel to the illusory third floor of Xingfu Internet Cafe. The key, in truth, was the hidden door. Beyond the schoolyard stood the main gate, flanked by electrified high walls impossible to scale. Beside it crouched the security booth manned by a pig-headed guard marked with a skull, signifying that direct confrontation was fatal. If direct confrontation is forbidden, then circumvention must be possible. Electrified walls cannot be climbed, but what if the current were cut? Recalling last night's blackout, Chen Feng surmised the trio had stolen the office key, severed the school's power, and scaled the wall to escape. If they succeeded, so can I. Pretending to study diligently all morning, Chen Feng ate lunch, then faced the afternoon's physical training, supervised once again by the pig-headed guard. Horse stance, hick. Horizontal strike. Oomph. Inward pivot, hick. Low hook. Huh. Today the pig-headed guard behaved strangely, burping repeatedly, staggering unsteadily, as though intoxicated. After an hour of drills, a gaunt, towering figure in a white lab coat, his head unmistakably that of a goat, entered through the school gate. Was this the legendary Professor Yang? Chen Feng judged the goat-head professor's frail frame. One punch from the pig-headed guard would reduce him to pulp. Yet as the professor approached, the guard trembled violently, overcome with palpable dread. Could this earth-shaking monstrosity actually be afraid? Professor Yang raised his hand. The air crackled and a jagged arc of lightning lanced forth. The pig-headed guard convulsed once and collapsed unconscious. Having disciplined the guard, Professor Yang turned his gaze across the assembled students and spoke in a voice deceptively gentle. Last night, 2 wayward children attempted to flee. To steer them from ruin, I exerted immense effort. Yet how lamentable that they failed to grasp my profound benevolence. 2, not 3. Chen Feng frowned, his heart tightening with concern for Li Guolong and the others. Clapping his hands, Professor Yang gestured for pseudo-human students to bring forward 2 captives. Through earnest criticism and education, I trust they have sincerely repented and will never again stray as wayward children. Chen Feng recognized them instantly, the blonde boy and the stout youth. Yet now their faces were blank, their smiles vacant and hollow, indistinguishable from the other pseudo-humans. They had been transformed into monsters. Why only 2? Where was Li Guolong? Had he escaped or perished? A storm of questions raged within Chen Feng's mind. Professor Yang offered no explanation, merely strode away from the courtyard. After training ended that afternoon, Chen Feng hurried toward the 2 transformed youths. Hey, do you remember me? The blonde boy and the stout youth remained motionless, their expressions placid and empty. It seemed the transformation had stripped them of both humanity and memory. Chen Feng tried to stir their buried recollections. Blonde, wake up. You vowed to escape and become a professional gamer. At those words the blonde boy shuddered violently, finally reacting. It worked. Just as Chen Feng prepared to press further, the blonde boy raised his hand and reported to the pig-headed guard, "Going online is wrong for children." And so Chen Feng stood alone in the courtyard, punished with an hour of solitary standing. Dinner time arrived. Gazing upon the blonde boy and the stout youth, now hollow pseudo-humans, Chen Feng conceived a new plan. Within the mythical Three Kingdoms system resided a protective boon capable of restoring them, Hua Tuo's blessing, Qingnong. Qingnong, the indigo cloth satchel ancient physicians used to carry medical texts. Legend held that before his execution by Cao Cao, the divine physician, Hua Tuo entrusted his life's work, comprising all his medical knowledge, to a prison warden in such a satchel later compiled as the Qingnong Jing. This Qingnong blessing allowed full biological restoration of a single being, at the cost of 1 point of merit. Chen Feng weighed the trade-offs carefully. Using Qingnong to heal both would cost 2 points, but success would reveal why their escape failed, perhaps even yield Li Guolong's hard-won insights in a successful evasion. Alternatively, spending those points on a temporal reset would save both for a single point and grant an additional system interface. Granted, intelligence would be forfeited, but in my next cycle I could join them directly and learn firsthand why they failed. For several days thereafter, Chen Feng adhered strictly to routine. Classes, physical training, early bedtimes, and early risings. Frankly speaking, aside from the inedible meals served thrice daily, conditions here were not unbearable. Given the lethal unpredictability of Cihang City, even successful escape might land one in another nightmare locale. Consider Xingfu Internet Cafe, where the female receptionist casually devoured patrons as dessert. Like a bird in its cage, the bird loses freedom yet gains safety. So long as one obeys the rules, at least death need not be feared at every turn. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Chen Feng sensed something subtly amiss, yet could not articulate it. Then came the day he witnessed the bespectacled girl transformed into a model pseudo-human student. Strange, she'd violated no rule whatsoever. Not only had she broken no rule, but she frequently reported peers' infractions, exemplary beyond exemplars. Why then was she punished? Wait, exemplary. Could it be that unwavering obedience here inevitably leads to assimilation, transformation into a model student? Chen Feng recalled a film, The Shawshank Redemption, and its concept of institutionalization. Put simply, a man enters prison hating it, gradually he grows accustomed to it, finally he realizes he can no longer survive outside its walls. That was institutionalization. Likewise, submission to this place's rules would insidiously warp a person until they became a monster unawares. Realizing this, Chen Feng slapped his right cheek hard to jolt himself fully awake. Wake up. Don't forget, I was locked up for 7 days. 7 whole days. He swore inwardly vengeance against these bastards would be absolute. That day arrived soon enough. Several nights later, torrential rain lashed the city. Thunder roared across the sky as Chen Feng, feigning sleep in his dormitory, opened his eyes. The time for upheaval had come. Detected rainfall. Summoning the water ghost. Summoning successful. As footprints materialized out of thin air upon the courtyard, the surrounding air plummeted in temperature. Chen Feng threw open the dormitory door and pointed at his pseudo-human roommates. Lao Shui, kill them. Yes, all of them. Leave no survivors. Crack, crack. A sickening sound of bones dislocating echoed as the water specter snapped the necks of his dorm mates, their hollow artificial faces frozen in final shock. You like stripping my clothes off, huh? You like locking away my coins, huh? Chen Feng spat contemptuously onto one of the hollow figures, then stomped twice for good measure, his breath steadying, his tension dissolving. Let's go upstairs. According to the notebook, crossing the courtyard and exiting through the main gate required obtaining a key first. Logically, Chen Feng should have questioned the notebook's instructions, especially given the innkeeper's earlier deception. He ought to have remained wary of anyone who inexplicably exuded goodwill. Yet inexplicably, the moment Chen Feng laid eyes on Li Guolong, a strange familiarity stirred within him, a quiet certainty that this man would not betray him. Caution is vital, but so too is intuition. Chen Feng ascended to the 3rd floor and located the room marked with an office sign. The instant he pushed the door open, a frigid gust swept over him, sending a shiver down his spine. Damn monster. Quite the connoisseur of comfort. No fan in the student dorms, yet his office feels like the Ice Age itself. The office was sparsely furnished, white walls bearing stern slogans, a guest sofa, a low tea table set with delicate teaware, a standing air conditioner, a broad desk, and behind it, perched upon the chair, the unmistakable goat-like visage. Professor Yang smiled warmly, pulling all-nighters. That's no behavior for a good student. What brings you here at this hour? Chen Feng had long anticipated this. His recent investigations confirmed that, except for the day the 3 students fled, Professor Yang had remained faithfully stationed in his office after class. How they'd managed to divert him remained unknown, but now confrontation was inevitable. Chen Feng cut straight to the point. I'm here to defeat the boss. Professor Yang rose slowly, his expression hardening. Going online. That's no behavior for a good student. You've been deeply corrupted by video games, haven't you? Mid-sentence, the professor suddenly felt two slick ice-cold hands clamp around his throat. Trapped. A cold sneer flickered across Chen Feng's mind. While he deliberately provoked the professor to draw his attention, the water specter had already slipped silently into the room. Tonight's task. A simple, decisive twist, off with the goat's head. The very instant the specter struck, blinding white light erupted across the room. No. Chen Feng's vision blurred, his muscles seized, convulsing violently, as though every cell were pierced by 1,000 needles, screaming with unbearable agony. With a heavy thud, both Chen Feng and the water specter collapsed to the floor. The gulf in power was staggering. Inwardly, Chen Feng sighed. Even a preemptive ambush left us like this. Tell me, water specter, are you even capable? The specter was clearly outmatched. Barely rising to its feet, another arc of lightning struck, knocking it down once more. Up, down, up, down. After several such cycles, the air thickened with the acrid stench of burnt flesh, and then flames erupted. The arcs had sparked embers, those embers had ignited the specter's corpse soil. Cough, cough. Chen Feng could barely watch, outmatched in raw strength, and now his very weakness ruthlessly exploited. What chance did he truly stand? To reverse the tide, only divine blessings would suffice, and not just one. First, Hua Tuo's blessing to mend the specter's grievous wounds. Second, a combat-enhancing blessing demanding at least 3 points of system credit. Chen Feng swiftly abandoned the idea. Earlier, he'd spent 3 points against the innkeeper, not for sport, but to complete the Destroy Happy Internet Cafe objective and accrue further credits. But slaying Professor Yang offered no tangible gain beyond escape from this place. Worse still, under ideal ambush conditions, the specter hadn't endured a single strike. It had been utterly dominated. Even with blessings, victory remained uncertain. Clearing this in one attempt proves far too difficult. Next time, I'll outfit the specter in rubber armor. Soon only a charred blackened husk remained. Water specter deceased, whether to rescue Li Guolong and the others, or to resurrect the specter. Chen Feng knew he must surrender this life. Professor Yang asked coldly, any last words? Chen Feng replied calmly, we'll continue next time. Delusional ramblings, utterly irrational. With a sweep of his arms, Professor Yang unleashed a searing pillar of lightning, engulfing Chen Feng entirely in blinding, incandescent radiance. Cold, dark, a grotesque, bloated, pig-headed figure loomed into view. Awake. Back in the black cell. Save, reload, count, 3 system credits, 10 strip. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Chen Feng peeled off every garment, stripping himself bare in one swift motion. The pig-headed creature froze. Of all the initiates it had processed, some wailing, some resisting, some fainting outright, none had ever complied so willingly. It stood dumbfounded, then at last good, very obedient. Follow me. Indeed, compliance bypassed the confinement phase entirely. A glimmer of triumph lit Chen Feng's face, but before he could step forward, the creature halted him and tossed over a set of camouflage fatigues clothes. Put them on. No naked running. Even monsters drew the line. It was morning. Chen Feng followed the pig-headed creature smoothly into the classroom, where every student turned toward him with identical pitying glances. A lanky youth slouched in the corner side, another soul drawn into the game dungeon. The portly student groaned seriously. Did you forget how to speak outside the game? One word to the professor, and you'll get zapped. Li Guolong kicked them both lightly. Shoo. Keep your voices down. Under the professor's watchful gaze, Chen Feng took a seat at random, then quietly summoned the system interface. First, the mythic 3 Kingdoms shop, purchased during the prior save, had vanished with the reload. Yet previously acquired abilities remained usable at the cost of system credits. Only Lu Sun, Ma Chao, and Diaochan remain. If only I'd used Hua Tuo's blessing last time, I could have extracted the full escape details from the lanky youth and gained another lifeline. Regret flickered in his thoughts. As expected, the water specter had revived with the reload, but without rain it could not manifest on dry land. Lastly, a new box appeared, labeled KH02 SBFS. With the cryptic inscription, "It is already too late, organic life form." Another upgrade system. From a sci-fi realm. What kind of system begins with SB? Chen Feng had no intention of spending credits, not when a far graver truth had dawned upon him. If no quest system emerges soon, I'm doomed. With only 10 credits, I can afford perhaps 10 respawns, hardly enough to survive what lies ahead. Yet no matter how insufficient, a Xiangxia-themed quest system remained absurdly implausible. After careful deliberation, Chen Feng selected the Sports World system instead. Scanning new host profile. Binding in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the proficiency system. This system will design personalized growth pathways to guide you toward completing your world-saving mission. Through meticulous study, Chen Feng had deciphered the proficiency system. It issued various physical training regimens, and upon completion granted corresponding ability rewards. It sounded deceptively simple, until Chen Feng cast his gaze upon the regimens themselves and froze in disbelief. 30-hour daily training regimen. An ordinary person could complete 1,000 sets in 10 hours, tripling the volume to 3,000 sets would fulfill 30 hours of exertion in a single day. Phantom brain cultivation method. Meditate into existence 100-kilogram mantis, and then defeat it. 30 hours of training in one day. Visualize a colossal mantis in my mind, and conquer it. How on earth could such words even cohere into a coherent sentence? Chen Feng scrolled relentlessly through the proficiency system until at last he unearthed a regimen remotely feasible for a human being. Heroic training method. Heroic training method requires the system's owner to complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run each day. The regimen unfolds across 4 progressive tiers, S, A, B, and C. Tier C heroic training activates freely. After 1 week of unwavering adherence, the practitioner's physical strength reaches brick-shattering level, capable of pulverizing solid brick with a single strike. Tier B heroic training requires 1 point of merit to unlock. Sustained practice for 1 month elevates strength to wall-bursting level, shattering thick masonry walls with a single blow. Tierra heroic training costs 10 points of merit. 1 year of relentless discipline achieves building collapse level, toppling entire structures with a single impact. Tier's heroic training demands 100 points of merit. 3 years of unbroken cultivation attains street eradication level, flattening an entire city block in a single strike, to level a full street in 1 move. With such power, what are Professor Yang or Instructor Zhu but insignificant specks? A fierce blazing fervor surged within Chen Feng. Though the ghost-subduing system was formidable, even its most potent specters were illusory. Only genuine personal strength was absolute truth. Heroic training regimen activated. User has selected the heroic training regimen. Warning: during the regimen, the user must complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run daily, or face severe punishment. Severe punishment. How severe could it possibly be? Once I'm done training, I'll pound Professor Yang into minced meat. At that moment, brimming with confidence, Chen Feng had no inkling of the utter humiliation awaiting him. After class, Chen Feng intended to greet Li Guolong, only to find him hastily departing with the fat boy and the blonde youth. A brief reflection revealed the cause. Last time, Chen Feng had resisted authority and been confined to solitary detention for 7 days, an unmistakable sign of unyielding defiance. This time, however, he had yielded. Such apparent weakness naturally eroded Li Guolong's respect, especially in an environment rife with entrapment, where trainees harbored deep mistrust toward one another. As if summoned by thought, the glasses girl approached Chen Feng and in her usual tone asked, "Hey newbie, planning to run away?" Chen Feng's reply was succinct. He raised his hand and declared, "Professor, a trainee is attempting to flee." Huh? The glasses girl cried out in alarm, stunned that after years of hunting others, she herself had just been ensnared. Running away makes you a bad child. Child, this place is so wonderful. Why would you wish to leave? Come with me to the electrocution chamber. As the professor led the glasses girl away, an apple appeared in Chen Feng's palm. Warmth of camaraderie had crystallized into cold fruit. Chen Feng noticed Li Guolong and the others watching him from afar, their expressions dripping with disdain. His rapport with them had plummeted further still, but it mattered little. Chen Feng had his own path to their circle. At lunch, he carried his metal mess tin and approached the trio. The fat boy sneered, "Whoa, this cafeteria is huge, yet you have to squeeze in with us." Li Guolong recoiled with disgust. "Get lost. I've got nothing to say to a lapdog." "Nothing to say? How about now?" Chen Feng slammed a sheet of paper onto the table, the 4th asylum map lifted straight from their desk-bound notes. Li Guolong's face paled. "Where did you get this?" Chen Feng offered sincerity without pretense. "From your very seats. But that's irrelevant. What matters is that I knew reporting you would earn a reward, and chose not to report you." The fat boy jabbed a finger at the map, feebly protesting. "Damn it. What proof does this map offer? Does it bear our names?" Li Guolong waved the fat boy silent. "What do you want?" Chen Feng wasted no words. "You've drawn this map. You're planning an escape. I'm joining you." Li Guolong fixed him with a piercing glare. "Why should I trust you?" Chen Feng met his gaze unblinking. "The map states it plainly. Crossing the courtyard between gate and building requires a key." The blonde youth nodded. "Right. That's the essential item for clearing the game." "Shut up." Li Guolong turned back to Chen Feng. "So, you're saying you can steal the key?" "Exactly," Chen Feng affirmed instantly. knowing full well Professor Yang would depart the academy at month's end. That intelligence was already confirmed. Thus, stealing the key, though seemingly the most perilous task, was in fact the safest. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but if you deliver that key, you're in. Though still wary, Li Guolong could hardly refuse his rival, had just volunteered for the hardest assignment. Deal. That afternoon, running distance 1 kilometer, current total 9 kilometers. Running distance 1 kilometer, current total 10 kilometers. Ding. Today's 10-kilometer run is complete. Since long-distance running was already part of Net Addiction Academy's mandatory physical training, Chen Feng completed this task effortlessly. When it came time for military boxing drills, Chen Feng approached Instructor Zhu and saluted, reporting, "Sir, I'd like to do push-ups." Instructor Zhu snorted, "Denied." Then sit-ups. "Denied. Damn it." Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Clearly he'd have to add extra training after official drills ended. So when Instructor Zhu dismissed the formation, Chen Feng remained behind, lying prone on the drill ground, performing push-ups alone. Huff, huff. With each descent of his arms, his progress advanced steadily. Push-up count 1, current total 7. Push-up count 1, current total 8. Warning: irregular form detected. Count invalidated. Damn it. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter, but after hours of military boxing, exhaustion had already hollowed him out. 10 textbook-perfect push-ups left him flushed, breathless, trembling, on the verge of collapse. And that was merely 1/10 of the requirement. He felt himself faltering. Chen Feng gasped for air, and as that thought surfaced, a cold, emotionless electronic voice pierced his ear, warning: the day concludes shortly. He who prepares succeeds, he who neglects fails. Once a plan is set, it must be fulfilled. Detected sluggish training pace. Assistance initiating. Assistance. A surge of elation flooded Chen Feng's chest. System. Send me a gorgeous trainer, buxom, shapely, flawless. Or just a minor rejuvenation pill from wuxia novels. One that restores vitality and fortifies the body. Just as Chen Feng drifted into blissful fantasy, crack. An invisible whip lashed across his back, leaving a grotesque, livid wound. Agony, searing, unbearable. Chen Feng nearly blacked out, and then the warning echoed inside his skull: perform push-ups immediately, or suffer further lashes. Such laziness, such frailty. I shall retrain you properly. 3, 2, 1, crack. Crack. Again, Chen Feng spun like a top, skin splitting, flesh tearing. Utter terror seized him. Stop. I'll train. I swear I will. Face contorted in despair, he snapped upright at blinding speed, and resumed. Yet every time his form wavered, the system struck anew. Damn idiot system. Tears welled, yet fear overrode sorrow. Jaw clenched, abdomen rigid, arms quivering like butterfly wings, he forced himself up and down again and again. The blonde youth watched bewildered. Who is this guy? The fat boy shrugged, a madman. Yellow hair. That's no human being. Currently 99 push-ups completed, now 100. As the system notification sounded, Chen Feng instantly collapsed onto the playground, feeling sore, weak, and cramping, nearly fainting. The chubby guy just finished eating stared blankly. Wow, we have an athlete in our dorm. Li Guolong then asked with concern, is it over? If only it could be over. The thought of another 100 sit-ups and squats made Chen Feng's head ache. At that moment, a warning from the system echoed in his ears, detected slow training progress. I'm sorry, you'll start practicing right away. In front of Li Guolong and the others, Chen Feng spread his feet apart, extended his arms, and began to squat. The chubby guy pointed to the public restroom on the first floor. What are you doing? Go outside if you need to. Chen Feng remained silent, focusing solely on his squats. Li Guolong understood squats. The chubby guy whispered to Huang Mao, I can see it now, this guy must have burned his brain at a pet hospital when he was young. Huang Mao, however, had a different perspective. What do you know? At his current level, he definitely can't defeat Professor Yang, the boss, so he's working hard to level up. Do you get it now? The chubby guy looked at Huang Mao with a dumbfounded expression. I get it, you both went to the same pet hospital. After squats came sit-ups. Chen Feng lay on the bed, legs together, arms raised, his body rising and falling, causing the whole iron bed to creak. He finally completed all the tasks just before dawn. It hurts so much, I'm not going to dissolve my muscles, am I? Muscle dissolution, also known as rhabdomyolysis, was something Chen Feng had heard of, where excessive exercise could lead to acute kidney injury and result in death. If this continues, I might die too. This proficiency system is really ridiculous. Training completed successfully for the day. Keep practicing to improve. Your physique has permanently increased. As the system voice faded, Chen Feng felt a surge of strength erupting from within, and the fatigue from overexertion vanished without a trace. This feeling is quite enjoyable. Chen Feng smiled from the heart, a great sense of accomplishment washing over him. Who says the proficiency system is bad? It's actually fantastic. The other three, about to sleep, heard his laughter and suspected Chen Feng had trained so much that he had gone foolish. Huang Mao, I bet he won't last 3 days. Chubby, it's already been 3 days. I was careless, but he definitely won't last a week. Chubby, he's already lasted a week. Wow, he made it. What a real man. If he calls me a sissy, he'll buy a bag of sanitary pads and wear them. Actually, Chen Feng initially rejected training. But as his physical stats kept improving, the thrill of transforming from a student to a powerhouse became irresistible. On the 7th day, Chen Feng was sweating profusely on the playground. Currently 73 push-ups completed, now 74. At this moment, Li Guolong and the others sneaked over. Seeing that no one was around, they said, seriously, we need to discuss serious matters. Here we go. Chen Feng perked up. Are we acting tomorrow? Li Guolong nodded yes. Huang Mao spread out the map from a gameplay perspective. To clear the 4th mental hospital, we need to meet 3 conditions: steal the key from the professor's office, defeat the gatekeeper, the pig instructor, and avoid the night patrols of the imitation students. Chubby interrupted Huang Mao. Although I think you're usually a bit off, using a game to explain the escape plan actually sounds quite reasonable. Li Guolong handed a key to Chen Feng. Brother Feng, this is the office key. As per our agreement, you go to the office and handle the security room. After thinking for a moment, Li Guolong added, remember, we must act tomorrow night. Chen Feng nodded. Li Guolong couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to ask me why we must act tomorrow night? Of course, it's because the professor won't be here tomorrow. Chen Feng knowingly asked, then why? Li Guolong explained, because every year at the end of July the professor disappears for half a day, which is why we must wait until tomorrow to act. Chen Feng was shocked. Every year? How long have you been caught? One must know this cursed place assimilates people. To not become a model student in a year, one must have a strong resistance. Li Guolong waved his hand. It's not me, it's a senior named Chen Xinran. She is said to be the only student to escape from the academy. This map and the office key were secretly left in her notebook. Li Guolong then looked a bit awkward. Me, Chubby, and Huang Mao have only been here for half a year, so we're not sure if the professor will leave that day. If you don't want to, we can swap tasks. No swapping. Chubby exclaimed anxiously. What if the professor doesn't leave? He'd definitely electrocute us. No, the professor will definitely leave. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Although he knew that the 3 had failed the last escape due to planning issues, he was sure that the problem did not lie with the key. Chen Feng remembered an incident from the past. During the time he received the ghost catching system, in that cycle, he had grown tired of old Li's stories and listened to the radio for a while on the bus. He clearly remembered a piece of news: the annual Youth Mental Health Work Special Report meeting will be held at 9 a.m. at the end of this month, inviting renowned professors in the field of mental health from the city. Although he didn't know how the professor with the goat head would hold a meeting, the fact that the professor won't be in the academy tomorrow night and will return the next afternoon was already verified. Now it seemed the problem lay with the pig instructor. Chen Feng asked the 3, how do you plan to deal with the pig instructor? Li Guolong told Chen Feng that the pig instructor loved to drink and eat meat, so tomorrow they just needed to present fine wine to get him drunk. Chen Feng was curious. You guys have fine wine? The chubby guy replied, yep, borrowed it from the cafeteria's kitchen. Borrowed? More like stole. Chen Feng glanced at the chubby guy, finally understanding why he was still so fat after being here for half a year. In this way, both the elite instructor and the small boss professor are dealt with. Huang Mao said, as for the imitation students, as long as we are careful, it should be fine. No problem. Chen Feng squinted. From his previous memory that afternoon, the pig instructor was indeed drowsy, likely from being successfully drunk, and without Professor Yang around, they shouldn't have failed to steal the key. Yet Chubby and Huang Mao were still caught. So they must have been caught by the imitation patrol. Although Huang Mao jokingly referred to them as minions, Chen Feng, having dealt with them, knew that once the imitation students went berserk, even several adults couldn't contain them. But it doesn't matter this time. I'm here. 99. 100. After completing the 100th push-up, a system notification rang in Chen Feng's mind. Congratulations. Through hard work, you have completed the Clevel Hero Training Program. The host's physical strength has reached brick-breaking level. Subsequent B, A, and S-level programs will require 110 and 100 points respectively. Warning: host's imitation level has reached 50%. Full imitation will result in training interruption and points will not be refunded. Please find a safer area. I can't train anymore. If I do, it'll become an imitation. Chen Feng picked up a brick from the ground, casually squeezed it, and to his surprise it crumbled to dust as easily as tofu. Brick-breaking level, truly terrifying. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled. A knife hand strike that shatters a brick and turns it to powder is not the same concept. The former can be done by some street performers, while the latter has surpassed human limits. What nonsense imitation can withstand my punch? The following afternoon, immediately after physical training, Chen Feng headed straight for the 3rd floor. The door isn't even locked. This monster is astonishingly careless. Chen Feng pushed the door open and searched the desk thoroughly, but found no key whatsoever. Strange. Is the map's intelligence flawed, or did the professor take the key with him before leaving? An ordinary person might have given up and left empty-handed. But Chen Feng was certain last time Li Guolong and his two companions had indeed obtained the key. I must be doing it wrong. A sudden flash of insight struck Chen Feng. He stepped out, closed the door, and tried unlocking it again with the very same key. This time the moment the door swung open, a chilling gust of wind rushed straight into his face. Damn, it's a fake office. Chen Feng thought bitterly how insidiously cunning this monster truly was. Had Li Guolong's group not stolen the office key in advance, he himself would never have escaped alone. After a quick search, Chen Feng soon discovered a key engraved with a ramshed motif inside the desk drawer. This must be it. Monsters lack high intelligence, unlike me. If I held such a crucial key, I'd carry it on my person at all times. Clutching the key, Chen Feng returned to the dormitory where Fatso and Li Guolong had just completed their liquor delivery plan. All that remained now was to wait patiently for several hours, until the pig instructor grew drunk, and then slip away under cover of night. Huang Mao stamped his feet anxiously. Why won't it get dark already? If only we could skip ahead. You're pacing like a man possessed, Fatso grumbled, growing increasingly irritated. Huang Mao grinned excitedly. You don't understand. I can't wait to pull off a one-life speedrun through 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Who exactly is performing? Fatso asked, puzzled. Huang Mao pointed at himself. Me. Oh my god. You skipped stealing the key, you skipped stealing the liquor, you did absolutely nothing. And now suddenly you're starring in a one-life speedrun. Fatso's frustration boiled over. Forget the professor. I'm half tempted to electrocute you myself. Amid their bickering, night finally fell. Li Guolong called out, let's go. Everyone needs a bathroom break. Fatso feigned embarrassment. Good grief. Grown men afraid of the dark, needing company to pee. Don't you feel ashamed? Awful acting, Chen Feng muttered. Not for the first time, yet still compelled to comment. Fortunately, the sole audience for this charade, the pseudo-humans, possessed only rudimentary intelligence and intervened exclusively when living humans violated one of the 10 rules. And venturing out for a midnight bathroom trip clearly fell outside those boundaries. The four slipped quietly from the dormitory, evaded the patrol units formed by pseudo-humans, and reached the sports field. A thin veil of white mist now blanketed the field. Anyone who entered it without the key would wander endlessly, wearing out their shoes completely, yet never find their way out. Brother Feng, the key. Got it. Holding the key aloft, they cut through the mist and beheld the high wall crisscrossed with wires, the vermilion main gate of the academy, and the guardhouse glowing softly with lamplight. From afar, loud snores echoed from within the guardhouse. Huang Mao peered through the glass window and gave a thumbs up, sleeping like a slaughtered pig. Fatso quipped, well, he is literally a pig. Li Guolong raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, don't wake the monster. Under the guardhouse's lamplight, a metallic gleam shimmered from the center of the academy's main gate, a heavy iron lock, thick and unyielding. At first glance, anyone would instinctively think of just 4 words: impregnable and invincible. Brother Feng, hand me the key. Li Guolong slid the ramhead key into the lock and froze in disbelief. It wouldn't turn. Huang Mao's face paled. Wrong key. The gate cannot be opened from this side. The map had only stated the key granted passage across the field, not that it could unlock the gate itself. Fatso speculated, maybe the key's on the pig instructor. I'll check. Pushing open the guardhouse door, a wave of alcoholic fumes hit Chen Feng full in the face. He pinched his nose shut, tiptoed inside with extreme caution, and emerged moments later, head bowed and shoulders slumped. Clearly he'd found nothing. Just as despair began to overwhelm the group, Huang Mao suddenly declared, wait, I've got a plan. Fatso scoffed, yes, sure you do. No, seriously, I do. I heard the academy's power substation lies near the sanatorium. If we cut the electricity, we could scale the wall and escape. His voice dropped lower, but the map explicitly warns, the sanatorium is even more perilous than the Internet Addiction Academy, and none of us has ever set foot there. Venturing alone into an unfamiliar, deadly place. That was no different from walking straight to one's death. Fatso groaned. Oh dear, any volunteers for suicide duty at the sanatorium? After a brief silence, Li Guolong spoke firmly, I'll go. Fatso nodded approvingly. Exactly. Nobody wants to go. What? Huang Mao gasped in shock. Brother Long, you're joking, right? Li Guolong's gaze remained resolute as he repeated, I'll go. Chen Feng fell into quiet contemplation. So that was it. Last time Professor Yang had only recaptured 2 people because Li Guolong had met disaster at the sanatorium. As Chen Feng pondered, Li Guolong began issuing final instructions. Once you escape, seek help from Captain Li of the police force. He's my father. Captain Li. He was old Li's son. Chen Feng's mind exploded with realization. Of course, those captured by the academy had their entire life histories erased from the world. Yet faint traces always lingered. For instance, old Li, though elderly, had no children. yet his beloved windproof lighter bore an engraved metal inscription for father. So, old Li did have a child, merely imprisoned in the academy. Chen Feng suddenly understood. No wonder I felt such an inexplicable kinship the moment I laid eyes on Li Guolong. By now everyone stood weeping. Li Guolong said softly, "My father always told me, if I ever failed in life I shouldn't return to shame him. If you see him, please tell him though I never came home, I never brought him shame." "Don't worry, I'll tell Uncle," Huang Mao whispered, eyes glistening. Fatso uncharacteristically solemn vowed, "When I escape, I swear, I will come back for you. Then, I entrust everything else to you." With those parting words, Li Guolong's gaze burned with resolve, and he turned resolutely toward the sanatorium. At that moment, Chen Feng, who'd been treated like invisible air, clapped sharply. Hey, hey, hey. There's still someone standing right here. Brother Long, your self-sacrificing courage truly moved me deeply. But hold on, don't rush just yet." With a deep breath, Chen Feng gripped the iron chain, with both hands concentrated all his strength into a single point, and wrenched with overwhelming force. Crack! Under that immense pressure, the iron lock instantly warped and shattered into scattered fragments. This was brute strength manifesting the miraculous. Staring dumbfounded at the trio, Chen Feng smirked triumphantly. "Who said a door can't be opened without a key?" Huang Mao stood frozen. "In all my life, I've never seen anyone this extraordinary." Fatso sighed. "Well, you just did." As for Li Guolong, recalling the deeply embarrassing speech he'd just delivered, his ears flushed crimson. The moment had reached its emotional zenith. To survive now would almost be impolite. The four of them passed through the gate and found themselves facing a neighborhood reminiscent of an urban village. Lush trees encircled clusters of modest residential buildings 3 or 4 stories tall, a laundry and cured meats hung from balconies, while electric scooters and bicycles rested beneath the structures. All was serene, harmonious, so tranquil that no one would ever suspect a demonic lair lay just beyond. Not advisable, Chen Feng shook his head. What if these residents are monsters too? To be safe, they crept silently out of the village until asphalt pavement came into view. Only then did they breathe easy. Yes, one life speedrun complete. Huang Mao suddenly bellowed, then bolted down the street like a wild horse freed from its reins. "Are you insane? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Though the fat man shouted in outrage, his face betrayed unmistakable relief. Strictly speaking, it was a two-life escape. Chen Feng hesitated, lips parted but silent. It was now the dead of night. Most storefronts along the roadside were shuttered. Only one 24-hour convenience store remained lit. Inside, the only person present was the shop owner, reclining in a rocking chair watching television. Chen Feng approached and asked politely, "Excuse me, we've lost our way. May we borrow your phone to call the police?" The owner glanced at their camouflage uniforms, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he replied, "No problem, but my phone's charging. Wait just a moment, I'll go fetch it for you." "Sure." Nodding, Chen Feng stepped closer, then struck without warning. A single decisive punch sent the owner crashing unconscious onto the floor with a resonant clang. Better to err on the side of caution than to let danger slip through. Amid his companions' bewildered stares, Chen Feng explained, "A journey of 100 miles is half over at 90. After all we've endured to escape, we must not falter at the final step." He patted the owner's pockets and retrieved a smartphone. The screen lit up, battery at 97. Something's definitely off. Placing the device on the counter, Chen Feng added, "Our luck holds. We've got an unlocked phone. Who'd like to make the call?" Me. Huang Mao snatched the phone and dialed rapidly. After a brief ringtone, the line connected with a soft vibration. Huang Mao cried out, "Mom." A puzzled middle-aged woman's voice answered from the other end, "Mom. Mom, it's Wenba. Wenba. We have no one named Wenba in our family. Mom, it's really me. I'm sorry, you've dialed the wrong number." A sharp, insistent, busy tone followed. Beep, beep, beep. Their faces fell. The euphoria of narrow survival evaporated instantly. They had been erased from the world. Only Chen Feng remained impassive. He wasn't even from this world. Being forgotten suited him just fine. After a brief silence, Li Guolong stepped forward to comfort him. "Wenba, don't despair. Once we eliminate those monsters, the professor, the instructors, we're certain your mother will remember you. Right? Right." Huang Mao nodded vigorously. "Let's call the police, now." He dialed again. A calm operator's voice answered, "Hello, what emergency can I assist you with?" "We've encountered Mon." Before Huang Mao could utter the word monster, Li Guolong cut in. We've been kidnapped." Brilliant phrasing. Chen Feng thought. Li Guolong truly possessed a fraction of his father's shrewdness and decisiveness. Had Huang Mao spoken plainly of monsters, the operator would likely dismiss the call as a prank, or worse, a psychiatric episode. Framing it as kidnapping grounded the plea in plausibility and provided justification to dispatch officers directly to the academy. Once the authorities laid eyes upon those creatures, pig-headed, sheep-head, rabbit-head abominations, every mystery would unravel. By now, Li Guolong was already relaying coordinates. Yes, we're 4 survivors. Roughly 50 others remain captive. We're at a convenience store near the 4th Psychiatric Hospital on Shuetian Road, Cihang City. Can you send help immediately? The operator reassured him, stay calm. We've dispatched units. They'll arrive shortly. Please bring firearms. The kidnappers are numerous and armed with heavy weapons. Hanging up, the 4 settled into wait. Huang Mao had already shaken off his sorrow. He grabbed a cola from the shelf and took a long, satisfying gulp. Ah, bliss. I swear, I haven't tasted cola since the last time I tasted cola. As the fat man tore open a bag of chips, he quipped, good grief. My farts have more flavor than your words do. A low, rumbling engine sound pierced the air, interrupting their banter. A minivan pulled up outside the store. Who sends a minivan at this hour? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. If nothing else went awry, something certainly would. This doesn't bode well. Brother Feng, technically we're the intruders, Huang Mao corrected. The van door slid open, and 3 expressionless pale figures leapt out. They re. Huang Mao turned ashen, gripped by a chilling memory. Damn it, it's the white coats. But don't they only snatch people from internet cafes? The fat man muttered, baffled. Run? Now. Officers are minutes away, scatter. Evade temporarily, don't let them capture us. Li Guolong shouted frantically. I'll evade their edge first. Why don't they step aside from mine? Chen Feng seethed, recalling how the white coats had dragged him to the Internet Addiction Rehabilitation Academy. If not for those monsters, would he have suffered so much? Here, with a thunderous shout, Chen Feng launched a flying kick, like striking a football, and sent the lead white coat soaring 4 or 5 meters before he crashed onto the street, limbs splayed, utterly motionless. An ordinary person would have fled in terror at such a sight, but these pseudo-human white coats felt no fear. They charged forward unblinking. Chen Feng showed them no mercy. 2 swift punches left and right, each landing squarely on a white coat's jaw. According to system records, a Class C hero could pulverize a standard red brick 240-115-53 mm into dust with a single strike. How much more devastating then against flesh and bone bodies? Each blow shattered bone, ruptured tissue, and extinguished life instantly. The fat man was utterly awestruck. Holy, why didn't you say you had this kind of power? We wouldn't have run at all. Huang Mao groaned in regret. I should have leveled up earlier. Amid their stunned exclamations, Chen Feng swelled with quiet pride. Just days ago at Happy Internet Cafe, 6 grown men had failed to subdue a single pseudo-human attendant, nearly losing him entirely until they'd torn off his skin. Now facing white coat pseudo-humans, devoid of that critical skin vulnerability, he'd soloed 3 and emerged victorious. The gulf between past and present was as exhilarating as donning fresh undergarments on New Year's Day morning. Yet at that very moment, another white coat descended from the van. A bespectacled middle-aged man. At the sight of him, Chen Feng's entire body tensed. Every cell screamed danger. Danger. No warning was needed. Li Guolong and the others sensed it too. Ordinary white coats stood rigid as model students, eyes unblinking, expressions frozen, gazes vacant. This one, however, smiled gently, a clear sign he was no mere foot soldier. Adjusting his glasses, the white coat murmured, running away is what bad children do. That voice, familiar. That smile, unmistakable. Their bodies jolted in unison. Professor. The white coat returned the smile. Indeed. It is I. Chen Feng's pupils contracted. How did you find us? From planning to escape, to executing the action, and finally calling for help at the convenience store, Chen Feng felt they had left no flaws. The only explanations for this intrusion were either an insider or supernatural powers. But Chen Feng was wrong this time. Professor Yang smiled and said, someone reported to me. He recalled seeing a few lit windows in the surrounding residential buildings when he left. Chen Feng instantly understood, it's the villagers. The 4th Psychiatric Hospital was located in a remote urban village where all the villagers acted as the eyes of the monsters. Under such circumstances, unless there was a water ghost's invisibility technique, leaving the academy would inevitably lead to being discovered. The yellow-haired boy couldn't believe it. Impossible. If that's the case, how did senior sister Chen Xinran escape? Oh, you mean that stubborn little girl? I remember her well. She wasn't captured by me, but was voluntarily sent here by her parents. She stayed at the academy for 3 years without becoming a model student. Truly remarkable. After she escaped, she killed her parents and then committed suicide. Professor Yang's sunny smile never faded, but his words sent chills down people's spines. Since the establishment of this academy, no one has ever escaped. After saying this, Professor Yang unleashed an electric arc, and the 4 of them suddenly felt as if their bodies were cramping, their muscles uncontrollably contracting, tightening, spasming, and going numb. Thud. Chen Feng knelt on one knee while the other 3 fell to the ground like dead pigs. Oh, you're still able to stand. Professor Yang pointed at the three people lying on the ground and smiled at Chen Feng. Not bad, you're slightly stronger than them, but not by much. Although Chen Feng couldn't move, he still bravely retorted, damn it, if you have the ability, don't use skills. Fight me fair and square. Professor Yang admonished, at such a time you're still thinking about games and skills. You have been poisoned by the internet too deeply. Going online is for bad kids. After being struck by lightning again, Chen Feng didn't utter a word of surrender as he deliberately broke the rules for bad kids to provoke the other party just to buy some time. Calculating the time, it should be about right. In the distance, the sound of sirens was heard. The chubby boy sighed in relief. Finally, they're here. Professor Yang paused, realizing, so you called the police. Li Guolong gritted his teeth and said, yes, you're done for. Professor Yang looked at everyone with a mocking gaze. Oh, is that so? The confidence of the other party made Chen Feng uneasy, and at that moment, he noticed only one police car arriving from a distance. Why are there so few of them? The yellow-haired boy felt a sinking feeling. This is just to deliver heads. Li Guolong shouted towards the police car, officer over here. 4 people got out of the police car. The leading male officer introduced himself. My name is Hu Qing. Did you report the crime? Yes, they kidnapped us. Officer Hu, be careful, he has a weapon and might attack you. Officer Hu, call for backup, hurry. In response to Chen Feng and the others' accusations, Professor Yang remained calm, raised his hands to show he had no weapons, and said, hello, officer Hu, I am Professor Yang from the 4th Psychiatric Hospital's Internet Addiction School. Upon hearing that he was a professor, Officer Hu visibly lowered his guard. What exactly happened? Professor Yang played the victim. These are problematic youths and mentally ill individuals who escaped from us. Li Guolong shouted loudly, you're talking nonsense. We were kidnapped by you. You can talk about things that don't exist, huh? Professor Yang pointed to the white coat on the ground and the unconscious shopkeeper inside, saying, look, they resisted, violently injuring not only the convenience store's owner, but also our caregiver. Li Guolong panicked, don't listen to him. But Officer Hu didn't pay attention to Li Guolong and instead complained, Professor, you need to strengthen management in the future. Professor Yang looked apologetic. I'm sorry, we were negligent. Officer Hu sighed, students, your parents sent you to the academy hoping for the best. Please don't cause trouble, just obediently return with the professor and don't make things difficult for us, okay? Li Guolong and the others instantly felt despair. The chubby boy cursed, damn, is your brain filled with water? Still cursing? You should be disciplined. Officer Hu said to Professor Yang, then you handle it, let's go. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy could no longer hold back and spoke the truth. They're all monsters. The 3 on the ground can't talk, and the one with glasses has whips that extend from his back. Just ask them and you'll know. Although what the yellow-haired boy said was true, the claim of monsters only made Officer Hu feel they were talking nonsense. You really are mentally ill. Thus, under Officer Hu's indifferent gaze, the 4 were loaded into a van. On the van, looking at the cornered 4, Professor Yang couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. The roads in the village were not easy to traverse. The van did not return the same way, but took a detour, entering through the main gate of the sanatorium. And at the moment they entered the 4th Psychiatric Hospital, Professor Yang's face changed. His face transformed from round to triangular, then grew white hair and a white beard. His ears stood upright and grew larger. His black hair gradually shortened, balding and turning white, sprouting 2 spiraling horns. A goat's face appeared before everyone. Welcome back, children. Then they were sent to the sanatorium. There Chen Feng met the legendary rabbit nurse. She was a woman with a rabbit head, dressed in white from head to toe, a white nurse's cap, white nurse's uniform, white stockings, and white rubber shoes. She pointed at everyone with her fingers painted in orange nail polish and asked the professor, Professor, who are these? Professor Yang respectfully replied, the runaway children have been brought back by me. The rabbit nurse glanced coldly and said, such disobedience, dispose of them. You seem to be in a good mood. Yes, the one we captured a week ago is willing to join us. That's great. Director Nyo will surely be happy. Later you can go to the office and the nurse station to get the keys to release the new colleague. No need, these little rabbit brats have already stolen my keys. The 2 monsters were bantering back and forth. Chen Feng lay on the stretcher, his heart racing. Director Nyo. The yellow-haired boy was right. There was indeed a hidden boss in this hospital. New colleague. Next time we must escape early, otherwise we'll have to face another monster. At this moment, the rabbit nurse took out a notebook and pen from her bosom. After staring at everyone for a while, she began to draw circles on it. Then Chen Feng and the others felt dizzy and drowsy. Soon he would meet that pig's head again. This was the last thought Chen Feng had before losing consciousness. But when he regained consciousness, he found himself standing on the playground, not back in that dark little room. No save file. Chen Feng felt something was wrong and tried to call out to the surrounding students, hey, can you hear me? What on earth is going on? Although Chen Feng was clear-headed and could hear the surrounding sounds and feel the temperature, he could not control his body, as if he was experiencing sleep paralysis. Is this what it feels like to become a pseudo-human? Chen Feng shouted at the system, load save file. Load save file. The system gave no response as loading a save file could only be triggered by death, and Chen Feng was not dead. Often those who die know that the average human lifespan is 73 years. Chen Feng was 26 this year, which means this kind of life would continue for another 47 years. That's over 17,000 days, more than 400,000 hours. This is still the most optimistic scenario. What if the lifespan of a pseudo-human is infinite? Then I would be in a dead safe state. Panic surged in Chen Feng's heart. Ever since he crossed over, this was the first time he encountered such a desperate situation. Thus he no longer cared about saving points and decisively used the protection. The gentleman gentle as jade, you have activated Lu Sun's protection. The protector is not affected by any spells, magic, demon arts, or abnormal states. A green glowing sword-wielding gentleman's phantom appeared behind Chen Feng. But regrettably, after wasting a point, Chen Feng's body remained uncontrollable, indicating that being transformed into a pseudo-human did not count as an abnormal state. At least I know that I can still use the system, even when I can't control my body. Awesome, I didn't expect to have so many lives only to be pushed to a dead end. This world is indeed intense. Exciting. Exciting. Chen Feng suddenly went into a frenzy. If he only had the save load system, he would indeed be like those predecessors in the third floor of the Happy Internet Cafe, already doomed. But he had more than one system. Thus, on a rainy night a few days later, a shadowy figure pushed open the dormitory door and walked up to the transformed pseudo-human Chen Feng, breaking his neck. Awake! A call brought Chen Feng back to reality. He opened his eyes, shook his neck, and regained the sensation of controlling his body, feeling as invigorating as taking the first breath of air after surfacing from drowning. I'm back. Chen Feng's face lit up with joy. By summoning the water ghost, he successfully killed himself, triggering the save system and escaping the deadlock. Your clothes, take them off, hurry. You all help him now. Amidst the shouting of the pig-headed man, several trainees in camouflage rushed up, ready to assist Chen Feng in undressing. Here we go again. Chen Feng recalled the first time he came here. He was stripped bare by these guys, exposed like a monkey on display, completely devoid of dignity. But this time he was no longer the lamb at the mercy of others. Get lost, Chen Feng shouted, pushing with both hands and sending the fake trainee tumbling to the ground. As before, any rewards obtained from the system would be preserved, so the explosive brick-level physique he trained in his previous life remained intact. This is the system, a certificate of eternal proof. Damn it. Seeing his subordinates being struck down, the pig-headed man exploded in fury, reaching out his large hand towards Chen Feng. Come at me. Chen Feng also wanted to see, ignoring factors like electric shocks, just how far his body could go in pure strength confrontation. So he raised both arms to meet the pig's hand, planning to push the pig-headed man away with brute force. Meanwhile, the pig-headed man also exerted strength, attempting to use his weight advantage to crush Chen Feng. Bang! The four palms collided, creating a dull crashing sound that echoed in the small dark room. Chen Feng was jolted, his arms numb as cracks formed in the marble beneath his feet. Conversely, the pig-headed man was momentarily stunned. With its pig brain, it clearly couldn't comprehend why this frail human could resist it in a contest of strength. Afterward, due to violating the rules and resisting the instructor, Chen Feng was confined again for 7 days. Once the monster left, Chen Feng immediately called upon the system number of saves: 2 system points, 9 available protections, Lu Sun, Jiao Ma Chao available spirits, 3-star water ghost characteristics, enjoys water, enjoys rain, available plans, hero training, first stage, completed, consume 1 point to unlock second stage level training plan. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Not only has my trained physique been preserved, but even the subsequent training plans are intact. Great. Once I escape and find a safe place, I'll enter closed door cultivation. Next came the 3-choice box segment. One was the sci-fi exchange system KH-02 SBFS. The other was the task system from the immortal world XX-01 DKQD. As for the new box numbered ZT-03 LTQ, it said everyone in the group is talented, speaks well, and I really enjoy being here. This classification, name, abbreviation, and the content of what it said. Chen Feng immediately recognized that this was a chat group system from the Myriad Realms. The chat group connects characters from different spaces and identities through group chat communication tools, allowing for cross-world interaction. Simply put, it's like creating a group with leaders from other worlds. It sounds like it could be quite useless. But for example, after opening the chat group, Chen Feng might add a Deluo Golden Immortal from the cultivation world as a friend, obtaining their cultivation methods, or contact a mad scientist from the sci-fi world for future technology, or even communicate with wizards from the magical world and learn magic. This is indeed a system with a very high upper limit. If used well, it's no worse than the exchange system, and it doesn't even require points. But it's not suitable to activate it now. To forge iron, one must first be strong. Chen Feng was currently empty-handed, Even if he added a big shot, he had no resources to exchange. What if he joined a villain chat group and had to engage in schemes and intrigues? With this in mind, Chen Feng decided to first activate the task system and earn some points. So he activated XX01 DKQD. Aren't you from the immortal world? Come on, give me a few tasks for slaying demons and exterminating evil. Ding. Congratulations, you have activated the check-in system. Check-in. Chen Feng was taken aback and immediately saluted. Sorry, officer, I didn't recognize you just now. If there were to be a ranking for the dumbest systems in the world, check-in would come second. No one would dare to rank first. Its function is very simple. As long as the system owner checks in at a specific time or location like attendance, they can receive generous rewards. Chen Feng quickly glanced over. Based on his experiences, there were currently 3 unlocked check-in locations. Sparse check-in location, Cihang Bridge. Sparse check-in location, Happy Internet Cafe. 4-star check-in location, 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Chen Feng carefully examined and found that the more dangerous the check-in location, the higher the difficulty star level, and as a reward, the more system points one would receive. Among them, Cihang Bridge and Happy Internet Cafe were originally 3-star and 4-star check-in locations, but since the monsters there had been eliminated or subdued, they were downgraded to sparse. As for the 4th Psychiatric Hospital, why is it only 4 stars? Is it because that so-called head doctor isn't present? Forget it, let's check in and see. Chen Feng silently thought of the word check-in. Ding. Congratulations, user successfully checked in at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital Professor's Office, 4th Psychiatric Hospital Instructor's Security Room. Just 2 more locations to successfully check in, huh? What does it mean by 2 more locations? With a thought, a map of the 4th Psychiatric Hospital appeared before him. The section regarding the Internet Addiction Academy was clear and straightforward. However, the section regarding the nursing home was shrouded in fog, unclear, with 2 locations marked as unexplored: the basement and the nurse's station. Originally intending to run away directly, but now it seems that a trip to the nursing home is necessary. Chen Feng crushed the door lock with one hand and pushed open the door of the small dark room. It was noon, and the sunlight was glaring, causing Chen Feng to shield his eyes with his hand and gaze into the distance. Through the metal wire mesh, there was a 3-story building entirely in white, each window sealed with wires to prevent escape. If it weren't for the sign on the roof saying nursing home, one might think it was a cement prison for criminals. It looks very dangerous. I know nothing about the situation in the nursing home or the abilities of the nurse. If I force my way in, I might end up with the same fate as last time. I need to think of a way to mix in legitimately. Chen Feng pondered briefly and quickly recalled the notes left by that suicidal senior sister. In an emergency, one could pretend to be insane to enter. Pretending to be insane would allow one to avoid being attacked by monsters and even be taken care of by them as a patient. This might sound unbelievable, but in reality, through his observations over time, Chen Feng discovered that the monsters in the hospital followed certain rules in their actions and attacks. For instance, in the Internet Addiction Academy, as long as one did not violate the 10 rules for naughty kids, they would never be attacked by monsters. Therefore, pretending to be insane was the survival rule in the nursing home. Understanding all this, Chen Feng stripped off his outer coat and pants, leaving only a pair of shorts, then sprinted towards the psychiatric hospital, shouting as he ran, "I'm insane. I'm insane, I'm insane. Are you insane?" 2 orderlies in white coats rushed over. "Do you have medicine?" Chen Feng surrendered without resistance. Under the escort of the white coat orderlies, he crossed the meticulously trimmed lawn, traversed the dim and eerie corridors, and donned a gray and white striped patient gown, successfully infiltrating the sanatorium. The sanatorium's lobby reeked of antiseptic and disinfectant. Chen Feng swept his gaze across the room and swiftly identified his first checkpoint, the nurse station. Situated at the exact center of the lobby, it resembled a glass-enclosed command hub. Within it sat Boss Rabbit Nurse, the sovereign of this domain, her crimson eyes fixed behind the glass, surveying every patient like a monarch gazing upon her subjects. Noticing her gaze settle upon him, Chen Feng immediately responded with a series of vacant, idiotic chuckles. His performance was unrefined, but more than sufficient to deceive a monster. Soon Rabbit Nurse withdrew her scrutiny, doubt dispelled. He had slipped through undetected. Chen Feng exhaled inwardly, palms damp. Being watched by those unnerving scarlet eyes was anything but relaxing. Yet he had confirmed a crucial truth: so long as one obeyed the rules, no attack would follow. Indeed, every monster within this hospital adhered to an immutable code. Just wait. Once I complete the checkpoint and claim my points, I'll butcher you into spicy rabbit head stew. 3 days later, having fully acclimated to life in the sanatorium, Chen Feng concluded it was the most monotonous place on earth. First, sleep schedules were rigid. Patients must rise at 6:30 am and retire by 1:00 p.m. Any deviation constituted a violation. Second, movement was strictly confined during morning rest. All patients sat in silence upon the lobby's chairs. During afternoon outdoor activity, They could only pace like caged birds within the wire-fenced lawn. Naturally, the nurse station, the very checkpoint Chinfeng sought, lay entirely outside permitted patient zones. Lastly, treatment was mandatory and uniform, either 1 or 2 sleeping pills daily, or a sedative injection. Refusal meant breaking protocol. From the jarring alarm that wrenched them awake each morning to the final pill swallowed before lights out, every moment unfolded under the nurse's ironclad supervision. Should anyone resist, Rabbit Nurse would calmly produce her logbook, painted nails glinting, its orange lacquer vivid against the stark white pages. Chinfeng had observed it closely. This logbook was a diluted version of the death note. Its lethality required 2 steps. First, the holder must lock eyes with a target for over 1 minute, thereby learning their name. Second, 5 circles drawn beside the name would extinguish the victim's consciousness and volition, transforming them into a pseudo-human. As a registered patient, Chinfeng's name already appeared within its pages. If she intends to eliminate me, 5 circles are all it takes. That means I must neutralize her within 3 seconds, or I'm finished. Conversely, to kill a stranger, she'd first need to maintain eye contact for over a minute. Thus, an ambush, rather than a prolonged confrontation, is tactically superior against her. Inside the lounge, patients wandered aimlessly through the lobby. Chinfeng crept silently to the edge of the nurse station and mentally triggered the checkpoint. It failed. Damn it. Must I enter physically? From behind, he studied Rabbit Nurse, the monstrous hair-headed figure, calculating the odds of shattering the glass and striking from behind. This ability alone couldn't make her stronger than the professor. She must possess hidden advantages, unknown to me. Acting now grants me only a 20% chance of victory, meaning an 80% likelihood of death. Weighing risk and reward, Chinfeng hesitated, only for someone else to act first, with words. A patient suddenly lunged forward and sank his teeth into Chinfeng's thigh. Wincing in pain, Chinfeng kicked him away with brutal force. Yet strangely, despite receiving a blow powerful enough to shatter brick, the man merely tumbled several times, then rose drooling and barked, "Woof! Woof! Damn it! How many lunatics are there here?" Chinfeng cursed inwardly. Patients in the sanatorium fell into 3 categories. The first were genuine psychiatric patients, like the one just now, who believed themselves dogs biting strangers, urinating freely to mark territory. Another was a serial killer who perceived everyone as monsters, reportedly slaughtering his entire family after mistaking them for abominations. The second category comprised those who had encountered anomalies. One claimed to have seen an invisible creature beneath Cihang Bridge, another insisted he was tormented by an unseen rabbit. Still another recounted how his family vanished during a trip to an amusement park, devoured, he swore, by cats. Such accounts were dismissed as delusional, hence their confinement by families and police. Yet Chinfeng knew with chilling certainty that every word was true. For each testimony resonated in his mind, not as memory, but as mechanical proclamation. 5-star checkpoint, discovered terror amusement park. 5-star checkpoint, discovered mad zoo. Finally, the third category, patients, or rather pseudo-humans. Like the internet cafe attendant at Xingfu Net Bar or the model student at Wangyin Academy, these beings bore a unique title: cured patients. Just as prolonged exposure to Wangyin Academy induced pseudo-human transformation, so too did extended medication and injections gradually convert Category 1 and 2 patients, after which the sanatorium declared them healed and released them to their families. Each day the sanatorium admitted 5 to 10 new patients and discharged 5 to 10 pseudo-humans. At that thought, Chinfeng's scalp prickled. How many pseudo-humans truly lurked within Cihang City? Perhaps in this city's grim calculus, humanity itself was the invasive species. Nightfall. Chinfeng accepted his sleeping pill from the nurse station window and swallowed it visibly. But back in his room, he discreetly spat the tablet, previously concealed beneath his tongue, into his palm. Prolonged residence in places like this sanatorium, or Wangyin Academy, carried the peril of pseudo-human degeneration. This place was no sanctuary. It was time to act. Yet Rabbit Nurse's power demanded utmost caution. With that thought, Chinfeng tore a strip of white cloth from his bedsheets, wrapped it tightly around the lower half of his face, and once satisfied his identity remained unrecognizable, snapped the door lock, and stepped into the sanatorium's corridor. By now, lights out had been enforced. The corridor plunged into absolute darkness, impenetrable even to outstretched hands. Never imagined, from childhood onward, I couldn't even stomach eating dirt. Yet here I am exploring a monster-infested asylum. How utterly terrifying. On tiptoe, Chinfeng crept toward the far end, where deep within the basement a serpentine woman coiled in the shadows, frail, broken, and utterly alone. She had been imprisoned for 3 days. She knew exactly where she was. Cihang City teemed with monsters, urban legends, Yao Hengyu grudges, demons, and more. Countless in number. Yet even today the citizens of Cihang City remained utterly ignorant of the supernatural. This ignorance was made possible only by the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Whenever someone encountered an anomaly and attempted to go public, they were forcibly admitted here for pseudo-humanization treatment. In short, the 4th Psychiatric Hospital specialized in containing anomalies. Humans were not meant to know too much, otherwise they became anomalies themselves. Conversely, Yao were expected to kill. If they refrained, they too were deemed anomalies. The rabbit nurse told Shi Qingqing, ordinarily an anomaly like you would be purged. But today I offer you a chance. The chance was simple: kill a human, deliver a blood oath, and join them. Shi Qingqing writhed in anguish. By nature she recoiled from slaughter, yet now cornered she had no other path. How had it come to this? How could she have been so naive, to fall for that man's deception? She knew her own foolishness, she had always known it. That was precisely why she kept herself cold and distant, repelling all who approached. At first others of her kind had extended kindness toward her. But Shi Qingqing trembled with fear. Alliances among Yao were brittle beyond measure. Territorial disputes and resource wars led inevitably to fratricide. So she rejected them all. She had long grown accustomed to solitude. Yet when she saw others gathering in 2s and 3s, envy coiled silent and sharp within her chest. Sometimes she even indulged in morbid fantasies that they would turn on one another, torn apart by some hidden cause. I am truly wretched. She loathed this dark self, the self that nursed such venomous thoughts. Before loneliness consumed her entirely, she emerged from the mountains. To join them you must kill. Otherwise they will never accept an anomaly like you. When the tattooed man harassed her at the internet cafe, fury surged to its breaking point. She was ready to shatter her own moral boundary. Then Shun Feng intervened, rescuing her, and confessed, the moment I saw you, I felt an uncanny kinship, as if we'd met in a past life. Huh, he likes me. I've been confessed to. Shi Qingqing had heard countless tales: a snake spirit marrying an apothecary's apprentice to repay a debt, a scholar falling instantly in love with a fox spirit in a derelict temple. Back then she dismissed them as implausible. How could human and Yao ever coexist? Yet now, with the truth unfolding before her, her heart hammered wildly. Perhaps I am the exception. She had left the mountains precisely because she could no longer bear solitude. If she found a human companion, perhaps it would be enough. Once the landlady's curse is lifted, I'll invite him to live with me deep in the mountains. That had been her plan, until her first and only act of courage collapsed into cruel illusion. The moment the water ghost appeared, Shi Qingqing understood she was not the exception, she was the fool. She bit down hard on her lower lip and spat bitterly. Humans are the vilest creatures alive, treacherous, deceitful liars to their core. Just then a familiar voice echoed outside. Hey, wait, you're not talking about me, are you? Crouching furtively outside the isolation chamber stood none other than Shun Feng, silently chanting in his mind, check in. No response from the system. Confirmation required physical presence at the designated checkpoint. Then from within the chamber came a venomous whisper, it's you. Oh, sorry. Hearing her story, Shun Feng flushed with embarrassment. He had knocked her unconscious after all, landing her here. Fine, I admit I deceived you. But surely you know the landlady isn't virtuous. Leaving you both downstairs. That was never protection, it was sacrifice. You were bait for the water ghost. So in fact I saved your life. Shun Feng spun his tail so deftly that Shi Qingqing staggered, mentally bewildered. Ah, really? Thank you then. Look, she even thanked him. Shun Feng grasped the lock on the isolation chamber door, preparing to crush it as he had done before. Hold on, I'll get you out right away. But with a sharp click the lock refused to budge. Strange, utterly strange. He tried again, pouring every ounce of strength into the effort. Still, nothing moved. Shi Qingqing sighed, it's useless. This room is sealed by a barrier. Without the key, it cannot be opened. A key. Only then did Shun Feng notice the lock had 2 keyholes. Recalling fragments of conversation before his own pseudo-humanization revelation struck, Shi Qingqing is the new colleague they mentioned. That's why they said the one captured a week ago. So Professor Yang's office key was meant for this door, and the other key must be at the nurse's station. At the sound of his footsteps retreating, Shi Qingqing panicked. Don't leave. I'm not angry anymore. Just stay and talk with me a little longer. 3 days of confinement could drive anyone mad with isolation. A truth Shun Feng knew intimately, having endured 7 himself. He reassured her gently, I'm going for the key. Wait for me. Shi Qingqing whispered, you won't deceive me again, will you? I never break my word. With that he turned and strode back down the corridor toward the nurse's station in the rest lounge. Inside the nurse's station, the rabbit nurse lay sprawled on the sofa, resting. Tread carefully. Move slowly. Shun Feng slipped off his shoes and crept forward, straining for absolute silence. Yet when he drew within 5 meters, those long rabbit ears twitched. Who's there? Long ears indeed, made for keen hearing. Shun Feng clenched his fist and slammed it into the nurse's station's glass wall. No more pretense. Life is fleeting. Defiance is eternal. Crash. Shards exploded outward, hurtling toward the rabbit nurse. only to halt midair repelled by an invisible force. A translucent glass-like barrier shimmered into existence before her. A shield. Chun Feng hesitated for only a heartbeat, then struck again, unrelenting. Simultaneously, a system chime rang in his ear. Ding. Congratulations. User has successfully checked in at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital, Nurses Station. A low, resonant echo filled the rest lounge. Agony lanced through Chun Feng's knuckles. The blow landed squarely on the barrier, yet instead of shattering it rebounded with brutal force, injuring him instead. And the barrier remained flawless. What an impenetrable turtle shell. Chun Feng shook his numb arm. Meanwhile, though the rabbit nurse recognized Chun Feng's patient gown, his face was swathed in strips of torn bedding, obscuring his identity. Who are you? Guess. He thought it, not aloud. He wouldn't utter a syllable lest his voice betray him. This barrier is astonishingly dense. Even my full-force strike would give a drill instructor pause, yet it stands unscathed. Even if I next draw the Three Kingdoms mythic system and activate Lu Bu's divine might, doubling my strength, it might still prove futile. Perhaps there's a flaw elsewhere. He circled the station testing rear assaults and overhead fragmentation, but each attempt met the same barrier. So it forms a hemispherical dome. If I could burrow underground, maybe I'd breach it from below. This ability likely persists for over a minute, more than enough time for the nurse to jot down a name. She may lack further abilities, but a defense that renders her invincible for 60 seconds, paired with an offense capable of dispatching foes instantly. That is already elite tier. In under a minute of combat, Chun Feng had deduced the nurse's limits. At that very instant, the logbook in her hand flickered and revealed a name. So it's you. From her bosom, she withdrew a neutral pen. Today's grip feels off. Consider yourself victorious. Chun Feng snatched a razor-sharp shard of glass from the floor and slashed across his own throat. Rain wouldn't fall for several more days, and Chun Feng refused to spend them as a pseudo-human. But next time, I will kill you. Blood gurgled forth as he severed his own windpipe. Wake up. Chun Feng looked at the instructor's pig-like face and said, from now on I won't see your pig face anymore. It's kind of nostalgic. Such blatant provocation naturally drew the instructor's displeasure. Bang. After the door of the small dark room closed, Chun Feng, who had just received a 7-day confinement package, began to devise a strategy in his mind. He organized the currently known information. The barrier of the rabbit nurse is indeed invincible. At least it cannot be breached through physical attacks. Thus he needs help. The petrification of Shi Qingqing can be triggered just by gazing. Coincidentally, the holder of the logbook must continuously gaze at the opponent for 1 minute to obtain their name. Staring at Shi Qingqing for a minute. Even the clearly stronger boss lady and the water ghost, after just a glance, became rigid and gray all over. Gazing for a minute, the rabbit nurse would undoubtedly die. And to receive Shi Qingqing's help, he must rescue her, which coincidentally would also complete his check-in plan. The barrier of the confinement room requires the sheep key and the rabbit key to unlock. If he wants to avoid conflict with the professor to obtain the sheep key, he can only act when the professor goes out for a meeting in a week. And the rabbit key needs to be obtained from the nurse station. Let's not even mention how to get the key without being interfered with by the rabbit nurse and come out unscathed. Even the sheep key is a problem. Although I can successfully obtain the key with the trio when I enter the Internet Addiction Academy, by that time, Shi Qingqing, who has been confined for 7 days, will have already joined the hospital. I must contact Shi Qingqing in advance to ensure she can hold on until the 7th day, but if that's the case, I won't be able to sneak into the Internet Addiction School and steal the sheep key. Damn, if only I could clone myself. Wait, I got it. Chun Feng suddenly remembered that on the 7th day the trio who stole the key would find themselves unable to exit the main door, so, to cut off the electric wire of the high wall, Li Guolong would undertake a solo mission into the sanatorium. Between the main door and the sanatorium lies a foggy playground, so the sheep key must be on Li Guolong. I'm too clever. Newton would feel inferior. Thinking of the solution, Chun Feng let out a long sigh of relief and began to check the system number of save files. 1 system points, 9 consume a bit of points to convert into a save file. Although he still had enough points, Chun Feng only charged 1 life. The reason for being so strict was to prevent situations where he could buy something with just 1 point left, resulting from first charging save file times and being unable to purchase. Someone might ask, if that's the case, can't I just wait until the save file times reach 0 and then charge again? I can save some points. But it can't be said like that. Previously, Chun Feng thought that having the save file system meant he could be reckless, but he encountered a dead file and almost ended his game. In pain from his lessons, he immediately realized that the save file system is not infallible. If he was stuck at the revival point and died twice in a row, a very foolish situation would arise. When one dies, the points are still unspent. Therefore, to be safe, it's better to leave at least 2 lives at the save point. Chun Feng glanced at the remnants of the check-in system. Besides the anticipated unfinished 4th mental hospital task, it was still there. The tasks for the crazy zoo and the horror theme park check-in points which he heard about earlier were also among them. Chen Feng exclaimed in regret, damn, had I known I would have chatted a bit more with Snake Girl being a local. A local snake, as she must know quite a few check-in locations. The new box also arrived with the code YX03HKS, saying technology and ruthlessness. YX, that's from the game system. And speaking of technology and ruthlessness, the first thing that comes to Chen Feng's mind are pre-packaged meals, additives, industrial saccharin, but those things seem irrelevant to the game. Could it be a culinary game system? With the precedent of the Three Kingdoms system, Chen Feng didn't underestimate this game system any longer. But now he was eager to escape, so to boost his combat power, exchanging for a system would be the best. Thus Chen Feng opened the KH-02 SBFS box. Let me see what the ESP starting system is all about. Ding. Congratulations, user, for successfully activating the Cyber Ascension system. Users can achieve mechanical ascension through consumption of points and bodily modifications towards great goals. Skin modification, subdermal armor, increases the defense of the modified, allowing them to withstand handgun, gun sniper rifle attacks. Arm modification, mantis blade implants blades within the modified's arms capable of executing biological enemies with life below 103050. Leg modification, enhanced tendons. The modified's running speed and duration will increase by 123 times. Immunity modification, reverse inductance. The modified can convert electric shocks or electromagnetic pulses into 508-0100 energy. Cyclic modification, secondary heart. When the modified dies, revives, restoring 305-0100. Life modifications are categorized into 3 tiers. Normal modification costs 5 points, epic modification 10 points, legendary modification 20 points. Damn, so expensive. But it's indeed a good thing compared to the Three Kingdoms General's protection that requires points each time to activate. This body modification is permanently effective. Especially the reverse inductance modification. With this, the professor would instantly become a power bank. But spending 5 points just to deal with the professor isn't worth it. Since it comes from a cyber world, the body modifications must have. Chen Feng suddenly remembered the super body from Cyberpunk 2077 that David used, which allows those around him to slow down. Is it there? Is it there? Through frantic searching in the shop, Chen Feng quickly found Cihang Weston. Active body upon activation grants the host extraordinary reaction speed and athletic ability. Action speed exceeds ordinary people by 48-16 times. Warning. Using this body will severely affect the host's health, leading to muscle damage, nerve overload, memory loss, and other symptoms, ultimately resulting in personality loss, becoming a cyber mental illness. Tip. The higher the physical strength, the lower the side effects of Cihang Weston. There's a saying, my acceleration equals others' deceleration. Although excessive use can lead to memory deterioration and physical damage, if it can slow down people around him by 4 times, isn't that akin to stopping time? Chen Feng pondered inwardly. I now have a brick-level body. Using it once or twice shouldn't pose much of a problem, right? Come on, system, give me the standard version of Cihang Weston. Ding. Initiating body modification for the host. It seems a bit painful, system, be gentle. After the modification was completed, Chen Feng pretended to be crazy and silly and once again mixed into the sanatorium. Then that evening, he secretly sneaked outside the confinement room and told Shi Qingqing his escape plan. Upon hearing that Chen Feng planned to kill the nurse after a week and escape from the 4th mental hospital, Shi Qingqing was skeptical. Can we really do that? Chen Feng replied, what are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to fight the nurse? Under Chen Feng's persuasion, Shi Qingqing ultimately agreed to give it a try. Soon the 7th day arrived. The night was as dark as ink. A shadowy figure stealthily infiltrated the nursing home. Where is the distribution room and the circuit breaker? Li Guolong looked around warily, fearing to awaken the monsters within. Despite Li Guolong's careful steps, as he turned the corner of the next corridor, he was tackled to the ground by Chen Feng, who lay in wait. Finally, he has arrived. Chen Feng pretended not to recognize him and whispered, die, monster. Li Guolong froze for a moment, then quickly waved his hand, saying, don't attack, brother, I'm a living person. Do you think I would believe that? Brother, can you see that internet addiction school over there? I was captured by these monsters. Besides, have you ever seen a fake that can speak so fluently? That's true. Brother, who are you? Chen Feng pretended to ponder, then deliberately said, oh, my name is Chen Feng. Do you know Captain Li from the Municipal Bureau? I'm his informant sent to investigate the hospital. In Chen Feng's plan, Li Guolong was supposed to say he was Captain Li's son, then they would establish trust based on this relationship, and they could obtain the key from Li Guolong. But unexpectedly, Li Guolong remained composed and said, you claim to be Captain Li's man. What evidence do you have? Oh, still quite cautious. No wonder he is Captain Li's son, inheriting some of his father's cleverness. Chen Feng confidently recited, you don't believe me. Captain Li's badge number is 823,235. He has a female apprentice named Zhang Ruobing, and her parents are also police officers. By the way, Captain Lee also has a beloved windproof lighter which he usually doesn't let others use. What is written on the lid of that lighter? It says for father. You really are my father's person. Li Guolong believed him this time, quickly saying, Brother Feng, my name is Guolong, I am Captain Li's son. Fortunately, if you were to ask me what Captain Li's name is, I would have been exposed. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and took the initiative, saying, You say you're Captain Li's son. Lies. Captain Li has no children. It's true those captured here all. Li Guolong recounted the erasures again, saying, Brother Feng, think about it, how could my dad at his age not have children? And if he had no children, who gave him that lighter? You have a point. Once trust was established, the subsequent matters became much simpler. The sheep mask key. It's in my possession. Guolong, you still need to help me with something. After obtaining the key, Chen Feng revealed the purpose of his visit. If it was just to obtain the sheep mask key, he could have simply forced it. There was no need to go through so much trouble risking exposure as a transmigrator to gain Li Guolong's trust. The reason Chen Feng did this was to have Li Guolong help him lure the rabbit mask out of the nurse's station, creating an opportunity for him to steal the key on the other side. This task couldn't be assigned to anyone else. After all the patients in the ward were logged, and once discovered it would mean death. Chen Feng said solemnly, Guolong, although you are not on the log and won't be swiftly eliminated by the rabbit nurse, if she fixates on you for a minute, there is still a risk of death. Are you willing? Li Guolong did not hesitate at all. I am willing. Good job. Chen Feng knew that the child of the old Li family was no coward. Thus in the lounge, the rabbit nurse who had been sound asleep at the nurse's station suddenly had a kettle fly through the air in an arc, shattering her proud nurse's station. Li Guolong thought the other party would be furious and scream. However, that was not the case. The rabbit nurse calmly called out, Nurse, go check what's going on. Having seen many crazies in the psychiatric hospital, this little commotion was nothing to her. But when the expected white coat did not appear, the rabbit nurse raised her voice, urging, Move faster. Still there was no response. No matter how loud you yelled, no one would come. Chen Feng laughed quietly outside the hall. He had already acted in advance and dealt with those fakes. Footsteps echoed from the hall, the crisp sound unmistakably belonging to the rabbit nurse's rubber shoes. It's up to you now. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up, and Li Guolong understood, running towards the door. Hurry. Be quick. After the rabbit nurse left, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to break into the nurse's station, rummaging through it until he indeed found another key. Got it. Without missing a beat, Chen Feng rushed to the basement, inserted the 2 keys, and with a click opened the door to the confinement room. You found the key, right? Wait, I haven't put on the eye mask. I haven't opened my eyes. Chen Feng walked through the door with his eyes closed, silently reciting a sign-in phrase. Ding. Congratulations, user, for successfully signing in at the 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Reward 4 system points. As the mechanical voice faded, Chen Feng suddenly felt a chilling touch, warm jade in his arms. It was Shi Qingqing hugging him. From the trembles of the other person, Chen Feng sensed both happiness and fear, thus he comforted. I told you I will definitely save you out. I never go back on my word. That's quite a cool line, at least Chen Feng thought so himself, but Shi Qingqing puzzledly asked, Did you ever say that? Huh, did I not say it? Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head, realizing suddenly. Damn, that was something the previous life said. I've been practicing Stan Winston lately, mixing up my memories. Before long, the sound of rubber shoes echoed in the nursing home corridor. Li Guolong, eyes closed, was captured again by the nurse like a dead dog. He did not die, nor did he turn into a fake, because when the nurse caught up to him, Li Guolong had rolled on the lawn outside the nursing home, pretending to be a madman, triggering the rules of the nursing home and successfully surviving. This move was taught to him by Chen Feng and was indeed very useful. But the other tactic left him a bit perplexed. Why did Brother Feng want me to keep my eyes closed after being caught? Unable to understand, Li Guolong suddenly heard the nurse's voice. Who are you? At that moment, 2 figures appeared before the nurse. The series of unexpected visitors and the disappearances of the aides made the nurse very vigilant. So, she set Li Guolong down and took out her notebook. At this time, one of them reached for the switch. The corridor lights turned on. But the moment the nurse clearly saw the faces of the individuals, her previously confident and composed smile froze instantly. It's you. A surprised grunt escaped the rabbit nurse's throat as she raised her hand, wanting to shield her eyes from the direct gaze, but her arm felt incredibly stiff, as heavy as if it were bound with stones. Seeing her skin turning grayish-white, the rabbit nurse had no choice but to concentrate her strength to resist this petrifying force, and as a result, her semi-transparent glass barrier could no longer be maintained. In the instant the glass barrier vanished, the figure standing next to Shi Qingqing, clad in a patient outfit and masked, suddenly vanished, and then appeared right in front of the rabbit nurse. So fast. When did they arrive? Just as this thought flashed through the rabbit nurse's mind, she felt a sharp pain in her head, and then with a bang her head exploded like a bursting balloon. Time rewound to 1 second ago. Seeing the glass barrier in front of the rabbit nurse vanish, Chen Feng decisively activated the cyborg Cihang City. Smash Faludo. Time stop. In an instant, it was as if the world had been set to slow motion with everyone around moving at an exceedingly sluggish pace. It felt like stepping into a world playing at 0.25 speed. However, Chen Feng himself was unaffected, calmly running to the rabbit nurse, who had no reaction whatsoever. Die, you bastard. Chen Feng clenched his fist the size of a sandbag and began to rain down punches on the opponent's head, alternating between basic attacks and more punches, delivering a flurry of over 10 strikes to the nurse's face. After finishing all this, Chen Feng suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had drunk too much and wanted to vomit. Through these days of private training, Chen Feng realized that his body was reaching its limit, so he decided to stop while he was ahead and concluded Cihang City. Time resume. In an instant, the several punches Chen Feng had just thrown exploded simultaneously on the rabbit nurse's head. Each punch carried the force to turn bricks into powder. Even a meat shield like Instructor Zhu could only be cautious in the next life after taking this set. Thus the nurse's head burst open on the spot. Seeing this scene, Shi Qingqing's eyes widened as she couldn't help but exclaim, "How did you do that? As long as you have hands, it's possible." Chen Feng's expression was calm, as if he had merely done something trivial like eating or drinking. Then Chen Feng strolled over to the rabbit nurse, crouching down and starting to feel around. Strangely, the logbook was missing. Did it disappear with the nurse's death? Shi Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Not doing anything." Chen Feng decisively refused and explained, "I just want to confirm whether she is truly dead to prevent her from reviving." Li Guolong, unsure of the situation, asked, "Brother Feng, is it over? Can I open my eyes now?" Seeing Shi Qingqing wearing an eye mask, Chen Feng casually said, "Open them if you want, it's already over. We can leave now." At that moment, a white figure blocked the way in front of everyone. "No one can leave the sanatorium without my permission." With rabbit ears, a nurse's outfit, and rubber shoes. Looking at the monster whose head had just been hammered into a meatball, now miraculously intact, Chen Feng's heart sank. "You're not dead." As soon as the left his mouth, Chen Feng activated Cihang City again, using the moment of speaking to launch a sneak attack, his specialty. But this time he missed. With a bang, Chen Feng collided with a translucent barrier, quickly stepping back 2 paces and canceling Cihang City. Damn it, this rabbit is quite clever, having set up a barrier in advance. Li Guolong blinked, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Brother Feng had clearly been standing right next to him. How suddenly was he in front of the monster? The rabbit nurse was also startled. "Such speed, are you not human?" Chen Feng sneered. "Hey, a gentleman doesn't use his mouth in a fight. Just fight. Why are you cursing?" At that moment, Shi Qingqing suddenly expressed concern. "Chen Feng, you're bleeding from your nose." "I know." Chen Feng wiped his nose, and indeed one hand was red. Cihang City has significant side effects. Given his current state, using it once a day is still within the safe range. Using it more would damage his memory and body. Speaking of this, Chen Feng found it quite strange. Cihang City is a body modification component from a mechanical future previously used by V, the protagonist of the game, Cyberpunk 2077, and David, the protagonist of the anime, Cyberpunk Edgerunners. In the worldview of Cyberpunk, those who undergo more modifications tend to be stronger. The game protagonist V is a super soldier who has undergone various modifications, with his flesh not enough to stir up a plate of ants climbing a tree, so he can walk and play with Cihang City without issues. Chen Feng had no complaints. But in the anime, David was just a student, yet on the first day he acquired Cihang City, he used it 8 times. 8 times. And I can only use it once. Am I actually worse than a student? Little did Chen Feng know that although his physique was stronger than David's, David was a future person from 2077, already equipped with other compatible cyborg parts, while Chen Feng only had Cihang City and the original flesh given by his parents. This is akin to a fine horse paired with a car engine. It's very normal to be unfit. The rabbit nurse also noticed Chen Feng's weakness and deactivated the barrier, provocatively stating, "As long as I am in the hospital, you will never be able to kill me." Her words were originally meant to kill the heart and instill despair in Chen Feng. But to Chen Feng's ears, this statement revealed 2 important pieces of information. The nurse said that as long as she is in the hospital, she won't die. Then conversely, if I possess explosive power sufficient to punch her out of the hospital, wouldn't that mean she could die? Though Chen Feng did not have explosive power, he found a way to break the situation from another piece of information. Cihang City activate for the 3rd time. The moment Chen Feng entered bullet time, he felt a splitting headache, as if his head would explode. He couldn't hold on much longer. He had to hurry. Chen Feng instantly reached the rabbit nurse's side, but this time he chose not to kill her. Instead, he seized her logbook and pen. The logbook would automatically scan the names of surrounding beings, and the rabbit nurse was no exception. Chen Feng quickly flipped to the page of the rabbit nurse. The problem of breaking immortality was indeed a difficult one. But in the last cycle, the nurse had already provided a hint to the solution. Dying would lead to resurrection. Then what if I turn you into a non-moving pseudo-human state? How would you respond? Chen Feng quickly drew 5 circles with the pen. At that moment, Xian Weizatang also happened to end. The rabbit nurse was still laughing maniacally, but suddenly she felt her body stiffening, gradually losing control over it, which made her panic instantly. But before she could inquire about what had happened, she felt she had lost control over her throat and vocal cords, unable to utter a single word. Watching the rabbit nurse transform into an expressionless pseudo-human before him, Chen Feng spat. Some villains die from being overly verbose, and you with your excessive chatter should certainly die. Just then, Chen Feng suddenly felt a heaviness in his head, falling flat on the ground. Brother Feng. Chen Feng. Chen Feng waved his hand, calming the two, saying, "It's fine, I'm just a bit dizzy. Listen carefully, this mental hospital is surrounded by a village, and all the villagers are pseudo-humans. It's impossible not to be discovered by them. So you need to go to the Internet Addiction Academy. Ching the pseudo-humans there are no match for you. You and Guolong should release all the students together, allowing them to scatter and escape to attract attention. As for us, we will hide in the Happy Internet Cafe. The 3rd floor, there is a different space, very safe. Remember, once you escape, do not call your parents or report to the police." After giving all the instructions, Chen Feng's vision darkened and he fainted. When he woke up again, familiar words echoed in his ears. "Awake! Have I died again?" Chen Feng opened his eyes in despair, only to be met by a chubby face. "My heavens, you slept for almost a day." Startled, it turned out to be the fatty. Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, finally noticing that he was not lying on dirty cold marble, but on a soft bed. Looking around at the decor, computer, gaming chair, bed, central air conditioning. No doubt about it, this was the staff dormitory on the 2nd floor of the Happy Internet Cafe. It seemed that he had successfully escaped last night. Chen Feng almost wanted to save a game to calm his nerves, but out of caution, he decided to first clarify the current situation before making any plans. "Brother Long, he's awake." Amidst the fatty's shouts, Li Guolong, Huang Mao, and Shi Qingqing entered the room. Through their conversation, Chen Feng learned that they had secretly released all the students and patients last night, then escaped to the Internet Cafe while avoiding surveillance cameras. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. To think of using the students and patients to distract attention, Guolong, you did well. Very well. Upon hearing this, Li Guolong was stunned. "Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Wasn't it you who told us to do this?" Did I say that?" Chen Feng, confused, patted his head. Due to excessive use of Xian Weizatang, he still had a bit of a headache, and last night's memories were somewhat hazy. "So we should be safe now." "Only temporarily." Li Guolong activated the computer in the room, finding a news report for Chen Feng. "Brother Feng, just take a look." From the speakers came a magnetic male announcer's voice. Yesterday, a major security incident occurred at the 4th Mental Hospital in Cihang City, where several patients with mental illnesses killed the attending doctor and escaped from Shuetian Road. Currently, most of the patients have been recaptured, but 5 are still at large, and the police are making every effort to locate them. Citizens with any relevant information are urged to report it promptly. During the press conference, Director Nyo of the 4th Mental Hospital made the following statement. On screen, a middle-aged man in a yellow training suit spoke blandly to the camera. "I assure all citizens of Cihang City that we will apprehend these madmen and return them to the hospital as soon as possible. No one can escape from the hospital, ever. Damn it, do you really think you can catch me?" A toad yawning. What colossal arrogance. Though Chen Feng knew full well that the dean was undoubtedly far more formidable than nurses or professors, the man's utter nonchalance, his air of having already sealed Chen Feng's fate, still ignited a fierce blaze of fury within him. Chen Feng paused in thought, then instructed the group, "Every pseudo-human in the city is hunting us now. For the next month, we must remain utterly low-key, at the very least until this storm passes. Don't worry about food. The Internet Cafe's 1st floor stocks snacks and drinks, and there's cash in the register. If needed, we'll just walk next door and buy several cartons of instant noodles and sausages. A month won't be a problem. I wonder, can any of you truly endure staying indoors for an entire month?" And in thinking he'd misheard, the chubby boy exclaimed, "What? Playing computer games all day in an internet cafe, snacking and drinking soda? Endure? That's not endurance. That's paradise. Even an emperor's life couldn't compare." And in Huang Mao's eyes gleamed with delight. "Forget 1 month. I'd stay here forever." And in only Li Guolong asked hesitantly, "Brother Feng, won't you report this to my father?" "Ah, I'd forgotten that detail entirely." And in Chen Feng explained calmly he wouldn't believe a word about the monsters. And in Li Guolong's voice trembled with unease. "Then what of all those students who've been captured and taken back? Are we simply going to stand by and do nothing? Well then, shall we all just stand up?" And in Li Guolong shot the chubby boy a sharp warning glance, and the latter instantly fell silent. Chen Feng had indeed pondered Li Guolong's question. and then he held no lofty belief that greater power demanded greater responsibility. But even if he cared nothing for saving others, the fact remained Professor Yang had killed him twice. That debt could not go unpaid. Chen Feng offered his solemn vow, give me 1 month. And Li Guolong bowed deeply, his expression grave. Brother Feng, I thank you on behalf of everyone trapped inside that academy. After the trio headed off to play games, Shi Qingqing turned to Chen Feng and asked quietly, in 1 month, you'll still go after them? And then of course I will. Chen Feng nodded, already resolved to spend his points to activate a 30-day Tier B hero training program. And then once his cultivation reached its zenith, he would reduce Professor Yang to skewered mutton, and that so-called Dean Nyo. He'd pound him into tender beef balls. Shi Qingqing sighed softly, I wish you success. And then Chen Feng caught the unspoken meaning beneath her words, are you leaving? And then Shi Qingqing nodded. Yes, you struck me unconscious once, but you also saved my life. We're even now? Are you returning home? And then for once Shi Qingqing offered a rare, just precisely speaking, I'm becoming a nun. I have a crumbling temple deep in the mountains. Chen Feng, startled by her humor, smiled, in kind, have you truly renounced the mortal world? And this time, you're not inviting me. I am inviting you. My abandoned Bodhisattva temple may be dilapidated, but it's safe. If you crave meat, we can hunt wild chickens in the hills, fish in the rivers, even till the soil ourselves. Shi Qingqing fell silent, then lifted her veiled gaze toward him, but you won't accept, will you? Chen Feng fell quiet, and into elope with a beautiful Yao spirit, to live a tranquil, idyllic life like the peach blossom spring. And in truth be told, he felt a stirring of genuine longing. Yet images flooded his mind, and in the first time he climbed to the 3rd floor, and beheld the forest of flayed human skin. And in the first time he fled the drowned ghost, its footprints blooming from stagnant water, as if conjured from thin air. Zhu Qianqian's body erupting with swarms of spiders. Professor Yang's chilling grin, lips curved yet face utterly devoid of warmth, and countless other horrors. Those visions, capable of scarring the psyche, now stirred no fear in him. Instead his pulse quickened, adrenaline surged. I savor this intoxicating thrill, the razor's edge between life and death. And unlike Shi Qingqing, who instinctively recoiled from violence and yearned for serenity, Chen Feng was drawn to danger, addicted to intensity. They were never meant to walk the same path. Farewell, for now, Qingqing. And in Shi Qingqing extended her long tongue, very well. A century from now, when you're dead, I'll visit your grave. TCH. And in just wait. Once I unlock the cultivation system, it'll be me visiting your grave. And in after bidding Shi Qingqing farewell, Chen Feng summoned his system interface. Save completed. You have spent points to activate the Tier B training program. For the next 30 days, complete daily 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. And in push-up, count 1. Current total 1. And in push-up, count 1. Current total 2. And in running distance, 1 kilometer. Current total 8. And in running distance, 1 kilometer. Current total 9. And in Chen Feng sprinted back and forth along the 2nd floor corridor, when suddenly a siren wailed from below. Someone had arrived. Cautiously, Chen Feng pulled aside a corner of the curtain and peered down, just in time to see 4 figures in white lab coats alight from a van. Ignoring the official seal plastered across the internet cafe's entrance, they began prying open the metal roller shutter. They've actually found us. And in, is it foresight, or did they mark us somehow? And in, with no time to deliberate, Chen Feng urgently ordered the 3 still gaming, shut down your computers, now. Each of you take a key. Follow me upstairs to the 3rd floor. And in, hurry, move quickly. And they bounded up the stairs 2 steps at a time, only to freeze upon reaching the top, staring into the room strewn with human skin. Ah! And in, with a piercing shriek, Huang Mao, the most psychologically fragile among them, collapsed unconscious on the spot. The chubby boy, trembling violently, stammered, Brother Feng, I remember. The 3rd floor used to be nothing but sand and timber. How did it become this? Don't be afraid, Chen Feng reassured him. The monsters here died long ago. Even their 7th-day rites are past. It's perfectly safe. And in, eyes fixed on the blood-soaked floor and scattered dermis, the chubby boy whispered, Brother Feng, is that truly so? Chen Feng nodded firmly, absolutely. No matter how powerful that dean or professor may be, they cannot enter without the key. That reminded him, I was captured by pseudo-humans near this cafe before, but they were mindless. Logically, the hospital shouldn't know we're hiding here. Did anyone see you enter? Li Guolong swore no. We entered late at night. Not a soul was on the streets. And in, then what's going on? Chen Feng eyed them suspiciously while gaming. Did any of you do something unnecessary? And in, Li Guolong's expression darkened, suddenly uneasy. It turned out Li Guolong had posted several online exposés revealing the dark truths behind internet addiction rehabilitation centers, warning parents not to send their children there. Damn fool. And in, Chen Feng kicked Li Guolong hard to the ground. This entire city is already under monster control. What you did wasn't vigilance. It was suicide. Speak up. Did you mean to get us all killed? And then the chubby boy rushed to plead, Brother Feng, please don't be angry. Guolong only meant well. He knows he's wrong. He is guilty. His deeds are unjust. His actions unrighteous. Stop, stop, stop. And then Chen Feng rubbed his temples. What gibberish are you spouting, chubby? At that very moment Chen Feng realized his own mouth had gone utterly beyond his control. I am guilty. My deeds are unjust. My actions unrighteous. The end, the final cataclysm. The world's terminus draws nigh. Even Huang Mao, still unconscious, murmured in his sleep, as sinners only through the sacred cow's witness, only by burning away all sin in holy fire, may we ascend to heaven. The sacred cow's witness. Cow. Could it be? Dinyo. And in this is dire. And then Chen Feng clapped a hand over his mouth, but the words still seeped through his fingers. Damn it. Even hidden in another dimension, I still fell prey to this. And then Chen Feng suddenly felt his entire body burning. Heat surging, the ambient temperature skyrocketing. What's happening? And then he watched, horrified, as flames erupted from the chubby boy who'd finished chanting first. And then it had begun. The moment he realized he was ablaze, the chubby boy's eyes widened in raw terror. He slapped at his own body frantically, but the fire refused to die. He tried to cry for help, but his throat produced only the chant, nothing else. Soon flames licked across Chun Feng's own limbs. And I wasn't struck by any fireball, yet I'm burning anyway. And so, this incantation doesn't summon external fire. It triggers spontaneous combustion. Without hesitation, Chen Feng activated his stand, Star Platinum. And in time stop. And in under temporal deceleration, the fire clinging to his body seemed to freeze mid-flicker. If death was inevitable, then let it be on my terms. And in ignoring the searing agony, Chen Feng bolted downstairs, determined to strike down the dean before the flames consumed him. After activating Star Platinum twice, Chen Feng burst onto the first floor, where the four white-coat figures stood, chanting in unison. Which one was Dean Yo? And in time was short. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and struck each man squarely in the face. Strangely, all four were astonishingly frail. Each crumpled instantly, skulls shattered, life extinguished with a single blow. So weak. Was this truly their core form? And then Chen Feng deactivated Star Platinum, only to realize the fire hadn't faded. Instead, it roared higher, fiercer than before. And his mouth continued its relentless chant, I am guilty. My deeds are unjust. My actions unrighteous. And in can skills activate after death? Death rattle. And in amid confusion, Chen Feng crumbled, reduced to a pile of blackened ash. System points 6, file save, recharge 1, a body modification 5, training plan 1, a hospital check-in 4. File read, count 1. After being reborn, Chen Feng shook his head, feeling that the problem should not be significant. Fortunately, I had the foresight to save the file in advance, otherwise if I burned to death, I would have to start all over again in the little black room. I already know where I exposed my flaws. Next, I just need to prevent Guolong from posting, and I will be safe. Although losing a life is quite frustrating, thinking positively, my points are tight now, and the cyber modification system has become less useful to me. Opening a new system is a blessing. Chen Feng calculated in his heart, and then found the 3 people who were playing games. What he wanted to say was, you can play games, but you must not post anything about the hospital and school online. These monsters are very clever and will trace our whereabouts. However, what actually came out was, I am deeply sinful, my actions are unjust, and what I do is unkind. The 3 were stunned. The fat guy questioned, my God, am not a nun, confessing to me is useless. How could this happen? Did I fall into their trap again? At this moment, Chen Feng was also puzzled. He clearly remembered that he had saved the file right after Shi Qingqing left, and it was still early before the doctor in a white coat arrived downstairs. Moreover, Li Guolong had just powered up and had not yet had time to post. Dean Yo still did not know where they were. After reading the file, all the injuries on my body will completely heal and nothing will be retained except for memories and system rewards. Memories. Could it be that? In a moment, Chen Feng realized that his memory had been tainted by that chant. Even if I read the file again, as long as that memory remains, I will unconsciously chant it and then self-immolate. After figuring all this out, Chen Feng felt a chilling cold sinking into his heart. To speak of the file reading system, even in a cultivation novel, it would be considered an extraordinary cheat. Yet Chen Feng had encountered the dilemma of dead files twice in less than half a month in Cihang City. Indeed, Cihang is a grand stage, little ones don't come here. I must find a solution before my points run out. Chen Feng immediately pressed his throat, forcing himself to stop chanting. As long as the chant was not completed, the flames would not descend. Is there any way to silence myself? This was the first idea that came to Chen Feng's mind. Destroying vocal cords is too complex a task, but finding a cloth or tissue to stuff in my mouth should still work. Damn it. Chen Feng activated Xian Wei's seat and rushed to the staff's room and yanked a sheet off the bed to stuff into his mouth. But at that moment a phrase flashed through his mind. As sinners we can only burn away all sins under the witness of the holy cow to ascend to heaven. After this phrase flashed by, flames suddenly erupted from Chen Feng's body. Damn, it can just thinking about it count. Chen Feng was a bit stunned. He truly did not expect that the dean's ability would be so domineering and difficult to deal with. No wonder he could be the head of the rabbit nurses. Although Chen Feng felt pained, he could only spend some points now. Lu Sun's protection activate. Noble gentleman, gentle as jade. You have activated Lu Sun's protection. The protector is not affected by any spells, magic, demonic arts, or abnormal states. In the instant the noble gentleman's phantom appeared, the flames on Chen Feng's body instantly vanished. Now it seemed he could speak. Chen Feng took out the cloth from his mouth and tried to utter a sound. Indeed, he no longer chanted. Did it succeed? Chen Feng closed his eyes, meditated for a moment, and found that the memory of the chant still lingered in his mind. Something seems off. Chen Feng noticed that the green light of Lu Sun's protection was slowly fading and his mouth began to lose control. No, the protection can only ensure that one is not affected during its duration, but as long as the memory remains, once the protection disappears, I will still fall into the same trap. Sure enough, just as the protection vanished, the flames on Chen Feng's body ignited again. After 2 consecutive failures, Chen Feng could only try opening a blind box, hoping that the new system would offer a solution. System. As he called out, 3 boxes floated into Chen Feng's view. They were ZT-03 LTQ from the chat group System of the Heavens. YX-03 HKS from the game of technology and ruthlessness. And a new system from the fantasy realm numbered XH-03 CJHS, which said, a stand-in is a good thing. The feeling of being burned by flames is simply excruciating. Chen Feng gritted his teeth through the pain, quickly analyzing. I'm almost cremated. Chatting with others is definitely useless. So I can only try the fantasy or game routes. Given the curse I'm currently under, the fantasy is definitely more reliable, and this system mentioned the concept of a stand-in, which might allow someone else to take my place. Please, fantasy system. Chen Feng reached for the box, and a prompt immediately sounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Super Avatar system. You have obtained the avatar Lu Xiaohu. Super Avatar. Chen Feng's expression changed. Just now he had learned all the functions of the Super Avatar system. In simple terms, this is a system that can revive recently deceased individuals and turn them into avatars for manipulation. The host can gain part of the avatar's memories before death. Completing tasks with the avatar equates to the host completing tasks, and the avatar can inherit all of the host's skills. If the avatar accidentally dies, it will not affect the host. Additionally, the host can choose to spend 1 point to create another avatar. This can be said to be an incredibly overpowered system. Chen Feng was originally in a wanted state, but now with this system, he can use this avatar, named Lu Xiaohu, to go out and have fun dying without worrying about his own safety. It was truly invincible. Unfortunately, it offers no help for the current situation. It seems my luck isn't that good. Chen Feng bitterly smiled, turning into charred remains. Read the file again. Chen Feng's file read count had hit 0, and due to Lu Sun's protection his points had become 5. Worse still, due to his death, the training plan activated previously had also been rendered useless. I can't continue reading files like this, as soon my points will run out. Rather than relying on luck, I should consider what I have that can solve this dilemma. Water ghost won't work. I can jump into the water to extinguish the flames, but I can't live my whole life in water. Protection only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Xian Wei's can only slow down the flames. After reaching a dead end, Chen Feng did not despair, but calmly pondered a way to break through. The Dean's ability is a curse that directly affects memories. If I could erase that memory, it would be perfect. How can I erase my memory? Surely I can't just hit my head with a brick. Wait. Chen Feng suddenly thought of an idea. He remembered that during his body modification, the system had warned him that excessive use of Xian Wei's could lead to memory loss for the host. In the original cyberpunk anime or games, many had become mentally unstable and turned into cyber psychopaths due to excessive use of cybernetic enhancements. There's no time for hesitation. I can only take a gamble. Chen Feng endured the headache and began activating Xian Wei's in succession. Internet cafe private room. The fat guy opened the game, logged into the client, and suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Oh my, I need to use the restroom. You two don't start the game without me. As he spoke, the fat guy stood up and ran towards the restroom. After taking a few steps, he saw someone lying in the corridor. My God, Brother Feng. Are you okay? The fat guy quickly helped Chen Feng up. Chen Feng opened his eyes, and his pupils gleamed terrifyingly. He was smiling. At first it was a low whisper, but then the laughter gradually grew louder, turning into mad, frenzied cackles. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded. My God. Brother Feng, are you okay? The fat guy's heart skipped a beat. From Chen Feng's smile, he saw no hint of sunlight, only an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. Recalling that Li Guolong had encountered Chen Feng in the psychiatric hospital, the fat guy suddenly felt afraid. Would Brother Feng really be a lunatic? He wouldn't suddenly bite me, would he? Yeah. Just as the fat guy was caught in a mental struggle, hesitating whether to turn and flee, Chen Feng's smile gradually faded, and then in the fat guy's puzzled gaze, he silently walked to the front of the gaming room, entered, and shoved Li Guolong, who was registering for a forum account, aside. If there's another time, get the hell out. With that, Chen Feng punched the screen, shattering it. Returning to the staff dormitory, Chen Feng lay on the bed, beginning to examine the system. After being attacked by the dean, he was left with 5 points of credits. As a precaution, he decided to reserve 2 points to recharge the save system to prevent losing 2 lives at once like before, and 1 point to restart the hero training program. Given this situation, I've suddenly become a pauper. But at least I've gained 2 new systems. After discovering that he could gain a system each time he reloaded, Chen Feng considered whether to continuously commit suicide to open multiple systems at once. However, after some thought, he chose to give up. After all, this approach only made sense for the system numbered 03. The task system numbered 01 required tasks to be issued based on his own experiences. Dying too quickly meant he wouldn't be able to receive many tasks. For instance, the Great Villain system issued a task only to have it erased immediately. Moreover, the exchange system numbered 02 required the consumption of system credits. The better the item, the more expensive it was. Even if Chen Feng could access the cultivation exchange system, he couldn't afford any foundation establishment pills or cultivation techniques with the few credits he had. Thus, for the time being, he wouldn't be able to use System 02. Chen Feng looked at the newly arrived box and shook his head. Numbered YX02 QDMJ, it said, backpack loaded with goods. Another system from the game world, and it was a 02 system, which he couldn't choose at all. Couldn't they have a task system? Helplessly, Chen Feng had to select that system from the game world focused on technology and hardship. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully activated the Hex system. The game world system is indeed different. The terminology has changed, referring to users as players. The Hex system isn't that related to teamfight tactics and the Hex Tech system. Chen Feng took a glance. This Hex system allowed him a chance to exchange credits for Hex runes each time he saved. Of course, like all 03 systems, the first exchange was free. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Similar to opening a box, each time he exchanged runes, it was a choice of 3. The 3 runes Chen Feng drew this time were off the hook. The player cannot leave the Happy Internet Cafe for the next 3 weeks. After that, they will receive 10 temporary credits. Transmutation Reshaper, the player's water ghost, will permanently transform into a random monster of higher star level war treasure monsters you kill have a chance to drop 1 temporary credit. The stronger the monster, the higher the drop rate. Note: temporary credits can only be used for the 02 exchange system and cannot be used to recharge the 03 system. Wow, impressive. Chen Feng initially thought the proficiency system was the pinnacle of the 03 series, but he didn't expect there were even better systems. Moreover, this was the first time Chen Feng saw a function to earn credits from the 03 series. Even though it's temporary credits that can only be spent, it was still quite powerful. If I had known you were this amazing, I would have chosen earlier. But which of these 3 should I select? From the perspective of increasing combat power, the Transmutation Reshaper was undoubtedly the most formidable. Although he could no longer check the star levels of monsters after losing the ghost catching system, based on the check-in system, the landlady, professor, and nurse would at most be only 1 star higher than the water ghost. Being able to summon a monster of the landlady's caliber, albeit randomly, was still sufficient to take on the dean. Forget it, a gentleman's revenge is a decade in the making. Right now, credits are more important. Chen Feng then looked at the other 2 runes. From a long-term perspective, the war treasure certainly had the highest potential. The more monsters he slayed, the more he could exchange for. The more he could exchange for, the stronger he became, allowing him to slay monsters even faster. It was essentially a perpetual motion machine. Chen Feng asked the system about the drop rate for monsters of the pseudo-human level. Pseudo-human Internet Cafe version drop rate 0. 1 pseudo-human mental hospital version drop rate 0. 2. Damn, that's quite stingy. Chen Feng calculated that to earn 1 credit, he would need to slay 500 pseudo-humans like the lab coat guy. This would require non-stop hacking for 3 days and nights without blinking. Chen Feng decisively gave up and turned his attention to slacking off. Just right during this period, he planned to exercise at the Internet Cafe without intending to go out. Wasn't this a perfect match? Before making a choice, Chen Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, during this slack-off period, if I use my avatar to complete tasks, does that count as leaving the Happy Internet Cafe? The system quickly replied, no, as long as the player's main body does not leave the Internet Cafe. Well then, Chen Feng decisively chose to slack off. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully obtained the slacking rune. Now it's time to practice with my alter ego. Chen Feng summoned the avatar he obtained from the last reincarnation, Lu Xiaohu. Reading memories. As the super avatar system loaded, Lu Xiaohu's memories began to play out in front of Chen Feng like a film. Name Lu Xiaohu, gender male, age 24 years, background intern, agent of P.E.A.C.D organization. Note P.E.A.C.D is a secret organization that gathers talented individuals from all over the world to protect humanity from monster threats and combat supernatural entities. Interesting. Chen Feng was not surprised at all about the existence of extraordinary individuals in this world. After all, one could encounter 8 monsters just by stepping out to buy a pack of cigarettes. If humanity had no means of resistance, it would have been extinct ages ago. Finally, I can understand this world. In Lu Xiaohu's memories, the so-called P.E.A.C.D. DP stands for phantasm, referring to monsters with specific patterns of behavior, killing tendencies, and methods. Chen Feng recalled that in the mental hospital, as long as one followed the rules, they wouldn't be attacked, so the professor, nurse, and dean all belong to the category of phantasms. E stands for extraterrestrial, representing alien invaders with pure malice towards all life. So they are aliens then. A stands for vengeful spirits, supernatural beings transformed from intense negative emotions, obsessed with indiscriminate killing. Chen Feng immediately thought of the water ghost. Indeed, the water ghost was clearly killed by the landlady, yet it engaged in indiscriminate killings under the Mercy Bridge, completely fitting the behavior of a vengeful spirit. C stands for creature, referring to intelligent entities born from plants or animals that absorb environmental energy after cultivation. Chen Feng was familiar with this. Shi Qingqing, the green snake that became sentient, Zhu Qianqian, the spider that became sentient, and the landlady. Wait. Chen Feng paused for a moment. Wait, what kind of sentient being is the landlady? Then he slapped his forehead. Oh, humans are animals too, so it's fine. Finally, D stands for demons, high-dimensional predators from other spaces or worlds feeding on the souls and negative emotions of intelligent beings. Damn, there are so many monsters. This world is truly perilous. As the memories played, Chen Feng soon discovered that Lu Xiaohu had been conducting an investigation in a haunted area called the Horror Paradise, where he unfortunately met a tragic end for violating the rules. Horror Paradise. I feel like I've heard of that somewhere. Chen Feng flipped through the check-in system. 5-star check-in location, Horror Paradise. Required activities for check-in: hide and seek, dancing, haunted house, playing dolls, roller coaster, bumper cars, ring toss, catching goldfish, shooting, maze tip. The more attractions you participate in, the higher the check-in rewards. 5-star. Does that mean it's even more dangerous than the mental hospital? When not controlling the avatar, it remains in a standby mode of sleep. Thinking about the avatar being in such a dangerous place, potentially facing demise at any moment, Chen Feng couldn't even focus on the memories. Quick, activate the avatar for me. On July 31st at 6 in the evening in Cihang City at the Horror Paradise. The heat dissipated and the sunset poured over the shoulders. Chen Feng woke up on a resting chair in the amusement park, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an ugly monster as tall as a building staring at him with fiery red eyes. Damn. Even with Chen Feng's strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be startled, only to realize it was a false alarm. The reed monster was merely a giant inflatable doll. It was just too lifelike. Chen Feng got up and moved his limbs. This body was clearly not his, yet it felt as if he could manipulate it with ease. The transformation system is indeed magical. At that moment, a clear female voice sounded beside him. Xiaohu, you're awake. You suddenly fainted earlier, and it scared us to death. A fragrant scent wafted towards him, and Chen Feng squinted his eyes. According to Lu Xiaohu's memories, the girl with a single ponytail speaking before him was named Meng Qingqing, 20 years old, and a medium. Mediums can communicate with spirits and command ghosts to perform rites for the benefit of the world. In simpler terms, they are sorcerers who can converse with the souls of the dead and dispatch spirits. Powerful individuals are welcomed everywhere, not to mention that Meng Qingqing was beautiful, full of vitality, and had admirers lining up from the east to the west of Cihang City, including Lu Xiaohu. Though Meng Qingqing was solely focused on her cultivation and had no time for any nonsense love stories, Lu Xiao, who firmly believed that through his relentless efforts of sending her milk tea in autumn and red envelopes during the holidays, he would surely catch the attention of the goddess. Damn, isn't this just being a simp? The thought of embodying such a repulsive person made Chen Feng want to vomit. Noticing Chen Feng silent, and with a fluctuating expression, Meng Qingqing asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The goddess took the initiative to speak to him, expressing her concern. If Lu Xiaohu were still alive at this moment, he would have jumped at the chance like a dog spotting a bone. But Chen Feng brushed her off, feeling around himself. Wait a moment. The most important thing now was to figure out what rules Lu Xiaohu triggered that led to his death. When I look through the memories, I remember Lu Xiao, who should have had a visitor guide with him. Chen Feng lowered his head and indeed found a colorful flyer on the ground. Dear visitor, welcome to Horror Paradise. We are dedicated to providing every visitor with the most terrifying and thrilling experience. To ensure your safety, all visitors must adhere to the following rules, as otherwise you will bear the consequences. 1. Do not discard the visitor guide in your hand. Be wary of anyone without a visitor guide. 2. New visitors entering the amusement park will receive a game coin. Game coins are as precious as life and can be exchanged for exquisite souvenirs. 3. The amusement park has many fun attractions, and participating in them can earn game coin rewards. Visitors are required to experience at least one attraction each day and may leave only after experiencing half of the attractions. 4. Horror Paradise operates from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. During non-operating hours, visitors can rest in the Central, in which has security measures that guarantee absolute safety. 5. For the enjoyment of others, please do not repeatedly participate in attractions nor disclose any content from the attractions to other visitors who have not participated. Violators will be fined 1 game coin. The amusement park is a place of joy, and crying is strictly prohibited. This statement has been emphasized. If the above rules are violated, unpredictable, dangerous events may occur, and you may suffer varying degrees of injury. Please be sure to comply with the regulations to avoid any unnecessary accidents. A horror story with a monster that kills according to rules. Clearly, this visitor guide serves as the rules for this horror story area. Chen Feng tried to sort through Lu Xiaohu's memories. The origin of this mission was that the organization discovered a survivor who had escaped from Horror Paradise. Although over the years there have been others who escaped from Horror Paradise, only this one had come out unscathed, sane, and even brought out a souvenir. The souvenir was a reedied monster doll. After research, the organization found that if one writes their name on a piece of paper and places it inside the doll, it can take the fatal blow in their stead. Being able to escape death is indeed as precious as the rules say. Lu Xiaohu's mission objective was to collect 10 game coins exchanged for a souvenir and present it to the organization. To please his goddess Meng Qingqing, Lu Xiao, who secretly placed the game coin he obtained in the park into Meng Qingqing's bag, hoping to surprise her. Then he died, giving the goddess a scare. Chen Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling that his disdain for stupidity was about to flare up. The second rule in the visitor guide clearly stated that game coins are as precious as life. Can something as precious as life be casually given to someone else? Simps deserve no good end. Fortunately, he was already dead. It was truly a relief. After pondering all this, Chen Feng calmly retrieved the game coin from the bag and said to Meng Qingqing, "I'm fine. What about the others?" C. D operates in teams of 5, so besides the 2 of them, there should be 3 more agents. Meng Qingqing extended her delicate hand and pointed to a nearby lawn. They are over there smoking. Following the direction of her finger, Chen Feng saw 3 people standing on the lawn. Among them was a handsome young man with a bun at the back of his head, dressed in a yellow Taoist robe with a bagua mirror hanging on his chest and a money sword slung diagonally across his back. His name was Lin He, a Taoist and Lu Xiaohu's top rival in love. Lin He lost all his family in an unusual incident during his childhood and was later taken in by a Taoist temple apprentice to learn the craft, vowing one day to eliminate all evil spirits. Orphan, bestowed with great hatred. This is definitely a typical protagonist template. Competing for women with the protagonist Xiao, who you really are asking for death. Chen Feng then looked at the second person. He was a nearly 2-meter tall blonde man wearing a black priest robe in the middle of summer with bulging pockets and a silver necklace strung with a cross around his neck. Harmon, though a priest, engaged in smoking, drinking, perming his hair, and gambling, committing all sorts of misdeeds, and often borrowed money from Lu Xiao, who refused him each time. As for the last one, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes like a hawk and a scarred face, his name was Wu Changshan, an exorcist, and the captain of the entire team. Exorcist, priest, medium, Taoist. Chen Feng realized. This team, each member possessed extraordinary skills. C. D classifies agents into 6 tiers based on the number of monsters they eliminate, ranging from low to high. D, 1 monster. C, 10 monsters. B, 100 monsters. 1,000 monsters. S, 0 monsters. Captain Wu is a level agent. The priest is just shy of being clever, while Meng Qingqing and Lin He are both D. Only Lu Xiao, who is nothing at all, having never even killed a chicken, let alone a monster. Logically speaking, someone like Lu Xiao, who a mere bystander, shouldn't even have the qualifications to take on this mission. However, in order to stick close to the goddess, he had secretly bribed quite a bit of money to those in charge. The leaders responsible for assigning tasks were also quite surprised. After all, 9 out of 10 agents sent to Horror Paradise do not return. Carrying out a mission there is akin to putting one's head on the line. While others would do anything to avoid it, this kid Lu Xiao who willingly paid to go. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to seek death. I've never encountered such a request in my life. Thus with a stamp Lu Xiao, who successfully slipped into the team. The priest sneered as Chun Feng and the other approached. Look, our great romantic hero has awakened. Lin He scoffed disdainfully. I don't understand. How did such a talentless sycophant who clings to Miss Meng like a shadow even make it onto our team? Team leader Wu barked at them. Damn it. Regardless of how he got in, once he's on the team, he's one of us. Keep your mouth shut. Terror Amusement Park opened at 7 p.m., granting them one final hour of rest before the mission commenced. Team leader Wu idly scrolled through his phone. An anomalous zone signal loss was the norm, so he pre-downloaded and cached numerous novels and videos. On the screen, a man in a yellow martial arts uniform spoke with chilling certainty. No one escapes the hospital. Never, not ever. The priest chimed in. Captain, you're watching this too. Team leader Wu sighed. It's gone viral across the circle. Damn it. To actually break out of a psychiatric asylum, that takes real skill. Lin He interjected. Captain, is that asylum truly terrifying? Team leader Wu added. Xiao Lin, you've just descended the mountain. You don't yet know. The director, the nurses, the professors, the instructors, the monstrous entities haunting that asylum are legendary in Cihang City. Meng Chengqing snorted. One day, I will eradicate them all. Team leader Wu cautioned. Chengqing confidence is admirable, but arrogance is dangerous. Just recently, a squad of Class B operatives was dispatched by higher command to assassinate the director. The result? Mutual devastation. Not a single operative returned. A full squad of Class B operatives, collectively having slain 500 anomalies, had vanished without a trace. Lin He blurted, then, what about the director? Team leader Wu exhaled heavily. He was gravely wounded, but he survived. Chun Feng, listening covertly, suddenly understood that was why they'd encountered no director during their escape, and the unspoken reason the asylum had been downgraded from a 5-star checkpoint. The priest mused, escaping such a lethal place. Those 5 truly had fortune on their side. Team leader Wu corrected him, not fortune. According to intel from our organization, they killed a nurse and forced their way out by sheer force. What a... Everyone except Chun Feng gasped sharply. Lin He, incredulous, stammered. Captain, you mean targets even Class B operatives failed to subdue were taken down by those 5? Team leader Wu murmured in awe. Yes, they're damn formidable. The priest sneered. How splendid it would be if such warriors joined our team. Instinctively, the others glanced at Chun Feng, knowing full well he was an unworthy infiltrator utterly unfit for this mission. Chun Feng smiled inwardly. If these fools only knew, the very monster who slaughtered that nurse featured in the news stands right before them. What would their faces look like then? Time slipped away. Soon an eerie melody echoed across the park. Boys and girls, come play at Terror Amusement Park. Each time this music plays, you know, the party has begun. Goldfish, goldfish. Let's catch some goldfish. Don't fall into the pond. Air rifles, air rifles. Let's shoot some air rifles. The safest thing may be the most dangerous. A music box and wind chimes formed the melody. Applause served as the bass drumbeat. Children's stifled giggles wove through the layers. As the theme song swelled, Terror Amusement Park officially opened its gates. According to the reverse side of the visitor guide map, the 10 attractions were clearly marked. The rules stipulated that guests must experience at least half, 5 attractions, to be permitted to leave. Team leader Wu asked, everyone, what 5 shall we choose? Meng Chengqing shrugged indifferently. Any will do. If an ordinary person can complete all 10 and walk out alive, so can we. The priest suggested, let's roll the dice. Leave it to divine providence. Captain, what say you? Team leader Wu snapped, nonsense. We've all undergone firearms training, so the air rifle game is a must. Lin He, you seem eager to speak. Lin He proposed, I brought a compass. We can tackle the maze. And the haunted house poses no issue either. Specialization mattered. A Taoist master indeed feared no ghost. Yet no one consulted Lu Xiaohu, not even once, as though he were already dead. Though Lu Xiaohu was in fact deceased, such open disregard still felt grotesque. Chun Feng thought, then interrupted, Captain, may I speak 2 words? Silence fell abruptly. A flicker of surprise crossed Team leader Wu's eyes. Until now, Lu Xiaohu had either stood mute and meek beside them, or stared moonily at Meng Chengqing. Why this sudden shift? Was he trying to impress Meng Chengqing? Team leader Wu nodded. Go ahead. Here's my view. We should prioritize the ring toss, goldfish catching, and air rifle games, while avoiding the maze, haunted house, and roller coaster at all costs. Lin He had just endorsed the maze and haunted house, only to be instantly overruled by Chun Feng. Irritation flared. Are you afraid? Receiving no courtesy, Chun Feng offered none in return. Are you blind? Whether we toss rings, catch fish, or pull triggers, we hold the choice. Even if danger or traps await, we retain the power to refuse. But the maze's scale. How many ghosts haunt the house? These remain unknown. And the roller coaster, racing high above ground at breakneck speed. If peril strikes, we'll be utterly powerless. Meng Chengcheng blinked, suddenly seeing him anew. Since when had this man possessed such decisive insight? Had the shock of unconsciousness somehow awakened him? Team leader Wu declared, "Damn it, you're a genius. Let's head straight to the goldfish pond." The team set off immediately, except Lin He, who trailed behind, his eyes glinting with a subtle venomous malice. The map indicated the goldfish pond lay in the park's eastern sector. There a shallow artificial circular river gleamed under tall lampposts, no deeper than 1 meter, crystal clear enough to reveal dense schools of goldfish darting beneath the surface, and nestled among them countless human bones resting silently on the riverbed. The attraction's proprietor bore the grotesque head of a goldfish. In his hand he held a wooden board inscribed with rules. 1. Collect a fishing net and fish tank from the stall. 2. Catch 1 goldfish from the river. Owner rewards 1 game token. 3. Under no circumstances damage the net. 4. Each guest may catch only 1 goldfish. 5. Guests failing to catch a goldfish within 1 hour forfeit. Behind the goldfish-headed proprietor stood the stall itself, lined with rows of nets and large glass tanks for temporary fish storage. These weren't the cast nets Chen Feng imagined, flung wide over rivers, but rather scoop nets akin to those anglers use to land fish. Each consisted of a metal pole, a circular hoop identical in size to a basketball rim, and a green nylon mesh pouch suspended beneath. Chen Feng lifted one. It was heavy. Such a net could easily haul carp or silver carp weighing over 15 kilograms. Snagging a 30-centimeter goldfish, no larger than a water bottle, should be effortless. Yet was it truly so simple? Team leader Wu ordered his team to hold back and observe. Within minutes, tourists gathered thickly along the riverbank. They fell into 2 broad groups, the tense and wary, seasoned visitors who'd sensed something deeply amiss after multiple days inside the park, and the carefree, laughing newcomers, still blissfully ignorant, mistaking the skeletal remains beneath the water for decorative props and the proprietor's Piscean head for a mere mask. Ignorance bred fearlessness. A curly-haired young woman stepped forward, net in hand, and began her attempt. She held her breath and gently lowered the scoop into the water. A few alert goldfish darted away, startled by the ripples, but most remained motionless, oblivious. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the woman trapped a goldfish. Yet just as success seemed certain, horror erupted. The fish gaped wide, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. Ah! She recoiled in terror, nearly dropping the pole, while the goldfish, thrashing violently, shredded the mesh net with its fangs and vanished beneath the surface. Bad. The net was ruined. Chen Feng knew well urban legends hunted by rigid rules, and violating one meant immediate death. True to form, the moment the net tore, the woman's expression froze, her soul seemingly ripped away, as she plunged headlong into the river. Like a bone tossed into a den of starving hounds, she vanished beneath a writhing, churning sphere of goldfish. Then, a violent splash, a crimson bloom erupting across the water's surface. The onlookers stood frozen, speechless. You call that a goldfish? Is this a magic show? It's actually quite frightening. At first, the newcomers thought that the curly-haired woman was a magician hired by the amusement park, as it is called horror paradise, and having some scary performances is quite normal. But soon, with a splash, as the second and third victims jumped into the river, all the visitors realized something was off. But by then it was already too late. From the moment they entered the amusement park, 1 foot had already stepped into hell. Only by completing 5 challenges could they leave. Damn it, if even the nylon rope can be bitten through, then whatever is in this river is far more dangerous than piranhas. Captain Wu cursed while asking Heyman, "Do you have any ideas?" The priest stroked his chin and said, "Is it possible to use force and speed to instantly scoop one up and throw it ashore before it reacts? Isn't that too risky? Let's take a gamble." Captain Wu asked again, "What about you, Chengcheng?" Meng Chengcheng flicked her ponytail and smiled confidently. "It's too easy. I already know the answer. Everyone pay attention. The rules only say we need to catch fish, but they never specified whether they have to be alive." Captain Wu didn't understand. "What's the difference between alive and dead?" Meng Chengcheng explained, "Of course there's a difference. Would using a fishing net kill the fish? Of course not, so this is hinting that we can use other methods to catch fish. After all, the rules only state that we need to take the fishing net, and there's no requirement that we must use it to catch fish." Captain Wu's face lit up with joy. "Hey, do you mean?" Meng Chengcheng said, "As long as we don't use the fishing net, it won't be damaged either." Chen Feng nodded thoughtfully. It made sense. No wonder she was a genius who became a medium at the age of 20. She certainly had some intelligence. Just as Chen Feng was lost in thought, Captain Wu suddenly looked at him. "Xiaohu, what's your opinion?" The other team members were stunned. In the past, the captain would never ask Lu Xiaohu for his opinion. Today really feels like the sun rose in the west. Chen Feng wanted to say a few words, but thought that if he performed too well it might raise suspicion from others, so he mimicked Lu Xiaohu's tone and said with a silly smile, "Me." I think Ching's idea is already perfect. There's no room for improvement. Damn it, he opened his mouth and immediately sounded like a kiss-up. Sure enough, the previous analysis was just to show off in front of the goddess. Captain Wu wished he could slap himself. He was really out of his mind to ask this love-struck fool. Beside him, Lin, he also chuckled quietly. What a disgrace. I must perform well, so that Chang can see the gap between us. Thinking this, Lin, he began to weave a spell with his hands, chanting urgently, as he pulled out the money sword made from copper coins and red threads, and threw it into the air. Go. With the infusion of magical power, the money sword hovered in the air, its tip pointing downward, aiming at the golden fish at the riverbed. With a sharp sound, it emitted a golden light and shot into the water. Before long, a golden fish flipped over, showing its white belly, and floated up. Seeing such a miracle, many visitors rushed over, treating Lin. He is their savior. Taoist, help us. Please take me out. I can pay you anything. As Lin, he was surrounded and unable to escape. Captain Wu suddenly lifted his shirt and pulled out a pistol engraved with a cross pattern from his waist. Traditional exorcists relied on crosses and holy water for close-range exorcism, which was dangerous and outdated. New-style exorcists keep up with the times, incorporating firearms on the basis of tradition, hence the exorcism, firearm, holy judgment P.E.C.D. Equipment department's modification with a capacity of 15 rounds. All bullets are enchanted with holy water, specifically targeting demons. With a gunshot, Captain Wu was quick to scoop up the dead fish and exchanged it for a game coin at the fish owner's stall. Two people had already completed their tasks, leaving Meng Chengqing and the priest feeling a bit anxious. But Captain Wu did not forget his team members. Though the rules stated that one person could only catch one fish, it didn't specify that they couldn't help others, so he threw the holy judgment over. Thank you. Damn it, we're all on the same side. What's there to thank for? Although Chengqing and the priest had also undergone firearm training, compared to professional exorcists, their shooting skills were naturally much poorer. Originally, the fish was underwater, which created resistance, making it difficult to hit. With the darkness, refraction of light, and other factors, hitting it became even harder. Meng Chengqing was alright as she used 3 rounds and finally solved it. The priest, however, was more merciful, firing 6 shots in a row before obtaining a game coin. Enchanted bullets are expensive. Usually when Captain Wu goes on a mission, he allows for a maximum of 10 rounds. But this mission was more important, so he brought 100 rounds. Now wasting 1/10 made him want to jump into the river. Damn it, are you a pig? As Chen Feng watched Captain Wu curse, he thought to himself, Captain Wu is really like a dog. He flips out at the slightest thing. Just a moment ago we were allies, and now he's cursing again. The priest smiled apologetically. Today is just not my lucky day. As he spoke, he handed the pistol to Chen Feng. Xiaohu, it's your turn. Huh, is it my turn now? Chen Feng was instantly dumbfounded. As a game streamer, he had played quite a few shooting games, but he had never handled a real gun. Lu Xiaohu, as an intern agent, might have undergone firearm training, but Chen Feng only inherited memories without skills. If trained agents couldn't hit, wouldn't he fare worse without training? I can only bite the bullet and go for it. To avoid revealing his lack of knowledge, Chen Feng had no choice but to try pulling the trigger as depicted in game films. But the pistol showed no reaction. Just as Chen Feng was puzzled about whether the gun was broken, Captain Wu shouted angrily, damn it, aren't you supposed to disengage the safety first? Oh, chamber it. Chamber it. How do I chamber it? Damn it, did you learn your firearms course from a dog? Seeing Captain Wu's expression growing worse, Chen Feng hurriedly returned the pistol. Forget it, I won't use it. Captain Wu was momentarily stunned, thinking the other party was being difficult. He cursed and cursed, but he didn't want his team member to die here, so he changed his tone. Xiaohu, I might have been a bit harsh. Don't feel pressured, take your time. This captain is actually a responsible, good person. Chen Feng quickly explained, Captain, don't misunderstand, I was just thinking of another way to catch fish. At this moment, Lin, he who had just escaped the tourists, walked over and saw Chen Feng's clumsy handling of the gun, mocking him another way. You're not thinking of jumping into the river to catch fish, are you? Jumping into the river to catch fish is a surefire way to get killed. Chen Feng looked at the river surface. If he wasn't worried about exposure, he could summon a water ghost to get as many fish as he wanted. But for now, he could only rely on his wits. Meng Qingqing's realization that fishing didn't have to involve the net was indeed clever, but it wasn't enough. The survivor who made it back to the base with the souvenir was just an ordinary person. He definitely didn't have a gun or a money sword. How did he break the deadlock against such fierce golden fish? Chen Feng had 2 guesses. One, like the water ghost being afraid of fire, the other party found the golden fish's weakness. 2, there is a more efficient and safer tool for catching fish here. Chen Feng had no clue about finding weaknesses, but he did have some ideas about more efficient fishing tools. The rules only mentioned 2 items, the fishing net and the fish tank. Many people's thoughts are fixed, believing that only a fishing net can catch fish. But if you think about it, the glass fish tank, since it can be used to hold fish, must be sturdy enough not to be damaged by fish. Thinking this, Chen Feng picked up a fish tank and walked to the riverbank. The other four instantly understood what Chen Feng was about to do. Captain Wu slapped his forehead. Damn it, how did I not think of that? Chengqing was also shocked in her heart. Is this still the Xiao who I know? Only Lin He's expression was off, thinking to himself, it's fine, it's fine. This river is a meter deep, the fish are submerged at the bottom. I want to see how he can catch the fish at the riverbed with just a small glass tank. At that moment, Chen Feng made a decision that no one expected. He extended his arm into the river water. The ghastly white bones littering the riverbed revealed that these goldfish fed on flesh and blood. Any foreign object falling into the water would instantly draw their collective ravenous charge. Team leader Wu gasped in shock. Damn it. Has this kid lost his mind? Meanwhile, Lin He silently urged inwardly, yes. Yes. Bite him, kill him. As his arm hovered on the brink of being shredded by razor-sharp teeth, Chen Feng summoned a desperate surge of strength and hurled the entire fishbowl along with one goldfish skyward out of the water. At that very moment, the system chimed ding. Congratulations. The user has successfully checked into the horror amusement park's Catch the Goldfish attraction. Lin He's expression darkened. Missed. What uncanny luck. In truth, he had been bitten. Chen Feng shook his hand lightly. Faint pale marks lingered on his skin. Amidst the chaos, he'd been stealthily nipped several times. Fortunately, his avatar inherited an exceptionally robust physique forged through the proficiency system, so the bites felt no sharper than a pair of tweezers pinching his skin, a mere flicker of discomfort. Meng Chengqing rushed forward and scolded Xiao Hu. Your arm nearly got torn off just now. You realize you're playing with fire, don't you? You're mistaken, Chen Feng waved dismissively. Meng Chengqing blinked in confusion. Where did I go wrong? With solemn gravity, he replied, I'm clearly playing with water. His utterly unexpected reply caught her off guard, and she burst into laughter. Watching the two banter so easily, Lin He ground his molars until they ached. Until today, he'd never truly regarded this so-called rival as a threat, but now, sensing a profound shift in Chen Feng, he felt it for the first time, a chilling, unmistakable danger. Inspired by Chen Feng's demonstration, other visitors soon followed suit. Some blessed with quick reflexes passed unscathed, just as he had. Others, slower to react, suffered deep bloody wounds, but all ultimately completed the attraction and claimed their game tokens. Those who'd hesitated at the riverbank, paralyzed by fear of being bitten, succumbed, as if bewitched, an hour later, plunging one after another into the water with frantic, uncoordinated splashes. This was the horror amusement park. Refused to play, and death was inevitable. Leaving the riverside behind, Meng Chengqing remarked lightly, so that's one attraction down. Turns out this park isn't nearly as fearsome as rumored. Team leader Wu checked his phone. It was just past 8 o'clock. They still had ample time for the next attraction. Then let's head to the air rifle booth, Lin He interjected smoothly. As Brother Liu observed, both fishing and air rifles are activities where we retain considerable agency, and given our firearms training, choosing the air rifle is only logical. His true intention lay elsewhere. Chen Feng understood perfectly. Lin He had witnessed his humiliating fumbling with the gun earlier, and now sought to humiliate him further, or worse, orchestrate his demise, in the air rifle challenge. Or perhaps he simply wants me dead. This boy is deceptively cunning. Chen Feng noticed team leader Wu watching him with an odd, searching expression, clearly weighing the same suspicion and silently seeking his consent. So he simply replied, let's go. When the spear arrives, the general stands ready. Oh, when the flood comes, the earth holds firm. Chen Feng might not know how to shoot, but from his hospital experience and what he'd just endured, he knew one thing: rules set by entities like these were always surmountable by ordinary humans. If any attraction demanded an unattainable skill as a prerequisite for survival, no one would ever escape. The air rifle booth stood nestled within a forest beside the small river. From afar, the group could already see a serpentine queue snaking before the forest entrance, a faint, eerie echo of a conventional amusement park. The air rifle vendor was likewise in human, tangled black hair, pallid skin, and instead of hands, 2 crimson scissors glistened where his arms ended. Each time new guests approached, he raised them, clicking softly. Click, click, in hollow welcome. Chen Feng overheard nearby visitors whispering, whoa. The makeup on this boss is terrifying. He looks exactly like a real monster. He is real, Chen Feng corrected inwardly. Beneath the scissors-handed vendor lay a wooden board inscribed with the rules: 1. Collect an air rifle and 10 rounds from the booth, then enter the forest. 2. Monsters will attack players inside the forest. Exercise extreme caution. 3. Monsters may be defeated using the air rifle, 1 bullet per monster. 4. Only 1 player may enter per session. Each session lasts 10 minutes. Players may not exit the forest until the session concludes, and no other players may observe the game during this time. 5. Players who defeat 10 monsters during their session shall receive 1 game token from the vendor. Chen Feng frowned. Fire the rifle, defeat the monsters, complete the trial. Judging by the rules, marksmanship conferred a decisive advantage: 1 bullet, 1 monster. With his own abysmal aim, he'd consider himself fortunate, if he merely avoided shooting himself? Could he have misjudged? Was there truly an attraction demanding expert marksmanship as a non-negotiable condition? As Chen Feng wrestled with doubt, team leader Wu turned, as was customary, to the team's strategist Chengqing. Any thoughts? This game explicitly forbids observation. Even writing it into the rules suggests a secret one that can be exploited simply by watching. A brilliant insight. Chen Feng couldn't help but raise a thumb in silent admiration. Lu Xiao, who may be inept, but his taste in women, impeccable. While they waited, the vendor had already led several visitors into the forest, yet none had emerged. Had they all failed? A growing unease tightened around the group's hearts. Other visitors, too, began retreating. First one, then two, then three, slipping away from the line one by one. Their flight unsettled the team even further. Wu lit a cigarette. Facing 10 or more monsters, even if they're only pseudo-humans, is perilous enough. Chengqing, use it. Meng Chengqing nodded. Then from her satchel she withdrew 3 incense sticks, lit them, closed her eyes, and held them in her left hand while extending her right hand's 4 fingers, straight thumb curled tightly inward. She was preparing to commune with spirits. Thanks to Lu Xiao, whose sycophantic devotion Chen Feng recalled much about spirit mediums from memory. All mediums progress through 4 stages. The first 3 being opening the orifices, refining the self, and binding the orifices. Opening the orifices, also called knocking the orifices, refers to the meticulous spiritual chiseling along a medium's 7 channels and 8 vessels, carving a conduit through which spirits may possess and speak through them. Once this stage is complete, the medium gains the ability to commune with the departed. Refining the self occurs when a celestial entity selects the medium, initiating their divine destiny. During this arduous phase, the medium endures great suffering, but daily spirit communication multiplies rapidly. Upon success, they advance to binding the orifices, forging a sacred pact with their patron deity. Mediums who have undergone binding the orifices may summon celestial beings to possess them, ushering in a transformative surge of power. At present, Meng Changsheng remained only at the opening the orifices stage, meaning she could channel only the recently deceased, and only once per day. A medium at the binding the orifices stage, empowered by divine force, could slay most specters outright. A full minute passed. The incense burned low, but Meng Changsheng remained motionless. Team leader Wu frowned. Changsheng, why is this taking so long? She furrowed her brow. I don't know. Some spirit who died elsewhere keeps clinging to me, disrupting my focus. Wait, hold on. I've made contact. Has the possession succeeded? Seeing Meng Changsheng's calm demeanor, her tone remained unchanged. Chen Feng was greatly amazed at the medium's ability to communicate with spirits, as his preconceived notion suggested that a medium should behave erratically, shaking their head and speaking out of tune. Captain Wu urged Chen Feng to speak softly. Don't disturb Changsheng while she communicates. A junior medium has limited abilities and can usually only invite the spirits of those who have recently passed, so Meng Changsheng chose a tourist who had just failed in the game. The amusement park only stipulated that the living cannot disclose the game's content, but unexpectedly the dead can speak. Although the deceased did not complete the game, perhaps through their failures they could grasp the way to succeed. At the very least, they would not make the same mistakes as the dead. Meng Changsheng began to recount the deceased's experiences. He took a gun and entered the forest, where balloon monsters began to appear around him. Captain Wu asked, damn, can balloons also turn into monsters? Meng Changsheng explained, well, they look like balloons, but they are alive, moving quickly, and the strings on their tails are as sharp as blades, capable of cutting through even large trees. As she spoke, 3 incense sticks suddenly broke in midair. Meng Changsheng gasped, he is dead. Everyone hurriedly asked, how did he die? Meng Changsheng opened her eyes, sweating from her forehead, and said there was a balloon monster calling out to attract his attention, while another lay in ambush above, concealed by the leaves. When he was distracted, it launched a surprise attack and killed him. A distraction tactic. Captain Wu couldn't help but curse, damn it, this monster is even employing military strategies. The priest nodded. It seems those in front were all ambushed this way. Impressive. While everyone was astonished by the monster's cunning, Chen Feng marveled at the medium's abilities. The ability to make the dead speak is incredibly powerful for gathering intelligence, and this is just the first stage of mediumship. Once she reaches the 3rd stage and can invoke spirits, won't she be able to soar? In a world teeming with monsters, encountering such a powerful ally should indeed be cherished. Chen Feng felt he was beginning to understand Lu Xiao. Speaking of which, as a sycophant, shouldn't he say a few words at this moment? Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, Lin, he fawned, thanks to Miss Meng, or else we would be doomed. Meng Changsheng shyly replied, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Damn, those words are mine. Chen Feng now understands why Lu Xiao, who dislikes Lin he so much. Time flew by, and soon it was the turn of the 5-person group. However, among the dozens who participated before them, only a pair of twin brothers managed to clear the game. The death rate was nearly 90%. Captain Wu, fearing for his team's safety, decided to take the lead. "I'll go first. If it's too dangerous, we can switch to another project." However, the vice captain, the priest, disagreed. "No, Captain, you are our backbone. If something happens to you, the mission will be over. Let me go first instead." Captain Wu hesitated, "But you're not very good with the gun." The priest shrugged nonchalantly. "Then let's take a gamble. The Lord will bless me." Seeing the other party's insistence, Captain Wu had no choice but to relent. "All right, relax and stay alert." Got it. The priest swaggered into the forest with the scissor-wielding boss. In the following 10 minutes, everyone was on edge. Fortunately, when the time was up, the priest's figure appeared at the edge of the forest. Captain Wu couldn't help but shout, "Well done." But soon the joyful mood came to an abrupt halt. Captain Wu noticed that the priest's right sleeve was empty. He had lost his arm. Chun Feng frowned. To be able to sever an arm, it seems Meng Chengcheng was right. The strings on that balloon monster's tail are indeed sharp. However, in a state of preparedness, the priest should not have been ambushed. Could it be that his shooting skills were too poor and he ran out of bullets? Despite many questions Chun Feng couldn't ask due to the rules, the priest reassured everyone, "I've already treated the wound." As the team's medic, the priest can heal the injured through prayer, performing simple bleeding control and wound healing, but he is helpless against severe injuries like severed limbs. Thinking about how the other party might have to live with one arm in the future, everyone was at a loss for words. In the face of the group's silence, the priest remained optimistic. "It's fine, it's just an arm. At least I'm not dead. It's just a pity that I'll have to play cards with one hand in the future. That's truly a bit inconvenient." Captain Wu sighed. "You do take it well, but with so many eccentric talents in the organization, someone will surely be able to handle the situation of limb loss." While they were chatting, the boss also emerged from the forest, waving his scissors and urging the next tourist. The second one to go was Captain Wu. When he returned, his face was ashen and a gory long wound appeared on his chest, but under the priest's prayers, the bleeding quickly stopped. Even Captain Wu was injured. Initially, Chun Feng thought the priest would have an accident due to poor shooting skills, running out of bullets to deal with the monster, but if even Captain Wu, with his superb marksmanship, was injured, something felt off. Could it be that there were more than 10 monsters? But the captain himself had the exorcist gun Holy Judgment with 100 bullets, as surely he couldn't have used them all. If there were over 100 monsters in the forest, then the earlier pair of brothers and the priest couldn't have possibly walked out unscathed. Or did the captain conserve his bullets? As Chun Feng pondered, the third participant, Lin, he also emerged from the forest. Unlike the previous two, Lin, he had neither a severed arm nor injuries, but the Bagua mirror on his chest was shattered in two. Lu Xiaohu surely paid extra attention to his number one rival, so Chun Feng knew that the Bagua mirror was a magical item given to Lin, he by the Taoist temple, capable of resisting evil damage once. And the fact that the Bagua mirror was broken indicates that he had also been hit. This doesn't add up. The others ran out of bullets and could only wait helplessly, but Lin, he has the money sword. Initially, Chun Feng thought it was because there were too many monsters and Lin, he exhausted his magical power, but thinking carefully, if that were the case, after the Bagua mirror, which could only withstand one attack, shattered Lin, he wouldn't have survived either. So the real situation should be that after the Bagua mirror shattered Lin, he reacted and counterattacked the monster. That means it was a surprise attack. Perhaps one of the balloon monsters is special, possessing abilities like invisibility or teleportation, and ambushed the three. No, if that were the case, an ordinary person would be nearly guaranteed to die. How did the pair of brothers clear the game unscathed? As Chun Feng mulled over these thoughts, the atmosphere in the team had dropped to freezing point. One was injured, one was hurt, and another had broken their beloved magical item. Just after finishing the fish-catching project, the group, who had been boasting, now felt like frostbitten eggplants, silent one after another. Wu began smoking, seemingly having made a certain decision, suddenly calling the remaining two. "Xiao, Hu Qingqing, you two shouldn't take on this project." "Captain." Meng Chengcheng looked at Wu, knowing in her heart that the captain was trying to protect them. With even the exorcist, priest, and Taoist nearly in trouble, it's likely to be life-threatening for her, a medium, without any offensive capabilities, and Xiaohu, an ordinary person. But she was unwilling to accept it. Based on the information currently at hand, they only knew that the survivor had exchanged 10 game tokens for a souvenir to clear the game, but had not mentioned whether they could combine others' tokens to reach 10. If not, then, according to the rule of not being able to participate in the project again, she would have already lost her qualification to complete the mission. This was something she could not accept. Meng Chengcheng pursed her lips and looked at the captain. "I must go." Captain Wu understood Meng Chengcheng's feelings, but her ability to communicate with the dead was far too precious to be lost here. "Chengcheng, if you still recognize me as your captain, then obey the order. You must learn to act within your means. This is something Xiao, who does very well." As he spoke, Wu suddenly noticed something was off. It seemed something was missing around. He questioned, "Where is Xiaohu?" Lin, he pointed to the forest, gloating, "He's already gone in." "Huh. For wealth men die, for food birds perish." In order to earn points for clocking in, even if it means facing a den of dragons and tigers, Chen Feng must brace himself. At the booth, he received an air gun and 10 steel ball bullets. Then, under the guidance of the owner, he headed towards the center of the forest. The trees here were adorned with lights, so there was no need to worry about visibility. It was just this smell. When most people think of a forest, they envision fresh air, fragrant soil, and maybe some animal droppings, but it is definitely not unpleasant. However, this balloon forest was different. Corpses, corpses, and more corpses. Chen Feng seldom used the idiom "everywhere you look" to describe humanity, but the situation was just like that now. Tourists who had failed to pass were sprawled all over the ground along with bits of rubber from balloons and strands of black string. Such a bloody scene even reminded Chen Feng of the human skin loft. This was no joke. Chen Feng steeled himself. The current situation was not too good. To escape the self-ignition curse, he had already used St. and Weiston far too many times today. If he activated it again, he might just pass out. So he had to rely on his wits. He needed to find a way to complete the challenge. Chen Feng began to load the air gun, and just as he finished, he saw the owner hurriedly running away. The game had begun. Chen Feng heard laughter coming from not far away. Using the light from the trees, he spotted a white balloon floating in midair, swaying gently, with the black string beneath it swinging back and forth. Chen Feng decisively raised the air gun. This subtle movement also caught the balloon's attention. It turned its head to reveal its front. It was a grinning human face with eyes as big as light bulbs and a long mouth filled with sharp teeth. Upon spotting its prey, the grinning balloon rushed towards Chen Feng at an incredible speed. In less than a second, the balloon, which had been 10 steps away, was now right in front of him. Damn it, this is a bit scary. Chen Feng muttered in fear, yet his hand decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Faced with such a fast-moving object, Chen Feng unsurprisingly missed. Crap! Chen Feng cursed under his breath, but to his surprise, after hearing the gunfire, the grinning balloon, which had been charging at him, suddenly froze in place, as if startled. A flaw. Seizing this moment of stillness, Chen Feng quickly stepped forward and shoved the barrel into its mouth. This is the first one. He pulled the trigger, and the grinning balloon burst before him, splattering its internal plasma all over him. Spit, spit, spit. Chen Feng endured the stench and stepped forward to check the situation. First, he examined the tail of the balloon monster's string. He intended to pick it up, but as soon as he touched it, it felt like being stung by a scorpion. Sharp pain. It was bleeding. The sharpness was too high. The ability that could fully inherit its original form in the presence of a Kraid heroic body could only leave a white mark even against a piranha covered in sharp teeth. And this inconspicuous string can actually cut my hand. If it had cut my neck, wouldn't that mean my head would be severed from my body? With a sense of unease, Chen Feng continued to search. Amidst the rubber scraps of the balloon, he couldn't find any trace of the bullet, but instead, he spotted a steel ball bullet lying on the muddy ground not far ahead. After firing 2 shots, there was only 1 bullet. Chen Feng pondered. After hitting the balloon, the bullet disappears while the missed bullet can be recovered. I seem to understand the rule that 1 bullet corresponds to 1 monster. Moreover, judging from the previous situation, even if the bullet was spent, it could still immobilize the balloon, and this time lasted at least over a second. Facing a stationary target, even a pig could hit it. To test his hypothesis, Chen Feng recovered the bullet and began searching for the next target. The second balloon monster he found was crouched on the ground, devouring the flesh of the failed tourists. The bloody scene would make most people wet their pants. But Chen Feng calmly raised his hand, fired a shot to immobilize the grinning balloon, and then silently counted down the time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the grinning balloon resumed its movement and charged at Chen Feng. Was the control time over 3 seconds? Chen Feng remained unhurried, pulled the trigger, and immobilized the balloon again, then calmly killed it. Through experimentation, the control effect can be reused. That leaves only one question. Chen Feng discovered a dead and 1 bullet for 1 monster. When it came to the last monster, he would only have 1 bullet left to fend it off with no other bullets for control. So the last shot cannot miss. This is still quite challenging. Chen Feng questioned himself. The balloon's speed was so fast a sure kill was unlikely. He didn't even have a 10% chance. No wonder the previous 3 failed. It turned out they fell at the last monster. Everything made sense. A silly method flashed through Chen Feng's mind. Do not kill the monster, keep placing the gun on the ground to pick up bullets, reload, and repeat the cycle to buy time. Though this was a bit ugly and wouldn't earn game currency, surviving was definitely not an issue. After all, this project did not stipulate that all monsters had to be killed. Chen Feng continued to patrol with the gun, taking down 5 monsters within 5 minutes. Now only 3 are left. The 7th balloon monster did not appear directly, but hid in the shadows, continuously emitting a giggling sound. Chen Feng chased the sound and found the balloon monster hiding behind a tree with only a black string tail exposed. Such an obvious bait should be the situation Meng Chengqing mentioned. Chen Feng looked up and indeed saw a thread sticking out from the leaves. If it weren't for Meng Chengcheng's hint, charging forward recklessly would surely lead to being ambushed from above and below, and the outcome would definitely be dire. The more he thought about this, the more Chen Feng understood the importance of Meng Chengcheng. A medium, what a skill. Chen Feng raised his gun, fired a shot to stun 2 balloons, then popped them one by one. Now only the last one remains, and I have no bullets left to control it. Chen Feng reloaded the last steel ball. The closer he got to the last one, the more careful he had to be. The last one was even more cunning. Without a giggle, the entire forest was deadly silent. Without any sound, as a warning, Chen Feng felt nervous. Perhaps the next second the balloon monster would ambush from some direction and snap his neck. He couldn't act rashly. Chen Feng patiently waited in silence, when suddenly he heard a noise in the distance. Here it comes. Chen Feng perked up, but what he heard was the sound of scissors snipping, or it turned out to be the owner. Crap, game time is up. Chen Feng felt a bit regretful. He was just a step away from perfection. If he could take down one more, he would have earned game currency. But Chen Feng had no regrets. Taking the initiative was too risky. He wasn't Lu Xiaohu. Earning game currency and completing organizational tasks were just incidental for him. Clocking in was the focus. As long as he could drag it out until time was up and complete the clock-in, there was no need to risk his life losing this incarnation. Chen Feng was lost in thought when suddenly his expression changed. Not good. Where is the system prompt? In the previous fish-catching project, Chen Feng received an immediate notification of successful check-in after passing the level, but now the system is as silent as a stone. Perhaps one needs to acquire game currency to successfully check in. If that's the case, he should have taken a shot at it just now. Chen Feng seemed to have found a reasonable explanation, but his intuition told him otherwise. He always felt he had overlooked some crucial information. Now, reflecting on the air gun rules, 1 monster, 1 bullet. Players who knock down 10 monsters can obtain a game coin from the boss. No watching during the game. In the rules for catching fish, it states that the boss will reward a game coin, while here it is obtained from the boss. This clause is actually already implied. Doesn't the boss fit the definition of a monster? The rules have never stated that the monster was only a balloon. We assumed too much. Once everything was clear, Chen Feng raised his gun and asked the boss game coin handed over. The boss remained silent and suddenly swung scissors at Chen Feng. But what greeted it was the black barrel of a gun. Within 10 steps, the shot was both accurate and quick. Bang! Can't hit a balloon, yet you can't hit such a big target. Looking at the boss lying on the ground, Chen Feng secretly thought how dangerous it was. The first 9 were all the same monsters, and the last one was a surprise. It was truly hard to guard against. Especially the fish boss from the previous project, who was merely a mascot introducing the rules, causing everyone to let their guard down against the boss. Then crack. Chen Feng now understood why watching was strictly prohibited in this project. Once one person gets hit, those following can easily pass the level. After rummaging through the boss, Chen Feng successfully found a game coin. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully checking into the Horror Paradise air gun project. On the other side, on the outskirts of the forest, Team Leader Wu was furious. Damn it, this kid actually went in without a word. When Xiaohu comes out, I'll definitely give him a slap. Lin He quietly laughed to himself. Come out. He probably won't come back. But the next second, he could no longer laugh. He saw Chen Feng emerge from the forest and scathed. Lin He, the captain, and the priest were all stunned. Although they didn't speak, their expressions conveyed 4 words: you're not dead. Not only was he not dead, but he didn't even have a scratch. Lin He couldn't understand, and was on the verge of shattering his Dao heart. Captain Wu was about to ask you weren't tricked by the boss. But he suddenly realized that Meng Chengcheng was still present, she hadn't participated in the project yet. If she heard, he'd lose game currency and fail to complete the task. So even though he was eager to know how the other party passed, Captain Wu had to remain silent. At that moment, he realized something terrifying. Although the person before him looked exactly like Lu Xiaohu, his behavior, speech, and demeanor were nothing like the cowardly sycophant that Captain Wu knew. In Cihang City, there were countless monsters disguised as humans. Could it be that this person is not Lu Xiaohu? Captain Wu placed his hand on his gun holster. However, just as his suspicion of Chen Feng peaked, Chen Feng dismissed his thoughts with 2 sentences. Chen Feng pointed to the forest and asked, "Are you going in again?" Meng Chengxing responded with an having not even given up on Lu Xiaohu. She had even less reason to avoid it. But Chen Feng's next words directly made her furious. Chingxing, that boss is suspicious. Be careful. The 10 monsters mentioned in the rules also include the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng felt his pocket lighten. The game coin he had just earned had vanished. But Chen Feng didn't care. From the start, he had planned to clear only 5 projects, obtain the check-in points, and leave happily. What benefit was there for him to hand over a souvenir doll to the organization? Transforming into a sycophant is also a life. Moreover, Chen Feng realized that performing well twice in a row would easily raise suspicions, so to play the role of Lu Xiaohu, he directly executed a brain-dead operation. The effect of this operation was immediate. Captain Wu's frown instantly relaxed, replaced by a smile. He was laughing out of anger. No monster would be such a sycophant. Therefore Lu Xiaohu was fine, but his brain was not necessarily so. Meng Chengcheng's entire face visibly turned red. Xiaohu, what do you mean? Do you think I can't figure it out? To be honest, Meng Chengcheng didn't know what expression to wear. Was she angry? Xiaohu actually gave her a hint. Didn't that imply he looked down on her, thinking she would get into trouble? But on the other hand, the monsters in the game actually included the boss. If I hadn't received a hint, would I really have been able to figure this out? Even Captain, Vice Captain, and Lin, he all fell for it. If it were me, I probably would have died. Realizing this, Meng Chengcheng couldn't bring herself to voice her subsequent accusations and could only leave with a parting shot. You wait, after I finish the game, we'll talk alone. With that, she tossed her hair and stormed into the forest angrily. Watching this scene, Lin, he finally felt a bit better. Xiaohu, oh Xiaohu, you truly are the most foolish idiot in the world. Knowing that Chengcheng has a very strong sense of pride, yet you still did this. Now you've been disliked, right? Just as Lin, he was preparing to see how the other party explained, Chen Feng asked the captain, when Chengcheng comes out, are we continuing today? No. Captain Wu glanced at the team members. Those who were injured were indeed injured, and those who were damaged were damaged. They definitely needed some time to rest. I'm a bit tired, so I'll head to the hotel first. Chen Feng had already controlled his avatar for long enough. The logical relationship between the avatar and the main body is that if consciousness remains on one, the other will be in a dormant state. Although the trio had been playing games and hadn't paid him any mind, it wasn't good to keep the avatar asleep as sleeping man. Moreover, he hadn't completed today's hero training plan yet. Captain Wu was taken aback. Well, all right, but isn't Chengcheng looking for you to talk? Chen Feng casually replied, didn't we reserve our room in advance? Let her come to the room to find me. In the middle of the night to let the goddess find a sycophant. Captain Wu didn't say it out loud, but in his heart, he thought you really can think of anything. Thus, when Meng Chengcheng finished the project and came out ready to have a serious talk with Chen Feng, she found that he had already gone back to sleep and had left her in the lurch. She could no longer hold it together. Lu Xiaohu. Captain Wu thought the situation was too crazy. A sycophant actually dared to make the goddess come looking for him in the middle of the night. The most critical part was that the goddess really went. To get an explanation, Meng Chengcheng suppressed her anger and went straight to Chen Feng's room. As soon as she entered the hotel, knocking loudly, open the door. Open the door. But something even more explosive happened. The door didn't open. Push-up, count 1, currently 45. Push-up, count 1, currently 46. At this moment, Chen Feng was happily exercising at the internet cafe, completely unaware that he hadn't logged into his secondary account to discuss some nonsense love story. As for whether Meng Chengcheng would be angry, he didn't care at all. Lu Xiaohu is a sycophant. Oh, what does that have to do with Chen Feng? In the early morning, Chen Feng finished his workout, had a bowl of instant noodles with ham sausage, and poured himself a glass of chilled iced black tea, planning to enjoy a relaxing shower before bed. Suddenly, a notification from the system rang out. Ding. The avatar Lu Xiaohu is currently in a state of hunger. Please eat as soon as possible. Damn. Even avatars need to eat. As soon as Chen Feng switched back to his small account, his stomach protested with a growl, and due to extreme hunger, he even felt jittery. I have to eat right now. Following the map on the back of the flyer, Chen Feng jogged all the way to the cafeteria of the amusement park. Pushing open the glass door, he could smell the aroma of food in the air with various stir-fried dishes under the heating lamps, fresh vegetables, and grilled meats in the freezer, along with desserts, fruits, fried snacks, sushi, ice cream machines, and chocolate fountains. Everything you would find in a buffet was here. Damn, the avatar actually eats better than my real body. Chen Feng initially thought that tonight's instant noodles with sausage were already a luxury, but compared to this, they were nothing but garbage. The most crucial part was that all of this was completely free. As the saying goes, money is important, but in a horror story, life takes precedence over money. All food, activities, and accommodations in the horror amusement park are provided free of charge. If worst comes to worst, I might as well move in here. Chen Feng casually picked some food. Just as he was about to indulge, suddenly a mysterious uncle walked up to him and asked, "Brother, want to sell?" "What?" Chen Feng looked at him, warily wondering what he was selling. Selling his backside. Just to clarify, he wasn't into that. Seeing Chen Feng's inaction, the uncle sighed. "So you're just a novice." Watching the man leave, Chen Feng, afraid of missing some important information, hurriedly called out to him, "Hey, what exactly are you selling? Tell me about it." The uncle turned back. "Information, understand? Selling information. Aren't you afraid of losing game currency?" Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, then immediately reacted. "That's right, although selling information would cause game currency to vanish and wouldn't yield souvenirs, other tourists were unaware of the souvenir's purpose. They just wanted to complete 5 projects and leave this hellish place as soon as possible. Thus, exchanging information became the optimal solution. My surname is Wang. Everyone here is exchanging information. Mr. Wang told Chen Feng that everyone knew losing the last game currency would lead to trouble. Moreover, they had already discovered loopholes in the rules. 1. For every project leaked, 1 game currency would be deducted. 2. If a project is leaked to multiple people, the number of leaks determines how many game currencies are deducted. 3. The judgment of deducting game currency is subjective. As long as a tourist believes they have leaked something, they will lose game currency. 4. Those who learn the secret and participate in the project will not receive any game currency. 5. 2 people who have not participated in the project can share the information they have observed without being deducted. Impressive. Chen Feng looked at these people with newfound respect. Indeed, when pushed to the brink, people can show some wisdom. Looking around, he even noticed the survivors of the second project discussing with others. It turned out someone had already done this. Chen Feng said, I have information on the 2 projects catching goldfish and the air gun. Which one do you want to exchange for? Brother, the catching goldfish project isn't worth much. It's a group project. As long as one person figures out the way to clear it, the others will know right away. By the way, the judgment of leaking information is very strict. If you haven't experienced the catching goldfish project, just my previous statement has already cost you game currency. So strict. What was leaked? Mr. Wang explained, the information about catching goldfish is not wanted by anyone. Just that one sentence can determine the project's difficulty, and that counts as leaking. Are you being too careless? If you discuss this with me, the risk is quite high. Mr. Wang pulled up a chair and sat down. It's fine. I know a bit about feng shui and physiognomy. From your appearance, you seem to be an innocent person. Me? Chen Feng replied honestly. Actually, not only am I innocent, but I also have no heartbeat. You're quite humorous for a young person. Mr. Wang asked, I have information on the haunted house. Do you want it? Yes. Chen Feng, adhering to the principle of honesty, said, let me share my information first, but please don't record what I say for others to hear. That would be malicious. Look at what you said. Mr. Wang took out his phone, turned it off to show good faith. I have no grudge against you. Why would I harm you? Besides, I already said that the judgment of leaking is subjective. Only if you believe you leaked does it count. What if that statement is also false? Chen Feng thought to himself, but unusually chose not to expose it. Instead, he spoke candidly. The rules for the airgun project are to eliminate 10 monsters, and one of the traps is the boss, who also counts as a monster. After hearing this, Mr. Wang broke out in cold sweat. Oh my, that's truly sinister. Without purchasing this information, I see no way to survive. Chen Feng watched him silently. Mr. Wang realized it was his turn to speak, so he began sharing the story of the haunted house. The rules of the haunted house consist of 5 points, but only one condition can lead to death: turning back. Turning back. The rules state that no matter what happens inside the haunted house, you must not turn back. Otherwise, you'll die. Exactly. Once you enter the haunted house, it will read your deepest fears and materialize them. If you can't swim, you'll fall into the sea. If you're afraid of bugs, you'll be crawling with cockroaches. Sounds quite creepy. Indeed. What you must do is keep walking, and no matter what happens, do not turn back. Is that the information? Of course not. What I need to tell you are the 2 dead ends in the haunted house, which are traps. What traps? The first trap is that the haunted house will transform into someone you know, calling your name from behind, luring you to turn back. That's easy to see through. It's not that simple. I've seen many people fall for it, mainly because the illusions created are incredibly realistic. What about the second trap? The second one is the most sinister. Inside the haunted house, there is a simulated space that resembles the outside, where the boss of the haunted house, disguised as a dead person, will wait for you. This will make you think you have exited the haunted house, and at that moment, if you let down your guard and turn back, you will surely die. A game within a game, a dream within a dream, truly classic. How did you see through it? Game currency. As long as you clear the project, you'll receive game currency. When I found that I didn't have any game currency in my pocket, I immediately saw through the trick. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Uncle, you're really clever. Mr. Wang laughed heartily, quite pleased with himself. Of course. Only when you obtain the game currency can you truly say you've escaped. Chen Feng's expression darkened. But you also said that those who have leaked cannot receive game currency rewards. Although you told me how to clear it, I can't use it. This? Mr. Wang's expression stiffened. He realized that it was precisely because he discovered this that he sought to exchange information proactively. Apologies, brother. However, Chen Feng was magnanimous, saying, since we've called each other brothers, there's no need for further formalities. But I do want to ask you a question. Mr. Wang was taken aback. What question? Chen Feng asked earnestly. You mentioned that the haunted house creates illusions. How can you be certain that the game currency is real? Mr. Wang's expression froze instantly. This. Chen Feng chuckled. Perhaps you never really left. You might still be in the haunted house. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Mr. Wang suddenly became agitated. Impossible. The hotel is absolutely safe. It was stated in the rules. But what if the hotel is also an illusion? Thunder rumbled in Mr. Wang's mind as he suddenly recalled the moment he greeted Chen Feng, who had urged him not to turn back. Are you saying you too? Chen Feng's face suddenly twisted into a monstrous expression. You are the boss, Mr. Wang's face drained of color as he remembered the wooden sign held by the boss before entering the haunted house. 3. No matter what happens in the haunted house, do not turn back. At that moment in the cafeteria, Chen Feng was indeed exchanging information with someone, and that person was a survivor who had just escaped the haunted house. The haunted house can conjure up various things to deceive you. I've fallen for the game within a game at least 5 times and still feel that everything is fake. Doesn't that mean you can never clear it? No, the secret is in the promotional guide. Guide? Are you talking about the time? Chen Feng immediately realized that the amusement park's opening hours were from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Yes, I spent a full 12 hours in the haunted house, and it wasn't until 7 a.m. when the project closed that I was released. That survivor sighed bitterly. I advise you not to choose this project, otherwise, even if you escape, you'll be a madman. Thanks for the warning. Suddenly, a system prompt rang in Chen Feng's ears. Ding. Due to the inability to obtain game currency, the check-in project Horror Amusement Park Haunted House has become invalid. The next day at 7 in the morning at the Happiness Internet Cafe, Chen Feng finished his morning exercise and was having breakfast with his 3 friends. The blonde guy looked at the chubby one devouring a sausage and said sympathetically, "This unit consumes too much food. Oh, let's kick him out." The chubby one replied with grievance, "Oh my, I haven't had a decent meal this month. Have some pity on me." The blonde guy looked confused and asked, Is that true? Is there? He then realized, you fatso, today is the first. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly sneezed and said, achoo. The blonde guy remarked, Brother Feng, sneezing means someone is thinking about you. Chen Feng dismissed it, saying, it's more likely someone is cursing me. Ever since he learned in the cafeteria that tourists who leaked information would be unable to obtain game currency, Chen Feng felt something was off. With Meng Chengcheng's proud personality, losing her mission qualification would surely drive her mad. In fact, Chen Feng guessed correctly. At that moment, Meng Chengcheng, who hadn't slept all night, was knocking furiously at the door, saying, Open up. Xiaohu, stop hiding in there. I know you're in there. But no matter how hard she knocked, the door remained closed. This was the first time Meng Chengcheng had encountered such a situation with Lu Xiaohu. In the past, he would go to great lengths to please her, but now, when she asked to talk to him alone, he completely ignored her. This feeling of disparity left Meng Chengcheng quite displeased. She was well aware that Lu Xiaohu liked her, but having seen so many suitors throughout her life, she had grown accustomed to it and didn't take him to heart. She never expected that one day she would find herself interested in this guy. Meng Chengcheng, with a complicated expression, stared at the door and suddenly recalled a domineering CEO drama she had watched on TV mocking herself. Is this what they call an interesting man? You've caught my attention. Just then the door suddenly swung open. Chen Feng teased, an interesting man. Whom? Meng Chengcheng's expression tightened as she flusteredly began to fix her hair, saying, You deliberately didn't open the door, but were secretly listening to me. When people are nervous, they often pretend to be busy. Chen Feng chuckled. That's unfair. I just woke up. Are you dead? You didn't wake up even after I knocked so loudly. Chen Feng replied, How do you know I'm dead? Stop with the cheeky remarks. Oh, I haven't settled yesterday's matter with you yet. Do you know that because of you I've failed this mission? It's whatever, anyway, the captain will cover for us. Chen Feng retorted, Why do you leave everything to others? Xiaohu, can't you show some ambition? After a bit of bickering, Meng Chengcheng stepped forward reluctantly and said, But still, thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have, well, probably, maybe gotten into trouble. A fragrant scent wafted past her nose as she looked at the shy girl in front of her. Chen Feng didn't know what a simp should say at that moment, but he couldn't help but add, Then why don't you hurry up and repay me with your love? Get lost. After a while, Captain Wu notified everyone to gather in his room to discuss the next project. After Chen Feng went back to sleep, Captain Wu didn't idle, but went to conduct intelligence investigations. I first went to the prize exchange at the Paradise Center and clarified that only the 10 game coins obtained by clearing the game can be exchanged for souvenirs. They cannot be gifted to others. Then I investigated the danger levels of each project. Although most projects are like catching goldfish, once you choose to participate, you cannot back out. Captain Wu can judge the survival rate of the project by calculating the number of tourists entering and exiting. This uncle has quite a bit of experience. Chen Feng listened to Captain Wu's conclusions. Among the 10 projects in the amusement park, 3 are considered no-go zones: the haunted house, the maze, and the roller coaster, with a near zero success rate. Those who enter are doomed. Chen Feng felt that Captain Wu's intelligence wasn't 100% reliable. Take the haunted house, for instance. The condition to clear it was to stay in the amusement park and rest, so it was normal to observe that no one came out during the observation period. It didn't necessarily mean the survival rate was 0. Next were the dance and doll-playing activities with a success rate of about 1 in 20. Following that were the air gun bumper cars and hide-and-seek with a clearance rate of about 1 in 10. Finally, the two easiest projects, catching goldfish, which has a very high clearance rate. As long as one discovers the loophole in the rules, everyone can clear it. The other is the ring toss. However, many tourists go in that many come out with a survival rate of 100%, but the expressions of the tourists coming out are all quite grim. Something feels off. Just as Chen Feng was about to speak, he heard Meng Chengcheng analyze. This matter is definitely not that simple. Oh, just like a lamb wouldn't mix in with a pack of wolves, there's no reason for a project to have a 100% clearance rate. Perhaps the ring toss is the hardest project of them all. Chengcheng is right. In front of everyone, Chen Feng had to play the role of the simp. Then let's remove this suspicious ring toss, and tonight, we'll choose hide-and-seek and bumper cars instead. Captain Wu is a straightforward person. Let's disperse. That night, boys and girls come play at the horror paradise. Whenever the music starts, you know the party has begun. Haunted house, let's break into the haunted house. No matter what happens, don't look back. Hide-and-seek, let's play hide-and-seek. The cunning mice can never escape the cat's eyes. As the theme song echoed through the park again, the 5-member team gathered in front of the hide-and-seek project. This is a British-style castle with a cylindrical main tower in the center, a triangular top resembling a crown, and all the windows are adorned with colored glass featuring intricate abstract geometric patterns akin to Picasso's art. So beautiful it feels like being in a vampire movie. The reason Chen Feng said this is that the owner of the hide-and-seek project has a pale face, sharp teeth, bat wings, a black aristocratic cloak, and is dressed like a classic vampire. Captain Wu joked, "Priest, this is your specialty." The priest also became confident, saying, "Looks like him in luck." According to convention, the hide-and-seek project also has 5 rules. 1. Obtain a doll costume in the castle hall. 2. Players cannot leave the castle during the game. 3. The game lasts 1 hour, and for the first 30 minutes players are safe. 4. After 30 minutes the cats will begin hunting. They are as smart as humans, so the mice must be extremely careful. After quickly scanning the rules, Captain Wu looked at the team's strategist. "Qingqing, do you have any thoughts?" Meng Qingqing, having lost her mission qualification, was even more eager to contribute her intellect. The rules are no different from ordinary hide-and-seek. It's just 30 minutes of hiding and 30 minutes of seeking, only the seeker has been replaced by monsters. During the game, players cannot leave the castle, which means the cats can leave the castle while the other players can still explore. Rule 5 specifically states that only players wearing the doll costume can earn game currency, so I suspect that wearing the costume increases the likelihood of being caught by the cats. If the objective is merely to clear the game, then not wearing the doll costume is also an option. After hearing Meng Chengcheng's analysis, he felt a wave of annoyance. This is bad. Lu Xiaohu, that simp, because of leaking information, has had his game currency deducted, so he can naturally choose not to wear the doll costume in this project and lower his risk. In the hide-and-seek game, if he lowers his risk, it means that I am at greater risk. No, I need to think of a way to provoke them. Thinking of this, he quickly declared, "Qingqing Xiao, who, since you've already failed the mission, then just don't wear the doll costume. Let's take on the danger ourselves." As he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the words "mission failed." The proud Meng Chengqing indeed fell for it, saying, "What do you mean? Am I someone who fears death?" Captain Wu saw that the two were about to argue and quickly intervened, saying, "Stop fighting you for this project. I'll wear the doll costume myself." The task only requires bringing back one souvenir, so to ensure the safety of the team members, Captain Wu decided to shoulder all the burden himself. Damn it, let any dirty things come at me alone. The vice captain, the priest, shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No way. At the very least, I should join you. That way, if something happens to one of us, the mission can still continue." Just the captain and vice captain wearing the costumes. That's not bad. He originally wanted to continue stirring the pot, but after careful consideration, he realized that ensuring his own safety was more important than eliminating Lu Xiaohu, so he chose to remain silent. But at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spoke. "Are you implying that I'm a coward? Everyone should wear one costume each. You bastard." He was furious. He never expected that Lu Xiaohu, this coward, would actually volunteer. Now everyone was trapped, benefiting the other 5 bystanders. "I want to see how you die." He shot a fierce glare at Chen Feng. Due to the low-level spiritual medium status of Meng Qingqing, she could only summon souls of those who died recently, so the team didn't choose to go in the first wave, but decided to observe the situation first. Under the guidance of the owner, the first wave of tourists entered the castle and began searching for hiding spots. 30 minutes later, a cat's meow rang out, signaling the official start of the game. From a distance, everyone could only vaguely see several enormous black figures moving swiftly within the castle. Captain Wu couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, they're bigger than lions. Is this what you call a cat?" Then came the sounds of screams, indicating that some participating players had been found. Fortune favors the bold. One tourist gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk for more information by entering the castle. Since I'm not part of this batch of game players, I shouldn't be attacked by the cats. That was his thought, but he was wrong. Just a few steps into the castle, a giant black cat lunged at him and bit off his head. Such a bloody scene caused all the onlookers to take a few steps back, and those with weaker nerves even vomited. An hour later, of the 10 tourists, only 2 survivors managed to return, and neither of them wore the doll costumes, presumably having used Meng Chengcheng's method to avoid earning game currency living to tell the tale. As for those who wore the doll costumes, there was no doubt that none survived. After a brief tidying up, the boss led the second batch of players into the castle. Pushing open the oak door at the entrance, a vast banquet hall came into view, with the dining table being absurdly long, capable of seating more than 50 people. On the dining table lay 10 mouse plush costumes made of grayish-brown fur with slightly curved tails, distinctive round ears, ivory-colored incisors, and whiskers. Is this what the rules refer to as the plush costume? Almost indistinguishable from reality. Meng Chengcheng cast a disdainful glance. She had originally thought the amusement park would use cartoon-style costumes, but unexpectedly, it was a realistic style, which was rather disgusting. Chen Feng, ever the optimist, did not forget to frighten everyone. The mouse costumes displayed on the dining table suggest a dark implication. Wearing them means becoming prey for the cats. In the midst of their conversation, the vampire boss had already left. It seemed he was not part of the game. Chen Feng suddenly felt that joining the air gun event early might be a good idea. Otherwise, the more events they participated in, the harder it would be to realize that the boss might also be a monster. Everyone spread out and examined the terrain. Under Captain Wu's orders, the group discovered that the entire castle was divided into 4 levels. The basement contained dungeons and cellars. The first floor had a kitchen, bathhouse, hall, and chapel, while the outer area featured a greenhouse, swimming pool, training ground, stable, and cat house. The second floor consisted of several dormitory rooms. The third floor housed a watchtower with a collection hall, study, conference room, music room, and alchemy room. Adding in the restrooms on each floor, the castle likely had around 100 rooms. It would take over 10 minutes just to walk around. If supernatural factors are ignored, hiding for 30 minutes would be quite easy. Captain Wu searched around and found not a single corpse, cursing. Damn it, the failed players were disposed of. I wanted to see which places were not safe for hiding. The priest noticed swords and knight's armor in the training room. Perhaps this suggests we should use weapons against the monsters. Meng Chengcheng looked at the horses in the stable. Can horses outrun monsters? Lin He then pointed out the swimming pool. Cats hate water. Perhaps soaking in the pool for 30 minutes is the way to survive. Everyone brainstormed and came up with several useful suggestions. Among them, Meng Chengcheng's idea was the most outrageous. She said, the most dangerous place might actually be the safest place. Captain Wu frowned. You mean the cat house? Meng Chengcheng nodded. The rules state that the cats will only start hunting after 30 minutes, but it doesn't say whether they will return. Oh, perhaps hiding in the cat house might allow us to survive. What a bold idea, but not impossible. Chen Feng glanced at the cat house, suggesting that since the cats wouldn't attack them in the first 30 minutes, they might as well take a look inside. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Thus, despite knowing that monsters lurked within, they pushed open the doors of the cat house. Huh. Accompanied by the sound of a cat's yawn, everyone gaped in shock. With round, bulbous yellow eyes, shaped pink noses, and teeth like fangs, everything initially seemed so cute, but when these cats were the size of lions, the cuteness turned into terror. Especially as these cats were dripping with blood, some gnawing on severed limbs, others carrying heads in their mouths. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 10. Chen Feng now understood why there were no corpses in the castle. The cats that weren't feeding were glaring at the group with malicious intent, their mouths curling into eerie grins, as if they saw toys. Meng Chengcheng's throat bobbed nervously, but she couldn't make a sound. Although she was well-trained and wouldn't faint like an ordinary person, fear was inevitable. Captain Wu couldn't help but light a cigarette. Damn it, now I understand why mice freeze up when they see cats. At that moment, while everyone's hearts raced, Chen Feng suddenly exclaimed, since the first 30 minutes are safe, why not take this opportunity to kill them? What? The others were taken aback by Chen Feng's audacity. It was already a miracle the monster wasn't eating them, and he dared to provoke it. But it seemed plausible. Meng Chengcheng quickly agreed. Yeah, Captain, let's give it a try. He'll go first. Lin He drew the money sword, channeling his energy, and aimed for the creature's weakest point, its eyes. Meowed. A shrill scream echoed as the sword light blinded the black cat's eyes. At the same moment, the cat in pain swatted the skull it was holding, shattering the boat's strongest bone in an instant. I unleashed my full power, and it was only lightly injured, but it struck my head with that paw. Am I still alive? Looking at the monster glaring at him, Lin, he broke into a cold sweat, thankful that the first 30 minutes were a hiding period, otherwise he would have already been dead. Next, Captain Wu took action, raising the holy judgment. and aiming at the black cat's head, pulling the trigger. Expertise matters. When dealing with beasts, bullets are far more effective than spells. After firing 3 shots, the one-eyed black cat finally fell to the ground. Had they killed it? Just as Captain Wu was lamenting the need to expend 30 bullets, the one-eyed black cat suddenly got back up as if nothing had happened. It could even open its previously blinded eye. It was resurrection. Chen Feng, who had already encountered the landlady and the nurse, was unfazed. It said that cats have 9 lives. Perhaps if we kill it 9 times, we'll succeed. Shut up. Captain Wu couldn't help but curse. According to your theory, it takes 3 shots to knock it down, 27 shots to kill one, and there are 10 here. Where am I going to find that many bullets? Seeing that the plan was not going to work, everyone had no choice but to exit the cat house. Meng Chengqing took out 3 incense sticks and began to commune with spirits. As soon as she lit one, her brow furrowed. Why are you still here? Captain Wu was taken aback. What's still here? The little ghost that bothered me yesterday hasn't dissipated. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Meng Chengqing made a hand sign. This time her luck was good, connecting with a female tourist who had raised cats. She knew cats disliked baths, so she chose the bathhouse as her hiding place. The deceased knew that cats hated strong scents, so she sprinkled her own perfume at the entrance of the bathhouse. Cats have hearing that is more than 3 times stronger than humans, so she turned on all the faucets to create noise and disrupt the cat's hearing. In the end, she chose to hide in the sauna and locked the door behind her. After hearing Meng Chengqing's description, several people had to admit that this lady was indeed a master. Yet such a master still fell. The priest, who had been a bit taciturn since the incident yesterday, couldn't help but lament. To be caught like that, she must have encountered bad luck. It's truly unfortunate. At that moment, the 3 incense sticks suddenly broke. Having had experience from the last time, Chen Feng knew this meant they were about to see the images from before the deceased's death. Meng Chengqing's face turned pale. She's dead. The group quickly inquired about what had happened. Breathing heavily, Meng Chengqing recounted. Water, noise, perfume, none of it worked. As soon as the game started, the cat charged into the bathhouse and caught that lady. Not only did it not fear water, but it also used this strategy to search the bathhouse first. Chen Feng couldn't help but scoff. The rules state that cats are as clever as humans, but it's true. Meng Chengqing gasped for breath. And then. Captain Wu urged, what happened next? Meng Chengqing fearfully replied. She was torn apart by the cat. Her arms and thighs severed, her intestines ripped out. It took 5 whole minutes for her to die. While communing with spirits, Meng Chengqing viewed it all from the deceased's perspective, witnessing a living person being tortured by a monster. It's no wonder she was so shaken. Seeing Chengqing so emotionally distressed, Captain Wu ordered, Little Tiger, go take care of Chengqing. Chen Feng was taken aback. Me. Indeed, it was time for the loyal supporter to step in. Chen Feng went to the kitchen and brought back a cup of water. Here, drink some warm water. Back in the hall, only 6 mouse costumes remained on the dining table. Chen Feng couldn't help but remark, only one hasn't been worn. They sure have guts. After witnessing the fate of the first batch of players, anyone daring to come back and must have some skill. Captain Wu took the lead, putting on the plush costume. Surprisingly, even though he wore an extra layer, he felt no encumbrance. Instead, he felt faster, and his hearing became much sharper. Damn it, I really feel like a mouse now. Captain Wu meant to say this, but the words that came out were squeak, 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 squeak. Watching Captain Wu squeak uncontrollably, Chen Feng instantly understood. So wearing the plush costume changes even our speech to mouse sounds. Captain Wu, unable to speak, pointed to the watch on his wrist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chen Feng made an okay gesture. Got it. Captain, you mean it's nearly time, and we should hurry to choose a hiding spot. Captain Wu nodded, and then led the way. The others also began to put on their costumes. Strangely, the plush costumes seemed to adjust automatically. Whether it was the tall priest or the slender Meng Chengqing, they all fit perfectly with no sense of incongruity. It was as if there were truly mice the size of humans. After 30 minutes, with a loud cat's meow reverberating through the castle, the cat house's door swung open and one giant black cat after another bolted out. The game has officially begun. Aside from the Special Forces team, there are 5 other players in the castle. Coincidentally, among them is a familiar face, the duo with the air guns from yesterday, along with a scruffy vagabond, a painter, and a civil engineering student. Except for the painter, everyone chose to wear doll costumes. This is not a death wish, but rather a way to live through death. Not just Captain Wu, but other wise individuals would also assess the danger level of the project by observing the disparity in the number of visitors coming and going, excluding the most suspicious ring toss game. Hide and seek, air guns, catching goldfish, bumper cars. These are only 4 low-risk activities. However, the condition to escape the paradise is to complete 5 activities. Thus, with a survival rate of only 1 in 20 for dancing and dressing, as dolls, one must choose one. No one can guarantee they are the lucky one, so earning game currency to exchange for information on those dangerous projects is the only way to survive. The vagabond is a man unbothered by filth, so he chooses to hide in the garbage heap on the outskirts of the castle, hoping that the stench of garbage will drive away the cat monster. Poor fellow, if he had the ability to communicate with spirits and knew how the lady from the last round died, he might not have made this choice. The civil engineering student utilized his skills. Through observation, he discovered that the second floor had one less area compared to the first floor, and by tapping on the bricks, he successfully found a hidden room. I knew it. A castle without a hidden room isn't a castle. The civil engineering student joyfully locked the door behind him. Next was the painter who, not wearing a doll costume, had greater freedom of movement. He dashed into the studio on the third floor, found ink and paint, thoroughly covered himself in black, then scattered the remaining ink in the second floor corridor to mask his scent. Finally, he found a dorm room on the second floor, destroyed the light bulb, and hid under the bed. Now it was nighttime, and in the pitch blackness, without any light, who could spot a black figure under the bed? Lastly, there was the duo of brothers who went to the basement, emptied 2 barrels of wine, and hid inside. The older brother hid on the outside while the younger brother concealed himself inside. The passers-by were all experts, and the Special Forces members were no exception. Lin He, being a Taoist priest, usually practiced agile movements and lightness, so he directly jumped onto the roof of the ancient castle. The priest, who believed more in fate, hid under a table in the chapel on the first floor, saying, "Where do children cry every day? Where do gamblers lose every day? May the Lord bless me not to be discovered." Captain Wu went to the training ground, which was spacious and ideal for shooting. After seeing the women hiding so well being captured, he had no intention of hiding until the end. If discovered, he would fight like those beasts. This was his thought. Finally, there was Meng Qingqing, who analyzed the information she received from communicating with spirits, water, odor, noise. These are things that cats generally dislike, but they have no effect on these monster cats. Moreover, they are quite intelligent and know how to use this to capture people. As the rules state, they are as clever as humans. However, I can also turn this against them. Since the safest places will be searched first, conversely, the most dangerous places are blind spots. Meng Qingqing chose to hide behind the cat house. This was just the first step. After the cats were activated, she seized the opportunity to sneak into the cat house. During her previous reconnaissance, she had noticed that the cat litter box in the cat house was as large as a swimming pool, and it was densely packed with litter, making it easy to bury a person. As for Chen Feng, no one knew where he was hiding. At the start of the game, all the cats rushed towards the swimming pool and the bathhouse. As Meng Qingqing had guessed, these monsters were smart and experienced, having played so many games that they knew exactly where tourists like to hide. But this time it was destined to disappoint them. 27 minutes remaining. Lin He stood atop the castle tower, silently watching the developments unfold. Starting poorly, the black cats were not disheartened, but began a thorough search, using their paws to rummage through wardrobes, boxes, and all possible hiding spots. Good luck wouldn't last forever. Soon one of the black cats attempted to climb the stairs. Although its eyes shone brightly in the darkness, he could still tell from the scratches around its eyelids that this was the Cyclops that he had previously blinded and later regained its sight through resurrection. What a narrow path for enemies. Cats are known for their climbing abilities, a truth known to all. Yet He still chose the highest spot. It was not foolishness, but rather a means to observe where others were hiding. Once he understood the positions, he could use this trick to divert attention elsewhere. Go! He, wielding the money sword, chanted a spell, and a beam of sword light shot towards the garbage heap. Bang! The cat's hearing was extraordinarily sensitive. Upon hearing a noise from the garbage heap, the Cyclops black cat immediately changed direction and dashed towards the sound. Soon the vagabond hiding in the garbage heap was found. No help. The vagabond ran for his life, trying to escape using the speed boost from the doll costume. But strangely enough, the Cyclops black cat did not rush to capture the vagabond. Instead, it watched him run for a while, and only when he was out of breath did it suddenly strike, tearing off one of his legs. What a swift action. With He's keen eyesight, he could only see a fleeting shadow, which speaks volumes about how formidable these black cats truly are. As agile as a cat, yet possessing the strength of a lion. He pondered, in an unknown scenario, perhaps I could win, but against 10 I would undoubtedly perish. This mission's difficulty is skewed in front of these respawning monsters. Even the captain of a class agent cannot ensure his own safety. I still have ample time and cannot die here. With that thought, he took off the mouse doll costume. Even if it's embarrassing, he must survive. At this moment, the vagabond was not completely dead. He cried out in agony while dragging his severed leg on the ground. The Cyclops black cat, meanwhile, used its claws to toy with him, as if playing ball, tormenting him for a full 3 minutes before finally granting the vagabond a swift end. Approximately 5 minutes passed. Witnessing all this, he felt no guilt. Instead, he began to consider who to harm next. If my friend dies, I won't. From an emotional standpoint, I would certainly prioritize the passerby. However, regarding his own safety, the painter and the construction worker on the second floor were too close to the roof, making any noise potentially expose him, while the basement where the brothers were hiding was too far for him to reach. After the fierce battle, 3 black cats returned triumphantly from the chapel. One clutched a blood-soaked thick forearm in its jaws, its biceps bulging like those of a professional bodybuilder and its fingers adorned with brass knuckles. A dedicated healing priest, yet concealing a brutal close combat secret. Throughout his career, the priest had ambushed countless foes with this ruse. Enemies eager to eliminate the backline healer would charge forward, only to freeze in despair upon confronting a hulking muscle-bound warrior. Yet such tricks were laughable against the monster's absolute power. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The black cat gripping the arm collapsed instantly, its forehead shattered by the bullet. It was Team Leader Wu. His creed never abandoned a single comrade. Upon hearing the priest's distress call, he rushed immediately from his concealed position inside the hay bales of the training ground. But he arrived a moment too late. Damn beast! Gazing upon the priest's mangled corpse, Team Leader Wu's eyes bled with fury. He raised his sidearm judgment and executed all 3 black cats responsible. Yet the thunderous gunshot drew every remaining black cat in the castle. HSSSS. From all directions came rising rattlesnake-like hisses. Wiping straw from his hair, Team Leader Wu knew escape would be near impossible, no matter what. He had to buy time for the others. Reload. Fire. Reload. Fire. One by one he felled the charging black cats, yet the first 3 slain had already revived. Lin he watched from above, cleary, truly a Class B operative. His marksmanship is flawless even against the black cat's blinding speed. But the monsters resurrect. Team Leader Wu won't hold out much longer. The words had barely left his lips when Team Leader Wu, caught mid-reload, was ambushed by the one-eyed black cat, its claws slashing open his abdomen in a single brutal strike. The enemy could die and return. He needed only 1 hit to perish. If this were a game, then it's profoundly, cruelly unfair. Knowing his end was certain, Wu refused to fall without defiance. He would make these beasts pay. From his chest he drew a grenade and roared, "Damn you! Taste this!" He disarmed it and hurled it. A deafening detonation erupted, unleashing overwhelming force across the area, reducing the 3 central black cats to crimson pulp. A psionic grenade, Team Leader Wu's ultimate trump card. Those 3 black cats have vanished, truly obliterated. Witnessing his captain explode like a firecracker, Lin, he spared no moment for mourning. Instead, his mind raced through calculations. 15 minutes have passed. 3 monsters are gone. But 3 players have also fallen, discounting the brothers trapped in the basement, and Xiaohu's whereabouts remain unknown. I have few remaining pawns to divert the threat. What he feared most came to pass. As Lin he pondered, the one-eyed black cat began scaling the stairs once more. What did I ever do to you? Why must you hunt me alone? No choice now, Changqing. Deep down, Lin he recoiled at harming Meng Changqing, but survival outweighed sentiment. There's beauty everywhere under heaven. Steeling himself, Lin, he loosed his 3rd coin's word strike toward the cat enclosure. This time, however, he miscalculated. On its 3rd ascent, the one-eyed cat ignored the noise entirely and kept climbing. How is this possible? Lin's heart lurched. The rules state cats possess human-level intelligence. Put myself in its place. If each climb were met with sound, how would I interpret it? Someone must be trying to stop me. Therefore, someone is upstairs. Run, run. The instant clarity struck Lin, he leapt without hesitation, executing a cloud step vault straight off the building. Though he moved with utmost caution, that faint whisper of motion still reached the one-eyed cat. HSSSS. At the sound, Lin, his spirit crumbled into utter desolation. I've been discovered. Now it's fight or die. Fleeing would exhaust him, leaving him helpless, like a vagrant toyed with until death. Only desperate resistance offered a sliver of hope. Lin he unsheathed his coin's word and repeated his tactic, firing a blade of light straight into the cat's eyes. From prior encounters, your vision only returns after resurrection. So this time I'll blind you, not kill you. Let's see how you beast cope. When cornered, even the desperate find flashes of brilliance. True enough, a guttural wail tore from the cat as it clutched its ruined eyes, writhing in agony upon the ground. Had it worked? Lin He's face lit with elation, until 3 more black cats drawn by the commotion blocked his path. Damn it, so fast. Lin He cursed his ill fortune. Unknown he could blind them all, but 3 at once. Hopeless. My cultivation is shallow. I can barely muster 2 beams of swordlight. 6 simultaneous strikes, each precisely striking an eye. That's asking the impossible. Yet surrender meant certain death. Lin He gritted his teeth, bit through his own tongue, and spat a gout of blood onto the coin's word. In esoteric arts, blood embodies supreme yang energy. Rituals typically employ rooster blood to amplify spiritual power, but time was gone. Human blood would have to suffice. Do not underestimate this blood. As a Taoist who preserved his virginity, Lin He's essence far surpassed rooster blood in potency. Indeed, the moment the blood struck the coin sword, the weapon seemed to awaken, blazing with crimson radiance in the darkness. Kill. Lin He channeled his spiritual energy. 6 beams of sword light erupted in unison. Uft, uft, uft. All 3 black cats fell blinded. It worked. It worked. Gazing at the writhing, sightless felines, Lin He's spirit soared. He nearly laughed aloud had his tongue not been severed. Sudden breakthrough in battle, sudden breakthrough. Such tropes belonged solely to novel protagonists. Yet here they manifested upon him. At my age, mastering 6 sword beams. Master will surely nurture me with special attention upon my return. Perhaps he'll even transmit the thunder art. Once I command the thunder art and inherit the Taoist temple, I shall. Just then, swish. A claw shattered his reverie. Why? Lin He looked down, his body severed clean at the waist, the one-eyed black cat standing before him. Bewildered, he wondered he'd blinded it. So how had it struck him with such lethal precision? By hearing. By whisker sense. Then meeting those luminous, undimmed pupils, realization struck, it regained sight by dying and reviving. Truly intelligent, as human as any person. If I'd stood with team leader Wu instead, might the outcome have differed? By narrative convention, a protagonist's battlefield breakthrough should resolve the crisis. Yet Lin He died as swiftly and meaninglessly as a strayed dog by the roadside. This is Cihang City, a starting point where hundreds of transmigrators perish before taking their first step. Meanwhile, inside the cat enclosure, Meng Chengcheng had fully broken down. She'd heard it all. The priest's final roar, team leader Wu's grenade blast, the sickening tear of Lin He's flesh. The priest was dead. The team leader was dead. Lin He was dead. Only she and Xiaohu remained. And Xiaohu had vanished, likely dead as well. A wave of nausea rose in her throat, her heart hammered violently, yet nothing would come up. She longed to weep, but dared not let a single sob escape. Terror flooded her like a tide, then worse followed. With a grating metallic screech, a black cat re-entered the enclosure. Its single eye marked by a pale scar, the one-eyed killer who had slain the priest, the team leader, and Lin He. Step by step, the one-eyed dragon walked gracefully, patrolling its territory, each paw striking at Meng Chengcheng's heart. No, don't come closer. Meng Chengcheng, huddled in the litter box, dared not make a sound and could only pray for the black cat to leave quickly. But the increasingly loud footsteps told her that it was all over. The captain and the others are already dead. No one will save me now. Am I going to die too? At this moment, Meng Chengcheng fell into an abyss called despair. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly, and at this moment a second black cat broke into the cat house. Then, without knowing what happened, the second black cat, which had entered from behind, reached the litter box even faster than the first one and jumped onto Meng Chengcheng. Of course, Meng Chengcheng, lying in the litter, was completely unaware of all this. She only felt a sudden heaviness on herself. She had been discovered. Meng Chengcheng was utterly despondent as she wanted to get up and flee to make one last stand, but fear rendered her body as heavy as lead, unable to move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time passed, Meng Chengcheng's heart, which had just been in despair, began to stir again. Am not dead. Why? The force is mutual. From the sensation, the black cat on her body had undoubtedly discovered her, but why did it not act? Did it trigger some kind of rule or path to survival? Meng Chengcheng racked her brain, recalling the rules, but found no reason for the black cat to spare her. Rule 1: obtain a doll costume in the castle. Rule 5: wear the doll costume and survive for half an hour. Wait a minute. In an instant, Meng Chengcheng's mind exploded. Doll costume. They only saw a mouse doll costume in the castle, and since she played the role of a mouse in hide and seek, they mistakenly believed the doll costume was the mouse doll costume. Just like in the goldfish catching project, there exists a second type of fishing tool. What if there is another type of doll costume in the castle? But they clearly searched the entire castle. If there is another type of doll costume, where could it be hidden? Cats are as intelligent as humans, and wouldn't be just on the black cat, would they? What if the black cat is actually a person in a doll costume? Meng Chengcheng never expected there to be someone even crazier than her. If hiding in a monster's den is considered brave, then daring to skin a monster, what does that count as? No wonder the rules provided 30 minutes of safety time. In fact, the game had already hinted that after players wore the mouse doll costume, their speech would turn into squeaks and their speed would increase. So these meowing monsters are likely humans in black cat doll costumes. The rules state that after 30 minutes the cats will begin hunting, so the mice should be careful. But what does it matter to the cats if the mice are careful? After uncovering the secret of the project, Meng Chengcheng was left with only one question. Who is this on me? Meow, 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 damn it, meow, 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 where's your mother? Meow, 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 aren't you leaving? Chen Feng panted, intending to drive the one-eyed dragon away. But the one-eyed dragon remained unmoved. Chen Feng knew this was due to the mouse doll costume. After killing the black cat, and wearing its skin, Chinfeng found that in addition to his strength, agility, and hearing being enhanced several times, and gaining an immortal ability, he could also smell a unique scent. The distinctive odor coming from the mouse. So in the game, no one wearing the mouse doll costume can survive. Chinfeng noticed the one-eyed dragon starting to pant, clearly losing patience. Although black cats do not attack each other, as the scent spread, more and more black cats entered the cat house, and sooner or later Meng Changsheng would die unless she also had a black cat doll costume. So where to find such a doll costume? Chinfeng stared at the one-eyed dragon, and its cold gaze made the latter's fur stand on end. I was just about to borrow something from you. You must not be stingy. Meowed. The one-eyed dragon sensed something was wrong and turned to flee towards the door. Its speed was indeed very fast, so fast that the priest Wu Team and Lin, he could not react in time and died under its claws, but in front of Chinfeng, who could use Xian Weizitan, this speed could only be considered that of a little girl. In an instant, Meng Changsheng felt everything changed. The weight on her body lightened. One black cat in the room suddenly disappeared, and there was an additional hint of blood in the air. Did another black cat give up and leave? Just as Meng Changsheng was puzzled, she felt something patting her and then nudging her out. Chinfeng pointed to the pseudo-human corpse on the ground and the black cat skin fragments hanging down. Meng Changsheng understood immediately and quickly took off the mouse doll costume. Thank you. An hour passed and the game ended. The number of survivors in the second round of the hide and seek game 4. Besides Meng Changsheng and Chinfeng, the painter and a younger brother among the brothers also survived. The painter survived due to excellent hiding skills and not wearing a doll costume, so he wasn't discovered. As for the younger brother, he found another loophole in the rules. The rules stated that by wearing a doll costume and persisting for half an hour, one could earn game currency, and it did not specify that one had to survive for half an hour during the hunting. So, as soon as they entered the castle, the two brothers changed into mouse costumes. About 40 minutes later, they took off the mouse costumes. But they did not know that even after taking off the mouse costume, it would still attract black cats. So when the black cat tracked them to the wine cellar, the older brother, realizing he could not hide, made a sound and sacrificed himself. To reiterate, the rules clearly stated that cats have the same thought process as humans, so upon discovering the older brother in the cellar, the black cat naturally assumed that there wouldn't be a second person hiding inside. But it did not expect that these two brothers had flipped their mindset and put all their eggs in one basket. Thus the younger brother survived. However, he now appeared ashen, showing no hint of joy after being saved. As for Chinfeng and Meng Changsheng, they initially did not plan to return the doll costumes. After all, the cat doll costume not only increased strength and agility, but also granted immortality. However, after a while they realized that the longer they wore the doll costume, the more brutal they became, even finding the flesh and blood increasingly sweet. So before losing their sanity and turning into monsters, they hurriedly took off the doll costumes. Ding! Congratulations to the user for successfully checking in at the Horror Paradise Hide and Seek project. Just 2 more, and they could earn points. Chinfeng noticed that the board in the vampire boss hand had changed. The game has changed from 10 people at a time to 7 people at a time. The captain permanently killed 3 monsters. Although his subordinates were killed, the vampire boss remained indifferent to Chinfeng and the others. This is the essence of the urban legend. The most rational monsters will never attack as long as the rules are not violated. Leaving the castle, Chinfeng felt something tugging at his clothes. Turning around, it was Meng Changsheng, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Chinfeng asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes." Meng Changsheng sniffed, forcing herself to be strong, but her tear-stained eyes had betrayed her. "The captain is dead. Oh, what should we do next?" "What to do? Just chill." This was the first time Chinfeng saw Meng Changsheng like this. In his impression, this girl was always full of confidence like a proud peacock. But now she resembled a drenched chicken. At that moment, Chinfeng realized that although she was a medium, Meng Changsheng was only 20 years old. At this age, an ordinary person would not even have graduated from university. Experiencing all this was indeed tough for her. So he comforted her. "It's okay, or I will take you out." "Yes." Back to the hotel. In the early morning, Meng Changsheng lay in bed, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, she could hear the words ringing in her ears. "It's okay, oh, I will take you out." That firm gaze, that absolute confidence gave a sense of security. Meng Changsheng felt that she might be in love. "I didn't expect my first love would actually be him. Maybe I should move in and live with him." Yes, I've observed that his room has 2 beds. I can say it's for safety reasons. After all, there are monsters everywhere and agents should look out for each other. If he hears that I'm living with him, he must be thrilled. How cheap for him. But if he tries to touch me, I won't agree easily. Meng Changsheng jumped out of bed, preparing to pack her luggage, when she suddenly felt the ghost that had been haunting her for a long time return. "Go away, you dead ghost." Generally speaking, a junior medium can only sense those who have just died nearby. After all, ordinary people's souls dissipate over time. Only those with immense obsessions before death would linger in the world and refuse to leave. Since it's already a new day, then I'll use spirit communication to see what this great obsession wants from me. Without delay, Meng Chengqing lit incense, and suddenly a gust of cold wind swirled in the room. Meng Chengqing's eyelids flipped, revealing the whites of her eyes, and she frowned. So it's you, Lu Xiaohu. You've been pestering me when you were alive, and now you won't let go even in death. Huh, Xiaohu. Meng Chengqing's mind exploded with a deafening roar. Xiaohu was dead, and he had died 2 days ago. Then, who had been posing as Lu Xiaohu and living among them these past 2 days? Frantically, Meng Chengqing probed the deceased's memories. In his final moments, Lu Xiaohu had been speaking with a young Taoist in a traditional robe, his hair tied in a top knot. It was Lin He. Lin He said, Xiaohu, tell me honestly, do you like Chengqing? Lu Xiaohu scratched his head off. How did you know? Lin He smiled faintly, not answering the question, but instead suggested, never mind that for now. I have an idea to cheer Chengqing up. Would you like to hear it? Yes, brother Lin. If it works, I'll treat you to dinner. No need to be so formal. Tell me, do you still recall our mission objective? Isn't it just collecting game tokens to exchange for that doll souvenir? Exactly. Think about Chengqing's personality. She'd undoubtedly want to be the first to obtain the souvenir. So if you secretly slip the tokens into her bag, wouldn't she be overjoyed? At this, Meng Chengqing recoiled inwardly in shock. This wasn't mischief, it was murder. Lu Xiaohu hesitated, brother Lin. If we lose the tokens, could it endanger our lives? The rules state they're as precious as life itself. Lin He smoothly coaxed him, Xiaohu, think carefully. The tokens can be exchanged for dolls that grant a second life. Aren't those dolls themselves as precious as life? So the rule means the souvenir is as precious as life, not the tokens. You've misunderstood. Oh, now it all makes sense. I feel as though a dam has burst in my mind. It's a blockage cleared, not a dam burst. And don't forget to invite me to your wedding feast when the time comes. Yes, thank you, brother Lin. After parting ways, Lu Xiaohu retrieved the tokens and slipped them stealthily into Meng Chengqing's bag. Moments later, he suddenly felt unwell. His tourist guide slipped from his fingers, and he collapsed unconscious. At that instant, the incense stick snapped with a sharp crack. Everything fell into place. Lin He, you selfish, venomous wretch. Furious beyond measure, Meng Chengqing seethed after witnessing the memory. So early on, this man had already revealed his wolfish ambition. She cursed herself for not awakening her spiritual perception sooner, to expose his true nature, perhaps sparing the priest and the team leader from their fates. Yet a new dilemma emerged. Lin He had killed Lu Xiaohu, but Lin He himself was already dead, so who then was inhabiting Lu Xiaohu's body now? The world is vast and stranger than one dares imagine. Meng Chengqing had once heard tales of Western necromancers and local corpse herders, both capable of commanding the dead. Yet the former manipulated only skeletons, the latter only stiff corpses. Neither could breathe, speak, or eat as Lu Xiaohu did. This was a region governed by urban legends, monstrous entities that killed by exploiting immutable rules. Lu Xiaohu himself had died by triggering such a rule, and thus it was perfectly plausible that a local legend had taken possession of his body. That explained why this being navigated the project with such effortless mastery. He wasn't just a local, he was a local monster. And yet, I developed feelings for such a creature. Meng Chengqing could only laugh bitterly at the absurdity. Her first love turned out to be a monster. Yet one question gnawed at her: why did this monster save me? What does it hope to gain? Is it trying to infiltrate our organization through me, to strike at the base? Yes, that must be it. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became, and swiftly devised her countermeasure: play along. Pretend ignorance. Cling tightly to the monster's favor to survive. Then upon returning to base, immediately report to command and mobilize every operative to eradicate it. Yes, exactly. A sardonic smile curled Meng Chengqing's lips. Don't underestimate me, monster. The following afternoon, outside the bumper car's attraction, Chen Feng sensed something off about Meng Chengqing. Her expression unnaturally strained. Unaware he had already been exposed, he assumed she was grieving her fallen comrades. To perfect his role as an eager suitor, Chen Feng fetched 2 strawberry ice cream cones from a roadside vendor. When your heart feels heavy, sweetness helps. To Meng Chengqing, the gesture seemed utterly deranged. First, the entire Terror amusement park offered everything free of charge. Offering something free lacked sincerity, failure. Second, sugar led to weight gain. Did she not work hard enough to maintain her figure? To tempt her with sweets was a colossal failure. Third, he hadn't even asked her preferred flavor before choosing for her. A textbook case of rigid masculinity, patriarchal arrogance, failure squared. Normally Meng Chengqing would have coldly refused, and later mocked the incident to her best friend. But then again, Chen Feng was playing the devoted admirer, seeking her favor. And Meng Chengqing in turn needed to win his favor. Her survival depended entirely on him. What if he grew angry and abandoned her? She must never alienate him. Taking the cone, Meng Chengcheng pitched her voice higher, letting out a tinkling silver bell laugh. Thank you. How did you know I love strawberry? Chen Feng answered honestly, because I love strawberry, so I grabbed one for you too. This guy was utterly clueless. Speechless, Meng Chengcheng forced a brittle smile. Looks like our tastes align perfectly. Ha 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 ha. After enduring the awkward laughter, she watched Chen Feng ignore her entirely, devouring his ice cream instead, and nearly fainted from sheer frustration. Just eat. Say something already. Can't you even flirt properly? Fuming inwardly, Meng Chengcheng kept smiling and steered the conversation. Did you know you can exchange intelligence about different attractions at the cafeteria? Granted, doing so forfeits game tokens. But since our mission has already failed, wouldn't gathering intel on the bumper cars be wise? At that, Chen Feng's pulse quickened. Persistent protocol, no tokens meant no successful check-in. He couldn't afford to trade intel. Yet her suggestion was undeniably sound, leaving him no room to refuse. Trouble loomed. Well? He stammered, failing to fabricate a plausible excuse. Seeing his discomfort, Meng Chengcheng wanted to slap herself. I almost forgot, he's a local monster. He knows the project's secrets inside out. Of course he wouldn't need intel exchanges. Why did I open my mouth and say that? Panicked at Chen Feng's near exposure, Meng Chengcheng hastily covered for him. I see. I understand now. You plan to clear the attraction through sheer strength and honor, don't you? Xiaohu, you truly impress me. Chen Feng scratched his head. Huh? Was that really my intention? But a lifeline was a lifeline. He seized it. Yes. That's exactly what I intended. How incredibly masculine you are. As she spoke, her soul recoiled, but she deliberately looped her arm through his. You'll protect me during the ride, won't you? Absolutely. Strange. Even Chen Feng wondered inwardly, why had her favor spiked so abruptly? Could it be yesterday's heroic rescue? The same avatar, yet that clumsy dog Lu Xiao who chased her for ages without success, while I've won her over in under 3 days. Ha ha ha. Looks like watching Kaguya-sama. Love is war, and your name wasn't wasted effort in my last life. Meng Chengcheng noticed how wildly Chen Feng's grin stretched, wider than a Dragon King's leer. If she could, she'd tear that smug face apart right then. But survival demanded performance. I'll play along, pretending not to see what I'm supposed to see. Humph. Enjoy your triumph, for now. Boys and girls, come play at the horror amusement park. Whenever the music starts playing, you know the party has begun. Bump bump, let's have a bumper car ride, but be careful of those roaring vehicles. Ring toss, let's try to catch the rabbit and be good to Mr. Rabbit. As the theme song of the amusement park played, Chen Feng and his companion arrived at the bumper car area. As they walked, Chen Feng caught a strange smell. Do you smell that? Meng Chengcheng sniffed. Is it gasoline? Chen Feng felt that wasn't quite right. It smells more like something is burning. At that moment, a group of visitors suddenly crowded in front of Chen Feng. Excuse me, please let us through. Cutting in line. Chen Feng glanced at them. There were 3 people: a greasy man with a protruding belly, a middle-aged woman talking on the phone, and a little boy with untied shoelaces humming a cheerful tune. A typical family of 3. The little boy urged, Mom, hurry up. I still want to go to the haunted house later. The middle-aged woman nodded. I know, just don't run around. Honey, is my phone broken? Why is there no signal? Chen Feng couldn't help but tap the greasy man on the shoulder and reminded him, Hey buddy, there are so many people in line behind you. Why are you cutting in? The greasy man turned around, showing no sign of shame. What's wrong with cutting in line? Chen Feng was taken aback. What? You think you can cut in line and still have a reason? The middle-aged woman chimed in. Exactly, you're an adult, can't you let the child go first? Truly, not all family members think alike. Chen Feng, with his short temper, was about to explode. I swear to you. The word mom hadn't even left his mouth. Suddenly, Meng Chengcheng grabbed Chen Feng's hand. Forget it, don't get angry, we have plenty of time. That's right. The greasy man warned Meng Chengcheng. Manage your boyfriend. If he doesn't clean up his mouth, had better watch out for a beating. After the argument ended, Chen Feng was bewildered. Chengcheng, how can you tolerate this? Are you a turtle? Meng Chengcheng leaned in close to Chen Feng's ear and whispered, Think about it, the attractions here are deadly. Since they are eager to get on together, why not let them? Exhaling softly, the warm breath of the girl brushed against Chen Feng's ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. Chen Feng's mood lightened instantly. Now that's more like it. The owner of the bumper car attraction was a fiery figure, looking as if he had just escaped from the scene of a car explosion. The rules remained the same: 1. 5 players per game. Each player can choose 1 white bumper car to drive. 2. After the game starts, 5 black ghost cars will appear. 3. Unity is crucial to deal with the ghost cars. 4. The white bumper cars will explode after multiple collisions in a short time, which is very dangerous. 5. At the end of the game, if players are still in the bumper cars, they will be rewarded with a game token. The bumper car area is a closed space surrounded by a fence. The area was quite spacious, approximately 800 square meters, about the size of 2 international basketball courts. Chen Feng could see white bumper cars numbered 1 to 5 set up at the booth, with a long seat accommodating 2 people, a rubber steering wheel, and 2 square pedals on either side at the bottom. If he guessed correctly, one should be the accelerator and the other the brake. Chen Feng looked at Meng Chengcheng. Even though the captain wasn't present, he still asked as per custom, "Chengcheng, what do you think?" "Me." Meng Chengcheng raised her head, feeling quite disdainful. Playing dumb again, acting like you don't know anything. When you clearly do, it's just a waste of time. But to avoid raising Chen Feng's suspicions, she honestly analyzed, "I noticed a few points of concern. A look, rule 1 says we each choose 1 car, but these bumper cars can clearly seat 2 people. Based on rule 4, which states the cars will explode, perhaps players without a car can switch to another after an explosion, and that counts as completing the mission. Also, rule 1 specifies we choose the white bumper cars, but rule 5 states that as long as it's a bumper car, it's fine to complete the game. Based on my experience with hide and seek, perhaps the black ghost cars can also be driven." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Well said. Go on." "Not done yet, huh?" Meng Chengcheng replied. "Have you noticed that the rule with 3 exclamation marks among the 5 rules often leads to a dead end for the project? On the surface, the goal of this project seems to be to keep the white car from being destroyed by the black cars and to survive until the end. There are a total of 5 black cars. We know that in bumper car games, once surrounded by multiple cars, it's easy to be hit several times in a short period. Thus, players must cover each other, which might be what the rules mean by unity. This project is very beneficial for familiar players." After a round of analysis, Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. Soon the first batch of visitors crossed the fence and entered the area. As the game began, the entire area was suddenly filled with electronic dance music, and black curtains descended from above. "Are they not letting us see?" Chen Feng tilted his ear to listen. The bass and drum beats of the song were too loud. He could only vaguely hear the screams of visitors, the sounds of collisions, and occasional explosions. No one knew what was happening inside. When the black curtains lifted, the 5 white bumper cars were still waiting for new visitors, but the players who had entered to play were nowhere to be seen. Wiped out. Upon seeing this situation, those at the front turned pale and quickly chose to escape. With the line clearing, the next batch of visitors included that family of 3 in Chen Feng's group. "I want to sit in car number 1. The boy dashed into the area, quickly claiming the first white car. At this moment, the middle-aged woman had sensed something was off. "Honey, what happened to the visitors just now? Where did they go?" The greasy man shrugged it off. With the line so congested, they probably left through the back door. The middle-aged woman still felt uneasy. "Then why did all the visitors in front of us run away?" "Probably had some urgent business." The greasy man reassured her. "Dear, you're just too tired. What could happen on a bumper car?" On the other side, Chen Feng and Meng Chengcheng chose bumper cars 4 and 5 respectively. Grasping the steering wheel, Chen Feng felt as if he overlooked some important information. Why did he feel a bit uneasy? Just then the owner waved his hand, and the black curtain descended again. The area lit up with colorful neon lights accompanied by electronic dance music as 5 black bumper cars, numbered 1 to 5, appeared. Indeed, they were ghost cars. Where the license plate should be were 2 rows of white buck teeth. Where the headlights should be were a pair of crimson eyes. It was hard to imagine facial features appearing on a car, and this car's chassis had no wheels, but 4 large legs with skin the same color as fresh meat from a market. It looked incredibly disgusting. Chen Feng turned the steering wheel, preparing to steer away from them, while those ghost cars, as soon as the music played, lunged at the 5 visitors like bears drawn to honey. The middle-aged woman screamed, "A monster!" The greasy man laughed heartily. "What are you scared of? It's just mechanical legs." Saying this, the greasy man drove his bumper car towards the number 1 ghost car, and with a bang, the ghost car was knocked into a daze, its eyes rolling back. "See, nothing to be afraid of." The greasy man pressed on, crashing into the number 2 ghost car, which also got knocked out, but this time his car suddenly emitted a siren-like roar. The man had reviewed the rules and knew he couldn't keep crashing in a short period, so he evaded the ghost car for a while, and after a brief moment, the roaring sound faded away. So that's how it is. Chen Feng had almost figured it out. The ghost cars would continue to chase players during the game, while players could pause the ghost cars' actions by colliding into them. However, multiple collisions would trigger warnings in the bumper cars, and at that point, they couldn't be collided with anymore, otherwise the explosion mentioned in the rules would occur. Isn't this a bit too simple? Chen Feng chuckled. As long as everyone united and cooperated, focusing on 1 ghost car, each completing this project would be a piece of cake. How did the first batch of players manage to get wiped out? Just then a muffled sound. Chen Feng leaned forward, feeling a strong force hit his lower back. He had been bumped. Was it a ghost car? When did it come from behind? Chen Feng turned his head and saw a white car and a mischievous young face. It was that little boy who was now sticking out his tongue, mocking Chen Feng. Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. "Are you sick? Get away." The greasy man, hearing this, immediately shouted, "You better clean up your mouth. I mean, what's wrong with you?" "Damn." At this moment, Chen Feng realized where his unease was coming from. Newcomers. This family of 3 were newcomers to the amusement park. So they were oblivious to the dangers here and would keep bumping into others as if they were playing a normal bumper car. Forget about cooperation. Just not causing trouble would be a blessing. Hey buddy, those monsters are real. What monsters? Never mind. Chen Feng knew that saying anything about monsters would be met with disbelief, so he changed his approach. I concede, can we unite to deal with the ghost cars first? But the greasy man simply didn't care, crashing into him directly. How we play is none of your business. The vehicle emitted alarming warning sounds. Chen Feng's blood pressure shot up. This game is really interesting. It only tells me how many ghosts there are, but fails to mention how many pigs are in the mix. Remember, this is entirely your doing. Chen Feng twisted the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, surging forward to widen the distance. Think you can escape? Not a chance. The greasy-haired man bellowed, son, don't let him get away. The boy excitedly wiped his runny nose and chirped, Roger, Roger. Flank him, front and rear assault. Father and son converged from opposite directions, pursuing Chen Feng. They apparently assumed the explosion was merely a theatrical bang, a harmless scare tactic meant to jolt players into premature retreat. Seeing Chen Feng's vehicle flashing urgent warnings and besieged from both sides, Meng Chengqing instinctively cried out, watch out. Chen Feng glanced in her direction, and there she was, risking collision with the greasy man's car to intercept it and relieve his pressure. A quiet warmth stirred within him. So this young woman truly has fallen for me. Just then the middle-aged woman, who moments earlier had trembled in fear, lunged forward and shoved Meng Chengqing aside with a snarl, stay away from my husband. Brilliant move. The greasy man burst into raucous laughter. I've got a wife. What about you? With that he charged headlong at Chen Feng. Meanwhile, from behind, the boy piloted his bumper car in relentless pursuit. Where do you think you're going? Trapped between 2 converging threats, Chen Feng stood at a lethal crossroads. No exit, no reprieve. Even the legendary racing god of Akina Mountain would be doomed here. Yet Chen Feng activated the sign Wiston. In an instant, time itself thickened. The entire zone slowed to a viscous crawl. Some might ask if Chen Feng accelerated, but the car didn't. What good is twisting the steering wheel 100 times per second if the vehicle won't respond? But it was useful. Though the car couldn't accelerate, Chen Feng's raw strength was overwhelming. He leapt from the driver's seat, intending to kick the vehicle forward with one mighty thrust. Then he paused, recalling how a single punch could shatter brick. One kick might detonate the car outright. So instead he gently nudged it, just enough to ease it clear of the encirclement, then rebored and restored the flow of time. What a... The father and son, hurtling at full speed, blinked, and the white car vanished before their eyes, leaving only stunned silence between them. No, too late to brake. A deafening crunch, heating collision. A seismic jolt slammed into them frontally. Both steering wheels flew from their hands. Their bodies were flung violently, organs bruised as though punched by a heavyweight boxer. But it wasn't over. Having each struck Chen Feng once, and now colliding with each other, their vehicles simultaneously blared alarm chimes. Goodbye. Tires shrieked against asphalt as Chen Feng sped away. Only then, dazed and groggy from the impact, did the father and son hear the sickening thud-thud-thud of limbs striking pavement. The ghost car had arrived. Run, run. With a sharp turn, the greasy man executed a wide, desperate arc and narrowly escaped the ghost car's grasp. His elementary school-age son was not so fortunate. Another violent crunch. A ghost car rammed the boy's white vehicle aside, triggering an immediate frantic escalation of warning bells. Where before the chime had been a calm, rhythmic ding-dong, now it became a shrill, unrelenting ding-ding-ding-ding, like the countdown of a live bomb. At that sound, nearby ghost cars instantly recoiled from the boy. Dad, my car's broken. Helpless, he stared at his father, pressing the accelerator, wrestling the wheel. Yet the vehicle remained utterly unresponsive. The greasy man scowled. What kind of trash attraction is this? Waited in line forever, only to have it quit after 2 bumps. Dad, I'm not done yet. All right, calm down. Dad'll take you again soon. Yage. Overjoyed at the promise of another ride, the boy shot both arms triumphantly into the air. And then boom. A deafening roar split the air. The greasy man froze, watching in horror as his son's vehicle erupted in a pillar of fire, followed by a searing blast wave and acrid smoke, reducing the entire chassis to molten wreckage in an instant. Shrapnel, metal fragments, rubber tires, and his son's voice cut short mid-scream were all incinerated into blackened, brittle ash. His child had been reduced to charred, unrecognizable fragments. My son. Both parents screamed in unison. The middle-aged woman slammed on the brakes and scrambled, tumbling headlong toward the smoldering ruin. But halfway there, a ghost car lunged, and with a flick of its tongue, effortlessly swallowed her whole. Crunch, 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 crunch. Pock. The ghost car spat out a heap of pulverized bone fragments. My wife. The greasy man bellowed, dodging another ghost car, his hatred for Chun Feng now a white-hot inferno. You knew from the start. Knew these things were real monsters, didn't you? Then why didn't you warn us? Why? You killed them. You're the one who did this. Meng Chengqing sighed inwardly. She'd witnessed everything. Sir, you started this. And it was the monster, not us, that killed your wife. You dare not confront the true threat, yet blame us instead. Chun Feng waved her off. Don't waste breath. Hey, sir, yes, it was me. What are you going to do about it? Eyes bloodshot, the greasy man roared. I'll kill you myself. As he charged like a man possessed, Chun Feng stood unmoved. Come on, try it. They crashed, separated, then collided again. Ding, 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 ding. The bomb-like chime blared in unison from both vehicles. Do you really think our cars are both totaled, and that means we'll die together? Aren't they? Idiot. I have a girlfriend. Do you still have a wife? Chun Feng vaulted gracefully onto Meng Chengqing's vehicle, leaving the greasy man stranded and disoriented. No, stay back. He bolted toward his wife's abandoned car, but two legs could never outrun four. Watching the greasy man vanish into the maw of a ghost car, Meng Chengqing smoothed her hair and muttered, Who's your girlfriend? Chun Feng chuckled, just teasing him. Humans are strange creatures. Seeing Chun Feng's nonchalance, Meng Chengqing felt an unexpected pang of disappointment, though now was hardly the time. The pressing question loomed, what do we do next? Originally, the game matched 5 players against 5 ghost cars, 1 player per vehicle, designed for controlled spaced collisions, ensuring no one died. Now, however, they faced 5 monsters with only 1 car. If the ghosts coordinated a pincer maneuver, as they surely would, escape would be impossible. Don't panic. The middle-aged woman's car is still intact. Chun Feng had barely finished speaking when, bang, the car was gone. Chun Feng fell silent, deep in thought. Within the amusement park, leaking game mechanics triggered penalties, deducted play coins. So encountering clueless newcomers was inevitable. Yet if success relied entirely on teammates, the design would be fundamentally flawed. There had to be a solo path to victory. What was it? Chun Feng recalled Meng Chengqing mentioning they could seize the black cars, like a game of hide and seek. Precisely. Black cars were flesh-born monsters, indestructible by collision no matter how many times they were struck. But here lay the problem, they were monsters, and they devoured people. Not only would any tourist be eaten on approach, but even if one stunned it and climbed aboard, the creature would simply shake them off upon waking. Damn it, what if they were dead? Wait, dead? With my strength, I could obliterate them outright. Chun Feng's superintelligence whispered it was time to unleash his power. But that wouldn't do. Meng Chengqing is right here. If I suddenly smash a monster to pulp with one punch, even a fool would know I'm not Lu Xiaohu. Chun Feng didn't yet realize his identity had already been exposed. Is there any way an ordinary person could defeat them? As he pondered, sudden clarity struck. I know what to do. He braked sharply, seized the wheel, and spun the vehicle 180 degrees. Meng Chengqing gasped in alarm. Why are you driving toward the ghost cars? Stop, right now. Seeing the bumper cars delivering at home, the 5 ghost cars naturally showed no mercy, rushing forward with their gaping mouths. Madness, this is pure madness. Meng Chengqing had a look of astonishment, but after a moment's thought she realized that this guy definitely wouldn't commit suicide, so there must be a reason behind his actions. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the 3 consecutive collisions, 3 ghost cars toppled to the ground, while the vehicle of Chun Feng and the others blared a shrill alarm. At this moment they should get out and escape. But Chun Feng had no intention of stopping. He pressed the accelerator and continued charging towards the remaining 2 ghost cars. Watching the ghost cars fearfully retreat amidst the alarm, Meng Chengqing suddenly realized. Right. The bumper car arena is just that big. To maintain the vehicle intact under the siege of 5 ghost cars is utterly fantastical. So they must find a way to eliminate the ghost cars. The 4th rule clearly states that the white bumper cars are extremely dangerous after exploding. If they are dangerous to humans, are they not dangerous to ghost cars? Why do the ghost cars become dizzy after being hit? Why don't the bumper cars explode immediately, but instead have a countdown? Why do the ghost cars flee during the countdown? These are all hints. What are you still dawdling for? Run. Chun Feng stood up, pulled the distracted Meng Chengqing, and jumped out of the bumper car. Just after the 2 escaped, an explosion engulfed all the dizzy ghost cars around. Done. Chun Feng made an okay gesture. Just as he had predicted, the ghost cars affected by the explosion never woke up again. Pick a car to sit in. Meng Chengqing wrinkled her nose in disdain. The surface of the ghost car seat was made of flesh-colored skin, and the steering wheel resembled a biological organ similar to a heart, pulsating and covered in mucus, looking quite unsettling. I won't sit. The mission has already failed, so game coins have no meaning now. All right then. Just as Chun Feng sat in the ghost car, a system prompt sounded by his ear. Ding. Congratulations, the user has successfully checked into the Horror Paradise Bumper Cars project. Success. Now only one project remains, and they can enjoy 5 points of rewards. Leaving the bumper car project, the two faced a new problem. The low difficulty projects catching goldfish, shooting air guns, hide and seek, and bumper cars have all been cleared. The last project is to choose between the higher mortality dancing and dressing as a doll, or to try that oddly suspicious ring toss. Chen Feng asked Meng Qingqing, "Can you dance?" Meng Qingqing pondered for a moment. "Does jumping the divine count?" "That shouldn't count." "Then I can't dance." "If you can't dance, then we can only choose to dress as dolls." "Why? Can't we choose ring toss?" Meng Qingqing proposed another option. "Didn't you analyze before? The ring toss might be the hardest project. After all, a sheep wouldn't mix in with a pack of wolves." Chen Feng used to be a game streamer in his past life, so he understood very well that when playing high-level matches in games like Honor of Kings or League of Legends, suddenly encountering a female player with a cute avatar or name who picks a hero without skins and low proficiency, you just know that this match is likely doomed. That was then, this is now. Meng Qingqing couldn't help but murmur, "With you a local monster around, isn't every project the same? But that project has a 0 mortality rate. You don't want to die here, do you?" "All right then." Although Chen Feng didn't know where Meng Qingqing's confidence came from, he still agreed. The ring toss project could be said to be the most chilling among all the projects. Under an old crooked tree, the vendor drew a horizontal line with chalk. One end of the line had plastic rings, and the other end had square pet cages, each containing a small white rabbit. White for red eyes, short tail. From the outside, there seemed to be nothing unusual. But with the prior example of the goldfish, no one underestimated these things. The vendor was also a giant rabbit the size of a human gnawing on a carrot while holding a wooden board with the rules. The rules were written in red letters. 1. Catch a Mr. Rabbit, and you will be rewarded with a game coin. 2. Mr. Rabbit is very hungry. 3. Be good to Mr. Rabbit. 4. Do not be bad to Mr. Rabbit. International Convention. Chen Feng turned to ask, "Qingqing, what do you think?" Meng Qingqing shook her head. 2 stereotypical carrots are not suitable for rabbits due to their high sugar and low fiber. I have raised rabbits, they prefer hay more. Who asked you that? Chen Feng shrugged. It's a monster that can eat whatever it likes. As long as it doesn't bite someone's head off, that's good enough. I meant for you to analyze why there are only 4 rules this time. The 0 mortality rate and the reduced rules made Chen Feng feel that things weren't simple. Meng Qingqing confidently stated, "Based on my analysis, I don't know." "What are you so proud of?" Chen Feng observed for a while. Indeed, any tourist who caught a rabbit in a cage would be rewarded with a game coin. Then the rabbits trapped in the cages would disappear. Where did they go? Did they go to the tourists' homes, or did they become invisible? Chen Feng remembered that during his time in the mental hospital he had encountered a patient who said he was being haunted by invisible monsters. Could it be the so-called Mr. Rabbit? Chen Feng lightly tossed the ring and easily trapped a cage. At the same time, the lock of the cage suddenly opened, and the little white rabbit jumped out, sprinting away and quickly disappearing into the night. What was it doing? Would it come back for dinner? Chen Feng was confused, thinking he might have hallucinated, but as the rabbit vendor handed him a game coin, the system prompt rang out. "Ding. Congratulations, the user has successfully checked into the Horror Paradise Ring Toss project. Congratulations, the user has successfully completed the check-in at Horror Paradise, earning 5 system points. Is that it?" Chen Feng felt as if he had watched a movie that ended abruptly. At this moment, Meng Qingqing also completed the ring toss. She held up an empty space with one hand and said to Chen Feng, "The rabbit is quite cute." "Huh? Can't you see it? Each person can only see their own rabbit." It turned out Chen Feng's guess was correct. Mr. Rabbit could only be seen by its owner. But the problem is that everyone else's rabbits were right beside them, yet his rabbit had run away. Could it be that it was stunned by his overbearing aura? Chen Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Then we can leave now." Let's get ready to go." "Ah." Meng Qingqing's face suddenly changed, and she screamed. Chen Feng focused his gaze and saw a wound appear on her arm. Meng Qingqing exclaimed, It is biting me." Chen Feng murmured, "Rule 2, Mr. Rabbit is very hungry. Does that mean feeding Mr. Rabbit requires one's own flesh and blood?" No wonder those who had played the ring toss project had poor expressions that turn out to be like this. "But why did my rabbit run away? No way. That's impossible, absolutely impossible." Suddenly Chen Feng thought of a terrifying possibility. "Qingqing, I have an urgent matter and need to return to my room first." Saying this, he dashed towards the hotel. With a bang, as Chen Feng just closed the door to his room, he heard the system prompt warning. "Your main body is being attacked. Happiness Internet Cafe, 2nd floor staff dormitory." Chen Feng felt a pang of pain. He opened his eyes to find a white rabbit gnawing on his face.